T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
White light
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. If I'm a little more quiet this morning, guys, we got a house full of family here, so I gotta be a little more quiet. People are kind of sleeping in this place still. I'm gonna try my hardest. I'm gonna try my hardest to still come through so you guys can hear me. But good morning to you guys. Good morning, everybody here. Buenos dias, Tony, Brian, Nosa, Bob Dov. Good morning, Saint Monet. Good morning, Nasir. Good morning, Tater Tot. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, GD. Good morning, Purpley outside. Good morning, Brandon. Yeah, that song was recommended, by the way, guys, by I'm So Free 23 on my Discord. Um, I thought it was a pretty good song. I don't know that we're necessarily going to rock it today. I'm not expecting. I'm actually not expecting too many good things out of today in regards to pricing. But let me just check our futures real quick here because I am kind of curious about that. I haven't actually looked at those yet this morning. Let's see here. So it looks like across the board, the futures are kind of, for the most part, just kind of breaking even. The VIX is up 0.04%. It's kind of breaking even. The only thing that's really kind of down right now in the futures is small cap 2000 is down 0.48. Everything else is just kind of like either just slightly down or breaking even. Lots to talk about, guys. I know. I knew it would come out sooner or later. Brandon's the first one to break the ice here. Fun fact: Computershare announced yesterday that limit sells are now lowered. Limit to 3,500 per share was close to 250 before. Yeah, big news. Big news. Some of the reasoning behind that, per their own words, is that due to volume levels that they're currently seeing, that their broker can only handle so much. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. So I'm probably not going to go into that a whole lot, Brandon. I'm going to kind of try to avoid it a little bit, as a matter of fact. Um, I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say this. I think there's a lot of information that can be read from what happened with that decision. And all I'm going to say is this, is that I think that we all as a community need to be very, very, very careful about what we say about that information. We don't want to make any kind of accusations or insinuations whatsoever, because if we do, we could potentially get ourselves into a little bit of trouble. So I think it'd be most prudent to just kind of take a deep breath and just realize that in 2 weeks from now, today, we have our 2Q shareholder meeting, where we have Adam Aaron, who said that sometime after the shareholder meeting that there's going to be some kind of pounce, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, I mean, trust me, guys, I'm holding back, man. I'm really holding back because there's so much I want to say, but I'm not going to. We can take a look at Computershare. I actually went and verified it myself because I didn't want to just, you know, um, be a trust me bro. as soon as I saw the information last night, I was just like, this is crazy. So I actually went to their website to verify the information myself, and indeed it's true. Let me see if I can pull it back up here. I may have closed out the screen already on my phone, so I can't just send it to my computer. Oh wait, here it is. Is this it? I think this is it. Give me just a second. Hmm. If somebody's got a link for that, and they can send it to me real quick, I'd appreciate it. I think I accidentally closed it out on my phone. Oh wait, maybe I found it. Nope, that's not it. You know what? I don't know why I didn't just think of this. Why don't I just go back to my history and find it in my history? Because it would be in my history. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. All right. Frequently asked questions. You can find it under their frequently asked questions page. I will provide you the link to this in case you want to see for yourself, so that you know that I'm not just trust me broing you guys here. The link is in the it's in the box here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna link it up top. Pin it to the top so you guys can go there in case you want to. Oh, this is not it. This is not the right one. Hold on a second. Dang it. I got the wrong one. 1 second. Hold on a second. Huh. Uh, Thank you, Monty. I appreciate it. I don't know why I don't know why I deleted that off my page. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get rid of this one. And I'm gonna link yours. I'm gonna link yours up to the top because I know that's all right. So this is their site here. I went ahead and linked Monty's to the top of the screen. And if you scroll down to, appreciate that, Monty. What? Where is it? What? It should be a what are the limits? There it is right there. What are the maximum limit order possible through your systems? We're sorry to say that we're having to lower the maximum limit order price for all U.S. shares traded on our platform from $214,000, $214,748,000 and 36 cents per share to $3,500 per share, effective after Wednesday, July 22nd or 2022. Why did you lower the maximum limit order? The change has become necessary because the volume of oops, hold on a second here. I probably have my screen stuff up here for real. The change has become necessary because the volume of very high limit orders being placed through our systems has increased significantly over the last 6 months and is now so high that the total value of open orders risks exceeding the overall risk cap set by our broker. A high proportion of these limit orders, which mostly span just two securities, they're doing this over two securities. Interesting, are submitted at limits that are many thousands of times the prevailing market price for the relevant security. Whenever those limit orders do not execute, they negatively impact the overall risk cap calculation. So, what is the affected by maximum limit order change? The change applies to both day limit orders and good till canceled limit orders. Any existing orders with a limit above 3,500 per share will remain in place until they naturally expire or on the execution of a stock split. When such orders are routinely canceled, any resubmitted or new orders after close of business on Wednesday, July 20, 2022 will be subject to the new maximum limit of 3,500 per share. The change does not affect the maximum trade value consideration that our system will accept. The maximum consideration will be at 10 million for designated securities, specifically GameStop and AMC, and 2 million for other securities for each individual order submitted via the web. It's not my words, it's their words. I'll just leave that up on my screen over here. So yeah, it's not quite like that, Fish Killer. Actually, almost every single broker that I know of, in fact, Fidelity has like a 500%. What they're saying is something entirely different. What they're saying is that you cannot exceed 3,500, and it's not that you can't, that it's a percentage. They're not saying that you can't go over a certain percentage. They're capping you, period. They're saying there is not going to be any change to this. This is a cap to the amount that you can place per order. They're not sitting there telling you that it's a percentage above whatever the going rate is on the market, which is what most brokers would do. Like Fidelity has like 500%. However, what they are saying is that they are capping you at $3,500 per limit order, or a $10 million cap on a market order for AMC and GME. 2 million for every other. So it's a bit different. It's a bit different from what it is that you're talking about, and it's not risk assessment. Because what you're talking about there is again, like, that's like every other broker. Every other broker would have that as a normal set parameter that they have, that margin that you can set a limit order for above. But this is a cap. Benjamin says, "Good morning, Casey and everyone. Did Biden misspoke about him having cancer? If so, it might have spooked the market. I've not heard anything about that." Arthur says, "I'm not selling until 3501." I knew. See, this is part of the problem. I knew was gonna start arising, Arthur. This is gonna start causing a lot of people to say, start setting limitations on pricing and all that kind of stuff. And I would highly encourage you to not set limitations based on those numbers. What I would encourage you to do is to make smart trades off of indications inside the market about where price can move to, not necessarily what somebody's capped it off. I fully expect, guys, that we're actually, I think, going to see this across other brokers as well. I don't think it's just going to be Computershare, by the way. I think you're going to start seeing many other brokers starting to release this kind of cap limitation. I don't know when, I don't know who, but like I said before, we're going to see some crazy things, and we just got to be ready for them and handle them when they happen. So I think I'm not trying. I don't want to give financial advice. It's your money. It's your choice. But I think probably the most prudent thing for all of us is to just do what we were always going to do from the beginning. Don't change anything that you were going to do. Just keep on going. Stay the course, and just don't change anything. Remember the golden rules. The golden rules are really, really important to follow during periods of times like this. Number one, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Stick to those rules. These rules are important. Number 2, buy and hold. Number 3, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin accounts. And I've got a list. If you want a list of what brokers did last year, uh, I've got a list up there in the description box that you can go to and you can look and see. I don't know what brokers are going to do this time around, but I think history has a way of repeating itself. Manjit, good morning. It's time, guys. It's time to take a look at our numbers. You guys are welcome. But I do want you guys to realize that I do think that other brokers are going to have this same. I think you're going to start seeing this message popping up. No, I didn't see the comment last night. After they said that you have to see it through a lens, I was like, okay, well I think I'm gonna have to wait a little bit until I can see it with like at least binoculars or something like that. I feel like I say binoculars so weird. Binoculars? I don't know. Whatever. Let me spray off the glasses here, guys, and we'll take a look at the data. But I know I'm going to get a lot of questions on this 3,500 cap stuff, and probably a lot of the questions, especially if they're people who are asking me things like, you know, would it be safe to move my shares now or anything like that? Like, I'm just not going to be able to answer those kind of questions, guys. I can't. I gotta protect myself, and I'm not gonna be telling you what to do. It's your hard-earned money. It's your choice. I can't I can't give you advice on those kind of things, those kind of matters. Those are decisions that you're gonna have to make on your own. Um, it's it's your choice. You got yourself where you're at, and so you're gonna have to make decisions about where you're gonna go from there. But I can't give advice like that though. So I would hope that you guys would understand. Um, but there's just not anything from my end that I can see that would benefit from giving advice like that. All right, the glasses are just about clean. Oh shoot, I left my dog outside. I heard him bark. Let me go outside and grab him real quick, bring him in, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I'll be right back. I got the glasses on though. Glasses are good. Oh yeah, crystal clear. Be right back. I fully think that like a year or two ago that somebody tried to break into my house because my dog freaks out now when he sees people walking near the fence line, and he never used to be like that. He used to be such a calm dog and was friendly to like anybody, and it's like now all of a sudden like something happened within the last 2 years to where like now he's like ultra protective. Like he sees anybody on the other side of the fence and he just goes nuts. Never used to be like that. Don't trip over the dog. Okay, no tripping over the dog. All right, guys. I've already logged into Fidelity this morning. I had a hard time sleeping last night. I actually got really good sleep, but I had a hard time getting to sleep. Let's take a look at these numbers here real quick and see where we're going from here. Taking you guys over to the other page. Starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tally points. I had 1550 to 1850. Eric had 1570 to 1870. Keto had 1513 to 1813. Excuse me, and Monty had 1599 to 18.99. Every single one of us gets a price tally prediction point. This is just 4 apes trying to stay sharp on where we think price is going to go within a $3 margin, and betting beer and ice cream. Some of them don't. Some of us. And the truth of the matter is that when this is all said and done, each one of these guys is going to be getting a full keg of beer or ice cream, or maybe both. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but I guarantee these guys are going to have beer for life here, if that's what they choose. Let me see. Moving on from that, we'll have price predictions a little bit later. Usually Monty and Keto get their price predictions in first, and then Eric and I usually put it in about 15 minutes before market opens. But let's take a look at short exempt volume day over day. It was 461,000 shares in short exempt volume, which is definitely high. Utilization. Actually, let's enter in day over day price increase because we had a 7.09% increase in price. That's one of three. And let's take a look at that utilization. Ortex logged me out. I laugh at this because it's really funny to me. It's just always so odd to me whenever they decide to log me out. It's just such odd times. All right, 100% utilization is indeed showing. Let me verify the date and make sure that that's yesterday's information. It is July 20th. We are now on day number 113 of 100% utilization. And we'll take a look at that data here a little bit more closer in just a bit. Moving down right below me, you'll see max pain is 1550. It started the week out at 1450, then on Tuesday was 15, and then Wednesday was 1550. I'm just gonna say it's gonna keep up the trend and be at 16 today. Let's refresh it and see where it's at. Let's go for 16. Rolling for 16. 16. There it is. 16 it is. Continuously crawling up on the options chain there for strike prices that are in the money. Let's take a look at off exchange. The final numbers for off exchange: 5801 and 11.46. Oops. For a total of 69. Nice. 0.47% of our total exchange traded volume going through off exchanges. That's a little bit lower. It's lower than the 70% that we've been getting lately, which is good. I like that, which could be potentially part of the reason why we were up 7% for the day yesterday. I'd love to see us back down to that 64 or less range. Who knows if we'll get there. Taking a look at institutional ownership day over day, we had 190.674 million. Let's see what it is today. 190.584. So almost 100,000 less in institutional ownership. Still 36.88% of our total free float being owned by institutions. Good number. Taking a look at Ortex data a little closer here. We've got 140.06 million shares that are on loan, and the short share interest of the free float percentage is 18.63. We'll take a little bit closer look at some of that other Ortex data here in just a minute after we go through the options. our lottery ticket losers at a 30.5. Now I know it says 32 on the page, but I'm going to go with the 30.5 because that's when we entered into the week. 30.5 was the maximum strike prices that we had, and those other three prices were added later at 31, 31.5, and 32. But at 30.5, yesterday we had 3.1 thousand contracts. We now have 3.3. Highest amount of open interest is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 18.3 thousand contracts. There's still 18.3 thousand contracts. As far as puts go, at a $16 strike price. Yesterday it was 15. There was 7.2 thousand contracts at 15. There's now 8,000 contracts at 16. So slightly over 2-to-1 ratio in call versus put open interest. And then I think the market's kind of signaling for like an 18 close by the end of the week, which we're about 20, less than that, 16 cents below right now. We're at 17.84. And let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a closer look at some of that Ortex data and what it's looking like. Uh-oh, what'd I do? I did? Nope, I didn't fix it. Our garage light stopped working. Everything in this house has stopped working. My wife came out and she's like, "Thanks, son. The garage light's working again." I was like, "I didn't do it." Magic. I wish I had. Wasn't me. Let's see here. Let me move around one more page and we're good to go. Let's take a look at this Ortex data. There's your utilization for, let's see, 113 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. But let's zoom in just a tad bit and take a look at the on loan amount, increasing day over day from 138.5 to 140.06. So what is that? That's a 1.5 million shares roughly. 1.5 million shares added to on loan amounts. Last time we did that, we saw on loan average age per day drop. I feel like I said that like Beastie Boys. On loan amount average age per day last time that happened went down. Let's see what it does this time. Down still. 1.5 million new loans, and it went down some more. 53.09 was our average age per day yesterday. It is now 51.3 today. And Ortex short share interest of the free float rose from 18.52 to 18.63%. Security lending volume was down quite a bit day over day. 2 days ago, we had 23.6 million shares loaned, and then yesterday was only 13, so it cut in half. Although that it's really kind of funny because on this column right here doesn't look like it's half the data, but it is. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to show the exchange reported short interest update. That one took a little bit of a fall from 113 million shares down to 101 million shares in exchange reported short interest. And that was reported up to June 30th. I don't think I've shown that one in a hot minute since it got reported. So about 30 million shares in short interest removed. Out of that 65 million shares that we dropped from 195 down to 130, 30 million of it was exchange was short interest. So almost half, not quite. Failure to delivers. Today is the 21st, so we're on this line right here. Expiring today would be 1 million shares, but I think it's tomorrow that we're probably looking at for the pressure. It doesn't seem to be a whole lot as much pressure as we would have had. I mean, it's less than a million. Next 2 days we may struggle a little bit here. We'll see. AMC and GME. AMC is coming in 12th with a 47% buy to 53% sell ratio for yesterday. GME coming in 15th with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. And this is based off of trades. One second. Trigger price for SSR is $15.77 for the day today. It looks like they have borrowed a bunch of shares. 550,000 borrowed once, borrowed twice, gone. I've always wanted to say that. And then it looks like they borrowed an additional 80,000 shares out of the ETFs. So 1.18. So we'll just call it 1.2. 1.2 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday it was only about 450,000. And fees for that is at 7.8%. 92.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 55.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 69.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1,873. I called it exactly the number that are in the money. Looks like the markets overseas struggled last night. Most of them down at least 1%. Most, not all. And then we had a couple other markets that didn't do so bad. But one was up. We had FTSE International was up 1.19. These two were up about 0.5% right here. So it looks to me like maybe there might be some downwards pressure in the markets for the day to day. The futures aren't really showing that right now, as I see on the futures page that I've been using here. I'm seeing it is showing downward. Okay, they're all looking down now, and now the VIX is up. So yeah, it does look like the markets might open up a little bit down. Might be looking at a down day today. Tesla is up 2.45 in the pre-market. Amazon is down 0.34. Cinemark is trading even. Doge is down 2.74. Bitcoin is down 2.79. Yesterday I was watching Bitcoin and I tweeted out right here that it started to really take off like super quick. I think that's the one. I think that's the spot. It may have been this one. Let's see what time in the day. Oh, it had to be before that. I think it might have been this. Yeah, it was this one right here. It really started to take off last night, and I tweeted a post as it was starting to rip right here, and I said, "Be careful with Bitcoin, or be careful of the pump on Bitcoin," is what I said, I think, in my tweet. It got up to 23.8, and that's just gone. It's just like, oh man, it was literally within minutes after I tweeted that it just started tanking. Still got higher than I would have thought though. Didn't quite break the fib at 24.7 or 24.8. GameStop in the pre-market is up 0.43. HYMC is down 1.94. Hood is down 1.17. NCMI is up 7.41, and AMC is up 1.71. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we got 154 million to 142, so $12 million more in inflow yesterday than outflow, and 29.3 thousand shares have been traded so far this morning, which is a little bit higher than what we've been seeing, but still not that great though. Even if we got a double on this one, we'd be looking at like 30, 60, yeah, we'd be looking at like 90,000 shares, maybe 100,000 shares on our pokey stick of volume in 12 minutes from now. No, 18 minutes from now. On the weekly, Looking at the Vortex indicator and RSI only, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, and RSI is at 50.51, which is right in the middle. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.32, nice, which is definitely very high and almost signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling. No, hold on. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.62, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.21, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.49, so above average. So we have a lot of hot indicators on RSI right now. A lot of hot ones. Let's take a look at Ichimoto. On the hourly on the Ichimoto, this is extremely abnormal. It's not very often that you ever see this indicator show a crossover of the conversion line over the to go underneath the baseline and price not fail to some extent back down through the cloud or at least into the cloud. So it's kind of interesting to see here that it didn't. As it stands right now, the conversion line is fractionally higher than the baseline, and the lagging line is above price line. So technically speaking, all this is a buy signal right now, currently on the hour. On the 4-hour, it's the conversion line's above the baseline, lagging line's above the price line. Everything here looks, as far as just the indicators alone, look good, except for the fact that the first warning signs you get for when you should start selling with this indicator as a whole is that you should be looking to sell when you start touching baseline or conversion line with the price line. It's just been crawling up this thing the entire way, almost like it's trying to keep out people. Stay away, day traders. Stay away. We don't want you to touch this thing. Just get out. We don't want you here. We don't want your volume. Your volume's not good here. That's what Ken Griffin's saying. These investors, I just don't understand. If they're going to continue to trade like this, I don't want to be a part of this market. Never mind. I'm not going to call him what I think he is. No name calling. I'm better than that. And I think that's pretty much all the numbers, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what it is you guys are saying again. Good morning, Easter Beast. Pro Jeweler, good morning. Remtax says Pokey Stick T minus 14 minutes. Michael Roberts says, I'm dieting. Please stop saying the word that shall not be said anymore. I say words that I say for a reason, Michael Roberts. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so sorry. I understand how that is. I'm gonna be hitting a diet here after this is all said and done too. So I'll try to be a little bit more. I can't promise you anything, Michael. I can't promise you anything. Words just kind of spill out of my mouth sometimes. dead nut center. I think it was something I said the other day, and I was like, where'd that come from? CPE, good morning. Adam Aaron just pounced. He is giving away free 32-ounce icy for all Investor Connect members. Hello, Catalyst. I mean, you can't beat the heat unless you got yourself a, uh, what do they call those, slushies? Oh, they call them ices. Icy, sorry. Icy. Tally Foreman said Daddy Warbucks. Cheers to you, Daddy Warbucks. Daddy Warbucks. Oh, man. It's the only one you can call me Daddy on. Big Tramp says, Casey, you think some of the brokers are going to cap us so they don't go underwater like Computershare? I do. I do absolutely think that's going to be the case, Big Tramp. I don't know which ones, but I think that you probably will likely see more of those coming across as well. Um, I wouldn't I wouldn't I wouldn't doubt it. And I will say this too. I imagine that CS will likely do some kind of damage control here soon. Uh, you're gonna probably see a lot of I don't know. I have a feeling they're gonna do some damage control really quickly on that one. Caitlin, I'm not gonna talk about that kind of stuff, Caitlin, just because I think it's kind of conspiracy. We'll see it when it happens. If it happens, it happens. As far as the whole president stuff. Remtax says 2 weeks without without dingleberries. Wheezing the juice. Did I say that before? Did I say wheezing the juice? I don't know. I don't remember wheezing the juice. Oh wait, that was. I feel like that was a commercial from a long time ago. I don't know. No, I'm gonna say I don't remember. Same way they did with Computershare Rem Taco. They would just basically put limits on how high you could potentially put an order for. And then not, like right now with like, say for example, and I'm just going to use this as an example, Fidelity has like a 500% cap, but like it's a moving 500% cap. So in other words, like if price moves up to $1,000, you can put in a limit for 500% more than $1,000 or whatever the market price is. So, but in this particular case, this isn't a moving cap. This is a ceiling cap. And so some brokers I think could potentially come in and start doing the same kind of thing and putting in caps as well, ceiling caps. CPE, it tells me something, but I don't want to talk about that. I'm trying very hard to stay away uh from talking like that, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, that's right. Wait, I don't remember. Yeah, Pauly Shore. Man, I used to talk like Pauly Shore when I was a kid all the time. He was such a great role model. That Pauly Shore and Beavis and Butthead, man, I tell you, I had some of the best role models in life. I don't know what happened to me. You're welcome, Rem Taco. Holy smokes. Yep. Weasel? Man, I remember. That was so long ago, man. Pauly Shore. What happened to that guy? Is he even alive still? Used to do a little weasel. Micah says, "Good morning, Casey. I hope everyone has a great. I hope you have a great day, Micah." Yeah, I'll check it out later, Arthur. I think that's a good point, BioLife. BioLife says this is no longer a free and fair market. When something is capped like that, they're controlling max price. Just proves why I'm here more. I said this a long time ago. We're going to see some stuff that we've never seen before. I promise you. I promise you, we will see things we've never seen before. If there's anything that I learned from taking away the buy button of last year, is it changes nothing. It doesn't change anything for us. Um, we're gonna have to deal with it when it happens, and so we'll watch, we'll observe, and then we'll weigh our options, and we'll take a look at the data and see what the data is showing. So that's the best we can do, and that's what I'll do. Carl says, "Hey Casey, what's your updated thoughts on the bang to blow phase that we're in now as price increases? Are you still looking for more volume? Got to have more volume. You'll know it. I mean, Carl, it will be very obvious the day that we move into the blow. I mean, volume's going to be probably like 150% day over day, and price will probably be at least, I don't know, probably at least 80 or percent or more if I had to guess day over day. I'll tell you what though, Carl, this bang phase is acting very peculiar because in the rules that I've stated from the past in past cycles that we've seen over and over, I don't even remember how many cycles we've been through. It's like 8 cycles. Over an 8 cycle period, I've never ever ever seen price move this far away from the relative price that we started at, which was 14. Let me go back here and look at it. When we entered into this phase, we were at I went ahead and called it 14.13 because sometimes you see the bang move into the very first day and it's kind of like low, and then you have like a spike up the second day. So I usually count that second spike up. I've had this has happened before in a cycle before back in last year. So I count the 14.13. I would say currently at our current price of 17.52 or 17.80 in the pre-market, I would say that's not relatively close. So I think that when I tell you guys that I think that there's a 10% downwards pressure movement coming to trip SSR, this is why I say it, because I really think that there's going to be that move to try and get price back down again, and you're going to see that because of that move, it's going to compress volume, and that compression of volume and that compression of price moving downwards is going to cause that explosion that you see into the blow, and because you're just going to see rapid expansion from the compression of that volume and price. So that's kind of where I feel like we're at right now. I haven't updated. we could do that right now. I haven't updated this chart since the 15th, so I'm behind by 3 days. So let's see what that looks like. See, like this right here, the 18th, we had a 100%, 107% increase in volume day over day, which is a good spike. And even the price was a good spike too at 7.61. But this is not below. You know what I'm saying? Like this, if we go back and we look at other blows from the past, we got 127% here and a 15.13%. If we go back further than that, we got a 231% and a 19% increase in price. Um, and the interesting thing about this one is, look, blow lasted one day. It was only one day of blow. That's it. You never know how long each one of the phases of the cycle is going to last. On this one here, uh, it was kind of a judgment call. Like I could probably call this day the a bang day still, and then say that this is again a one day blow. But it was 203% increase in volume day over day and a 20.34% increase in price. When I said 80 earlier, that might have been a little overestimating. 110% right here, and 13.25% on this one. We did have a period in here where there was a 51% increase in volume and 95% increase in price during the blow. This one back here was this one was one of our smaller ones. Again, this is another one of those ones where I probably could have called this part of the bang on this day and say that the actual blow day started here on the 15th of March of last year, but it was 150% day over day in volume and 25% on price. And this one right here is 314% day over day in volume and 17.7%. So I think we're looking at, I guess we're probably looking for something in the 15 to 20% range. I mean, just going backwards in time and looking at some of these others, that's what it looks like. This one was crazy. 1,364. This is the November of 2020. There was a 1,364% increase in volume day over day and a 51.41% increase in price. It was massive. So I wouldn't say you'll know it. You'll know it when it happens. This is not it. This 107 and 7.61, not it. 7 a.m. pokey stick of volumes coming in here. We had, it's about 50,000 shares. So not quite a doubling. Michael, I did it. See, I said doubling. It's not quite a Dublin. Dublin, Ireland. Somebody from Ireland right now is rolling. That's not how you say it. Let's see here. Yeah, so 51. So this is really low volume, guys. I'm gonna have to go 2040 again on. You know what? I'm gonna just. Let me think here for a second. Thinking about changing my prediction slightly up to account for this, but I'm gonna keep it right where it's at. 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day. Yo, I don't know the answer to that. Abby, that's a great question. I'm reading what it is that you said there. You said, are they just getting better against hedging against their own created poo piles because they know what's coming? If I lit a fire, I would obviously buy a bunch of extinguishers. To be very honest, Abby, I think what we've been seeing for probably like the last 6 to 8 months is an attempt to try and control this, a soft landing. And so, yes, I think that this is probably more of an attempt to control more of that that landing. Nate Ross says I need blow, Casey. Well, you know where to get it. It's not here. The market's got it for you. Good old Kenny. He's ready for you, Nate. StockWiz, or I don't know what you're referencing. It might be that you're referencing the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Same thing every day, every single day, every single stock. It's everywhere in the market, man. It's not a crazy thing. It's not new. It's every single day. No, I'm not from Ireland, but I think there might be a little Irish in my heritage, maybe. I think I've got a little bit of kind of like a European mutt. Stockwith says, Casey, are you paying for level 2 access on Webull? They shut mine off yesterday. I don't have a Webull account, only the free version. They tried to give me free shares and all of that. I am paying for level 2 access. Originally, I had invested, I think it was like $300, I think. Yeah, I think it was $300 into Webull to one get the well first I wanted the free access. I wanted they were giving like a month or a couple months of free access to level 2. So I paid or I deposited money to get that. Uh, and then I started doing some testing with that money. I wanted to see how the platform worked. Um, but I'm not here to sell you on it by any means. Um, my coffee's cold and gone. I think StockWiz. It depends on who your broker is. Um, I've never. I don't think that I've. I think I've. I can't recall. I don't. I'm pretty sure I've used Fidelity's Active Trader Pro, and I'm pretty sure that they have like a level 2 that you can see as well. Um, some brokers allow that depending on if you have money invested through them. But I think it just kind of depends on the broker. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that one on the Fidelity Active Trader Pro. I just hate having that thing. That thing always, for some reason, Fidelity Active Trader Pro always burdens my system, so I don't keep it open. I've had my computer like crash on me like several times if I keep that page open overnight or actually just open throughout the day. I do believe that Adam Aaron tweeted out another message, and I think that's what was referred to with the IC earlier. The pounds is in. It was definitely not the 72.5. $1 million of debt reduction. It is hot all over the United States so far for the U.S. Members of AMC Invest Connect cool off with a free 32-ounce icy with our compliments for current AMC Investor Connect members and those who joined by 9:30. This free icy redeemable for moviegoers through October 31st, 2022. I got a bunch of kids here right now in this house. How many extra kids do I have? I have 3 extra kids on hand right now. We got cousins over here visiting and getting to spend time with their friends or their family, I should say. And so they're having a good time. But it might be fun to take them out to a movie. I might have to take up Adam Aaron on his 2 free ices. I'm getting 2 because my wife's an Investor Connect member as well. So that'll help. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that one. I'll tell you what, Caitlin. My dad was a lawyer, and one thing that he would probably tell you is never, ever, ever give somebody law advice unless you're a lawyer. Ever. So, just throwing that out there. Let's see if there's any AMC news currently. 20 hours ago, we got let's see, is that, oh, that's not even related to AMC. Okay. Looks like not a whole lot, no new news showing up right now on a quick scan. Let me pull up. I know it's going to be all over Twitter and Reddit. Let me go over here first. Ah, yes, I forgot about this. I think we talked about this yesterday though. Uh, but I'll mention it again here. BlackRock chalking up 1.7 trillion losses with their clients' money. Largest amount of money lost by a single firm over a 6-month period. Somebody also pointed out there was a let's see, I guess I'll just pull this up over the side. We got a post here by Vegetable Guru 603 taking a screenshot of the TV. Looks like there's a quick reminder: all the recommendations expressed by Jim Cramer are solely his and are not the opinions of CNBC and may have been previously disseminated by him. Sounds like somebody's trying to detach themselves. This is a post right here, and I think this is something I would encourage you guys probably not to do. This is Cool Stock 8685 posted this, says, I do this way too much. Anyone else find themselves constantly doing this math at 1.1, 0.01, 0.00, 1.00, or is it just me? Hey, what are you looking at? Weather, just checking the weather. Guys, if you're constantly looking, and I'm guilty of this, I'm guilty of it just as much as probably all you other guys. But if you put in values into a calculator and you start calculating that out to see what you can get per share, it's it's kind of a bad habit. I would advise not to do that. Uh, there's much better ways to, to look at market indicators to decide where you're going to be exiting your position instead of using like some specific value. BioLife Hemp says AMC overseas just went over 18. We should fall shortly. We're currently at 18.18. Arthur, that's pretty funny, Arthur. Remtac and Tim are both saying 2 weeks. Uh, Gotta love that, man. I don't know. I don't know. 2 weeks. 2 weeks after this is all said and done. 2 weeks is gonna never ring the same for me. It's gonna be every time somebody says 2 weeks, my ears are gonna perk up. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be one of those just things where I look back on it and I go like I go 2 weeks. What did you say? 2 weeks? Arthur's over here. 14 days. Lost Pro says AMC breakout up from the falling wedge. This might result in a 50% move to the upside. Yeah, it's. I've got this daily chart here, so this is what I'm kind of looking at. Um, Let me get rid of yesterday's values, and what do I got going on here? Let's get rid of this too. Um, what the heck? Go away. So I've got the descending wedge pattern, and I do see the breakthrough as well. But the other part to this is that I think that we were on in conjunction with the fact that we were trading downwards inside that descending wedge with falling volume. We had a quite a few touch points here. We had 3 touch points before the fourth breakout on a bullish triangle, which is right here. And I had drawn this breakout box. Where did I draw it at? I drew it at the end of May, at the beginning of June. I drew this breakout box. So the hole in one box or whatever we're calling this thing. So I'm seeing a bullish move as well, because I mean you've got this is a pretty big bullish triangle that we've got formed here, and breaking out of that amazingly huge descending wedge. I think it definitely leads to some gains as well. Um, I don't disagree. Rem, come on, man, don't do that. Don't tattoo it on you. Mysterious Motorsports is going for the oh, why am I forgetting the name of that movie? I'll never forget when I first saw that movie too. Total Recall. Mysterious Motorsports is going for the Total Recall quote. I saw that at my godfather's house when I was staying there when I don't know how old I was, but I don't think my parents ever would have let me watch a movie like that, especially with uh, a lady with a deformation that was quite impressive. And so, but anyways, it was a cool movie. I liked it, man. I was all into that sci-fi. Tom says, Casey, I was listening to you in the car on the way to work, and everything was all normal. What happened with this pop? Uh, I you know, it's the same. It's the same thing all the time, Tom. That's not where my 2 weeks comes from, Easter Beast. But yeah, it is in Total Recall. My 2 weeks comes from Money Pit, which is I thought that was a really good movie too. Remtac said it. I didn't say it. Remtac said it for me. Novocaine's laughing at the fact that I had a hard time recalling Total Recall. That's me. That's that's me. Yo says, Casey, what do if this runs say to XXXXX share, you place a limit sell and they just hold the order and not process it? I might be overthinking. So that I don't understand. So first off, I guess what I want to say is I've got a great post for you. Hold on a second here and let me find it. I created this post a while back when a lot of people said like they wanted to understand what some of the different order types were and how they may affect your trades. Um, and I would just encourage people to read this so you understand what it is that you're doing because I think that a lot of people probably make limit orders incorrectly, especially for what it is that you're trying to get or achieve out of this. So if you set them up correctly, they should work for you in your favor. Um, you shouldn't have any problems. Let me see if I can. Where the heck did it go? Give me just 1 second while I try to find this. I got a MOASS checklist. Actually, you know, it might be in my description box. I think I ran into this before, and I said, oh, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to put it in the description so that people don't have to search for it, or so I don't have to search for it. Let's see. Understanding order types. Yep, there it is, right there in the description. Um, I would give that a read. I'm posting it up here again so you don't have to go to the description box, but I would give that a read and try to understand that information as best as possible. If you do a limit order correctly, it should work in your favor, but you got to do it right. And I don't think everybody's doing them the right way. My mom says you're right. Your parents would not have let you watch Total Recall. Hey, mom. It was a great movie, though. It was a really good movie. I love sci-fi. Tom Hardy's laughing, saying it was a partial recall. Nova Kane says equals Philip Kane. Change my name to align with Discord name. Cool. That helps me out a little bit for sure. Good morning, Kim. And good morning, Mom. Ooh. BioLife says it looks like Teddy Zane sold off his shares this morning, day trading AMC. Yeesh. Pokestick of volume, I think, was about 50,000 shares, Tom, and I think we had 30,000 shares going into it, putting us at about 80,000 shares combined total. So low volume day, 20 to 40 million is the prediction. Beach guy, good morning. Uh, there there shouldn't be a way for that to happen, yo. I mean, I don't know who your broker is, and I don't want to make that assumption. Don't tell me. It shouldn't matter. But your broker is required to put your order through. There's gonna be major problems if they're not processing your orders like you requested. They have very strict rules that they have to abide by in order to have their license. And you know that license can be revoked if they don't do what they're supposed to do with your orders. So um, I guess all I can say to you really, and I can't assure you of anything. All I can tell you is that one of the main reasons that's one of the golden rules is the golden rule number 3 is make sure you're with a good broker is because you want to be with an established broker who has not done mischievous or evil things to their clientele from the past. So I can't assure you of anything, but that shouldn't happen. Yeah, I think I saw the newer Total Recall. I think I kind of prefer the old one, but if I had to compare them side by side and go back in time, um, and you know, because I'm basing it off of when I saw it when I was younger, and then now that I've seen older, the newer one. I'm sure right now if I had to play them side by side, I'd prefer the newer one, but the old one was great for its time. Uh-oh, Tim sunburned. Manjit says 1806 in the pre-market. That is correct. I'm seeing 1808. Jules, good morning to you. 2 weeks, Jules. And I hope you understand. I hope you understand. I can't. It's always going to be that answer. Yo says Casey, so they have to legally follow the FINRA rules. And then you got a bunch of letters in there with with a with LM with TD. Oh, I'm with TD Schwab. I didn't want you to tell me. I'm like reading it out loud. I didn't want you to tell me. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're very well diversified with different brokers. You're going to be a busy person. I can tell you that already. You're going to be a very, very busy person. Make sure you understand your broker platforms. Make sure that you're not making mistakes. If those have pre-market and aftermarket hours, and I've actually this is actually in that link that I sent that I gave you. Let me go to it and read it to you. And now's not too late. I would actually suggest doing this now if you have an Actually, you know it's not in there. It's in the other one. I have a MOASS checklist. which is also in the description. So go to the MOASS checklist in the description box, and I'll post that one as well. This is a great list to have, and I think that you should check the list over and prepare yourself. Um, it's never too late to prepare. But one of the items in here is let me see. I'm probably gonna have a hard time finding it, but I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere. I don't know where it's at. I have so many words in this. There's too many words to find it. I'm just gonna tell you what it was that I said in here. But what I would suggest is take like $20, $30 or something like that, put it into your broker, find a nice penny stock, right? Just a small amount of money. Find a nice penny stock that you can trade, or maybe a cryptocurrency. I don't care what it is. Actually, I would do a penny stock. Penny stock would probably be best, just because it's more akin to what it is that we're trading instead of crypto. And what I would do is I would make some trades. I would experiment with a bunch of different trades. Do something that's got a lot of volume, because you want to make sure and put some pressure on yourself to try and hit some price points that you want to hit with your trades, and just experiment a little bit. Make sure you understand how the broker works. Make sure you do those trades in the pre-market and after-market hours so you understand how those work. See if you can break the system. You need to try and break your system, because if you can break the system, you're going to find flaws. If you find the flaws now, when it comes time to doing the work later, you're not going to be a stranger to those flaws. And when I say flaws, I'm talking about things like a good example of this is like with Fidelity. If you try to make a trade in the pre-market, if you make that trade, sometimes you have to that trade won't last, or it won't carry over to market open hour. So you actually have to create a new order after market opens. So I mean, just look for kinks. Look for kinks. Try to break it. What you want to do is you want to almost treat your broker like you're a game tester, right? You're testing the game. You want to find out the limitations and some of the drawbacks to trading through your broker. So break it. Break the system as much as you possibly can using like $20, right? And have some fun with it, right? It's play money, $20 to just play around with, figure out how the system works, and have fun, right? You don't care if you lose $20. It's a great learning experience. $20, learning what you can possibly learn over a $20 loss is invaluable to what could happen if you suddenly run into a problem during MOASS, and you start panicking. Get rid of those panic bugs. You don't want to be panicking. I guarantee you guys, I guarantee you we're going to get flooded with like tons and tons of people when it comes time to when they want to sell, where people are going to be like, I just put in this order and it's not going through, and what's going on, and I can't do this and that and the other. And it is going to be panic. There's going to be panic people. So try to remove that. Try to get rid of those emotions. Understand how your broker trades. You're going to be busy, especially if you got multiple brokers, and there's nothing wrong with that. You've diversified yourself. I think that's a good move. I'm not particularly diversified myself at all. I've got 5 shares through Webull, and the rest of it's Infidelity, and that's probably not a good thing. But it is what it is, and I don't think I plan on changing that. But um, it's your money. Protect yourself. Understand what it is that's going on. Alan, good morning to you. Cuddy Cut, Brian says hi. Shout out to Cuddy Cut. And if you guys and I'm gonna just say this now, if you guys panic when this is happening, Try to keep your cool. Once you get through whatever it is that you're going through, if you can come back here and post what it is when you feel like you've fixed whatever it is you're doing, and if you can let everybody know what your problem is that you ran into and how you resolved it, that would be key for everybody. I'm sure people would love to see that, and I would absolutely love to help get that information out to everybody and make sure that the community understands and knows what those problems are. So be a tester. Go out and start testing. Donkey Kong says, Casey, they wiped my account on Twitter again. That's me trying to follow you again. They wiped my followers. Twitter sucks. All right, man. My guess is you probably sent me a response. I'll follow you back here when I go to break. Remtax says, just don't latch onto one piece of info or one place for the info. Always do complete DD for your play, so you're not surprised when they pull the shenanigans. I agree. Lose boobs. Good morning. Easter Beast. I actually did a video for that because a lot of people who are in on the other side of the world had questions about, like, is it absolutely mandatory that we have pre-market and aftermarket hours because we can't trade during those times? And so I did a little bit of research on what happened with GME, and I think that you can get away with not having pre-market and aftermarket hour trading abilities. But I think that the more time that you have to make to sell your positions, the better. And there is a lot of movement in the pre-market and aftermarket hours, and there's specific reasons for why that is. But without going into that, I think that you would benefit greatly from having the ability to be able to trade pre and post market. It's just my opinion. It's your money, it's your choice. Bubs D says, feeling this will slow squeeze like Tesla, not a one-time boom. Any thoughts? Yeah, we're not like Tesla. We're not getting share dilution of 10 to 30 million shares every couple months, every quarter. And we don't have a CEO that owns one half of the entire company in shares. So I think that's I think that's a I don't think it's a good comparison. Monty 1725 to 2025 got you down, sir. Thank you. Alan says, "Hey Casey, why is your volume lower than Bulldog's trading? They are showing their So we've identified this a while back, Alan, and I think what you're seeing is that and I'm not 100% certain on this, but I think what it is that I think Webull only reports lit market trading in the pre-market hours, um, whereas like a lot of other platforms will show you off-exchange trading volume as well. So a lot of other platforms will just kind of combine and lump all that volume together and show you what the total volume is, whereas Webull's only reporting that lit market trades that are occurring. So I think that's in my opinion, I think that's what it is. Right now, BioLife, I actually haven't really looked to see what they're hedging on, but I know Max Payne did increase to 16 for the day to day. I don't know. It's a great question. I haven't looked at it, and to be honest, to be extremely honest with you, BioLife, I probably would be not a great source of information for you to look at that and tell you what they're hedging for. I don't look at the. I'm not a huge options guy. I know how they work. I know a lot of the intricacies of options, but I don't sit there and analyze them to figure out, uh, what how institutions are hedging for price, which it's a flaw on my end. It's a flaw. I probably should be more into that, but I'm just not. Donkey Kong, you're welcome. Easter Beast, you're welcome. Good morning, just another ape. I'm not sure what to call you anymore. Just another ape or Steven. I'm not sure. Yeah, Monty, where did you find that information last night for everybody to see? Just kind of curious, because I do think that's a great source of information. I actually already know. The answer is I already know where he found it, but I just want Monty to say it. Where did you first find that information, that breaking news? PCC Theory, you're welcome. A long time ago, people were asking a lot of questions. I thought, you know what? It would be really cool if I just kind of put it. Alan said Pornhub. Uh, I had a lot of people asking a lot of questions that were repeat questions, and so I thought, I'm just gonna put it all down on a write it all down and just have it ready to go for people. That way, people don't have to muck around with don't have to sit there and say, there's a lot of words on on those posts. I can't I can't repeat all that stuff over and over and over. Eric Cuddle says, "Me too with options, Casey. Same. It's kind of one of those things because I mean, I do believe that that if you watch options close enough, you can kind of get an idea for where price is going to move to. I don't think the options really. Um, I mean, they do play a part in where price does, it's, to some extent, to where price moves to. But I don't think that there is a relationship, but I don't think that it's the whole cause. Um, so I'm just I don't know. I feel like there's other information out there that helps you to find out where price is moving to. But options is a great place to confirm that. BioLife, love you too, man. No homo. PC3, you're welcome. All right, it's time. It's time for me to take a break here. Cody says volume is up. I stopped watching it, Cody, after 7 a.m. my time, 8 Eastern. There's no. I've found that that's probably the most consistent thing that you can possibly do is just to watch that one moment in time, and it gives you an idea for what the whole day is going to do. Because oftentimes the market will signal a head fake in volume one direction and will completely pull back on you after a very short period of time, maybe a half hour to an hour into market trading. You can see this massive spike, and then I don't remember. There was one day where we had like 100, we were on pace to hit 150 million shares, and I said 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day, and it ended up hitting my numbers. We hit 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day, even though the pace started at 150. It was the craziest thing. You can't predict that stuff. I mean, you just can't. And yet I did, and it's just based off of one single minute in trading. Monty says, Casey, I saw it mentioned on Reddit first, then I went to the website to verify. Thank you, Monty. I appreciate that. I just know that there's been a lot of push to say that Reddit's a bad place to get your information, and I disagree. I think it's a great place to get breaking news, and then you need to verify. So, yeah, exactly what you said. Reddit is absolutely crucial. Like I can't even begin to tell you guys how some of the best information comes from Reddit. but you got to verify everything. You can't just take Reddit's word for it. Good morning, Pantheon. StockWiz, in my opinion, everything's just a distraction. And if you'll notice, there was only 2 stock positions named by Computershare that they're specifically limiting on their orders. And I think that's extremely important to identify. Keto got you down 1678 to 1978. Thank you, sir. Easter Beast says I get lost on Reddit. It's easy to do. Once you get used to surfing Reddit, it becomes much. Just give it some time. It's overwhelming at first, but after a while, you figure out what your favorite subreddits are, and once you've figured out your favorite subreddits, it's all easy after that. Apex, morning. It's time for me to go to break, guys. Doug's going 18 to 21. Kevin, good morning to you. Good morning, Doug, by the way. Yeah, go ahead, StockWiz. I'll take that. Yeah, Pantheon, I actually was watching it. I watched your live stream last night. I appreciate that. Because Pantheon's mentioning it, let me go back. Actually, Pantheon, since you're here and you've got the tool, can you go ahead and post a link to your video? I'd appreciate that. For anybody who wants clarification on what it is, Pantheon did some homework, and I think it would be really advantageous for people to go look at that on that debt covenants info. Yeah, I mean, if you want to come on after my break and review it, yeah, but I mean, your choice. If you want to link people as well and come on, that's fine too. Let's see. Did StockWiz put out the next? Let's say they need to cover 50,000 calls. It's just an example. When do they and how do they really need to cover them? Since they are parking everything on the side or so. All right. So first off, let's talk about cover versus close. Covering, StockWiz, is the action of being forced to do something. So when you have a margin call, that's called covering. So if somebody gets margin called, they're forced to find the shares, and they may not even be finding them themselves. Somebody may be doing it for them. In regards to closing, when it comes to closing a position, they do that whenever they want to. So I'm not really sure that when you ask the question the way that you ask it, it makes it sound like you're suggesting that they've been margin called. And if that's the case, then your example makes no sense at all. If you're saying, let's say they need to close a position, I guess it doesn't really make sense at all either that way either. So I'm not really sure. Closing and covering are two big different. It's like one of the biggest misnomers in this entire play that I've seen people say so wrong so many times. Closing of a position is something that an institution does willingly. Covering is a forced action, and there is no There's no parking of anything anywhere. It's a forced action to purchase. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's closing. That's closing a position, not covering. When you have an open contract, you close the contract. You don't cover the contract. So if you're asking, how do they close the contract? If they can't close the contract, then it becomes a failure to deliver. And when it becomes a failure to deliver, those start adding up. And then if they add up too much, then they start getting put onto lists. And that's when you would see something like a threshold list that would be activated, like Reg Show. You would see like some kind of regulation pop up to where basically they have like a certain period of time to close those positions or be forced into closing them. Yeah, they have 35 days to close those positions. To deliver, they have 35 days to close those failure to delivers. Yeah, but Donkey Kong's like, it's break time already. I know. My wife's not back yet. Dana says, Pantheon, I cheated on Mass to be with you last night. Woo. I saw it was funny because I was sitting down on the couch, Pantheon, with my wife, and we were watching some YouTube videos, just random, crazy things. And all of a sudden, your live feed showed up on my thing. I was like, "Hey, he's on." I was like, "He's on right now." This is like I'm awake. I wanted to watch it while she was there, and I wanted to watch you, but I try not to watch stuff related to AMC while she's around, just because I don't want to bore the crap out of her. And it's not you, it's just anybody AMC, and so she left to go do something with the kids, and so I quickly snuck on while she was uh I quickly snuck on while she was gone. Yeah, so the T plus 35 is so when we saw those failure to delivers that hit like 9 million stock whiz, that was probably because of last week, right? Like we had a massive amount of options that were in the money when they were required to close those positions and when they expired. And so now, that's why those turned into failure to delivers. Now it looks like according to what it shows there, it looks like they dropped it overnight. If you look at the failure to delivers it on that, they dropped overnight to like they went from 9.6 down to 2.8. What you got to realize is that on failure to delivers, they can loan shares to deliver. They don't have to deliver shares from the market, from market shares that they purchase from the market. So they can absolutely use loan shares to do that. Alrighty, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna go to break, and I will see you guys. Sub has the boss says I saw Hawk Koch last night in Tony D's massive stream. That's awesome. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a little bit here. Um, and then when I come back, if Pantheon wants to get on with me and talk about some of that information, I'll talk with him on the side and we'll iron that out. See you guys in a bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Sorry about being late here. I'm trying to stuff down the rest of a hash brown that my wife got. She got me some food at McDonald's, and I still have hash brown left to go here. I'm just kind of looking at price right now, trying to figure out what I'm going to do for price prediction. We are at 17.94 currently. When I remove the extended hours, I see what appears to be a pretty. Let me just check this. I feel like we're heading up an ascending parallel channel here. Got a couple different touch points. Got two touch points here, almost a third touch point here. Multiple touch points down on the bottom. It does seem like we're on a multi-day ascending parallel channel. So this should be bearish eventually when it does indeed break out. The question is when. A lot of times I find that Fibonacci's levels of resistance tend to be areas where you break out at. If price did drop underneath the Fibonacci here at 1743, you could see like a one day downwards movement, maybe perhaps Friday breaking down slightly. I'm still kind of leaning towards some downwards pressure before we start moving up. So I think I'm going to probably hedge right off the opening price of 18 and just say $1.50 off of that, either direction. So 1650 to 1950. Let's do let's just do 1701 to 2001. Not really giving myself a whole lot of breathing room, but let's go with that. Massalorian, how's it going, man? Is this the real Massalorian? Massalorian's going 1945. Hey, Mass, inverse head and shoulders. Hey, yeah, I see that. I see a little bit of it right here. If this is what you're potentially talking about, like right here, maybe. But real quick, Mass, just to see if this is the real Mass, say something that I might know or that Pantheon might know that we know that it's you, because I normally like to give the wrench to individuals who are YouTube personalities, only because of the fact that I don't want you to be I don't want anybody to mimic you or pretend to be you and not really be you, so people can at least tell that it's really you or not you. I'm going to mute my mic here and finish my hash brown, guys. I'll be right back. The fact that the math said Pantheon suggestion and I'm all ears was enough. You just got your toolbar, sir. That was enough said. I know you trust. I know how much you trust them. Coors Light. That was more than enough. Let me, you know what? I need to go grab a napkin real quick because this McDonald's hash brown is super greasy. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get our Bollinger Band back up here. We got about just a couple more minutes before market opens. When I come back on, I'm going to bring Pantheon back on here. We just got our, what were those orders from again? I'm trying to remember. Coinbase. I think there's a Coinbase DSX trades that went through there. Pretty sure that's what those were. I didn't know. Mass, that's something I learned. I never knew that you were a Coors Light guy. That's good to know. When I go to buy you a beer in the future, I'll at least know. Donald, good morning. Mac and B's, when you say average market volume, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by average market volume? Like the average per minute? I don't have a calculation for that. Captain says 1875 will be my guess if we break the 200 EMA. You're a cheap lay. You have no idea, Macedonia. Way back in the day, I used to be a Bush drinker. I was not much of a beer drinker, and so that's all I could really handle was Bush. Not Bush Light, had to be Bush. And then I started acquiring taste buds to beer, and now I drink things like Thirsty Goat, which is a local from where I live right now, and it's got kind of a little bit of a skunky taste, but I think it's an amber. Anyways, it's time to start the day. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open, and Pantheon will be joining me as well when I come back. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Yes, Bush in a can.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Midnight
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. I'm going to jump real quick here into my Discord and talk with a little bit with Pantheon here. He has some cool information that I think he wants to share with everybody here. Pantheon, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Casey Shaw. How are you today?
I'm doing quite excellent, thank you. How are you? I mean, I already asked you how you do. What's on the menu for the day today? What is it that you found that is really important information that I think everybody understands? Or am I leading you into
Sure.
this too fast? What'd you eat for breakfast this morning?
No. I have not had breakfast this morning, but a sausage and egg McMuffin sounds really darn good right now.
Gotta get the hash brown. Oh, wait, shoot. I forgot. I've got somebody who's dieting on here. They said no food talk.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. Sorry, Michael. Anyways, sorry. Okay, pleasantries out of the way. What's the news? What's going on?
Sure. And it's actually, we're really fortunate because I think Tony DeNaro is talking about this at the exact same second. So we're going to cover a whole bunch of people with the right information, which is fantastic. So what we have is we had the $72.5 million of debt that was paid off for around $50 million or 31% savings yesterday. Now, that's had people ask the question, is that amount of debt reflective in any way against the ability for AMC to produce dividends? And there were some people that did some homework on it. And these documents are like 176 pages, right? So some of this stuff is pretty easy. There's sections that are boilerplate that'll say you can't issue dividends, but then there's other sections they have that actually change that, right? So we can go through all of that. I did a live stream on this last night. It was not planned, but I wanted to make sure people had the right information to arm themselves. Casey, I sent you a bunch of files on a DM. Would you be able to play the audio clip? It's a very short clip, but it's the place we want to start off.
Let me play it right now.
Some questions about dividends. When will AMC pay a dividend?
Well, I've seen suggestion after suggestion that you'd like to see us pay a dividend. I think we've announced publicly previously that our current debt documents prevent us from paying a cash dividend prior to June of 2023. So this is not really a decision for today. This is a decision for a year down the road.
Okay. I heard it. It's over. You probably couldn't hear it, but it's over. It played.
Yeah, I switched over to the YouTube audio to listen, so that was great. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we had Adam Aaron at the Q1 2022 earnings call just a few months ago, who told us very clearly dividends wouldn't be possible in the current setup until June of 2023, which is next year. Now, it's easy to confuse that with some people with looking into the debt covenants of our many pieces of debt. And some of them will have a boilerplate piece of information that says you can't issue a dividend if you owe this debt because I want to make sure you pay me first.
Right.
But then there's a section right afterwards that's a notwithstanding section that then basically overrides that. It's a boilerplate language. If you go to any legal website, this is the stuff that they'll cut and paste in, and then you adjust your contract after. So the next step, this might take just a couple of minutes, Casey. Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely. Of course.
And please interject at any moment if there's anything that, in the current setup, Mac and Bees, we'll explain what that means here in a sec. Jump in and interrupt anytime, Casey.
Okay. Did you want me to pull up the dividend debt covenant document?
Well, that document's probably one you'll have to jump around from page to page. I have the page numbers listed. Okay. It's probably better if we just pull up the Word document.
Okay.
It's basically my script that I pulled together for this, but it's the easiest way to kind of go through this with images for people.
Sure.
But you have the smartest group of listeners, so they probably don't need the images, but nevertheless. I want to try and look smart in front of you, Casey. I respect you.
We eat crayons around here.
And guys, this is all good news, okay? This is all going to be good news.
Let's see here.
There she blows.
Let me see if I can push this down just a little bit here so people can still see price. There we go. All right.
There just might be gold in them thar hills, folks. Nah, nothing to do with that. I'm just messing around with that. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that part. Okay, so let's jump into this. When the $72.5 million of debt got paid off at a $50 million cost, so that saved us money. Now, I saw a comment earlier in the chat that said, was it really savings? Well, yes, it is. Because not only did we owe $72.5 million of debt with that particular covenant, which of course Tony covered last night, Tony Denaro, it's $1.5 billion of debt for that piece. 72.5 million of that 1.5 billion is what was offered up at the market. So we're going to go through who that is, but these guys needed cash. So they put out $72.5 million of their $1.5 billion bond and said, we need some money. Who wants to pay us for it? And AMC caught it. Adam Aaron caught it, jumped on it, and offered up $50 million to clear it in cash. They said yes. They wanted $50 million in cash so bad, they waived the rest of the $22.5 million just to get that $50 million in cash today. Like I said last night, it's like when someone wins the Powerball. You can have 500 million over the next 25 years, or you can get, $100 million today. And so they'd rather take the 100 today because they think I can do more with the $100 million today over the next 25 years than the stipend I would get out of it or the payment system I would get over 25 years. So these guys are looking at the current market saying, I got to cash up. I need $50 million. I'll give up $72.5 million of that. Okay, that's a bullish sign for us. It's any money we can pay down and get more value for it in our debt as AMC shareholders is great. So there were people asking the question yesterday, does this impact the ability for dividends? So I went and I got a hold of John Merriweather yesterday, and he's really good at responding quite quickly. John Merriweather is the AMC Investors Relations gentleman.
Yeah.
And he confirmed to me that the announcement of the $72.5 million debt payment was not related to any debt on the books that prevented AMC from issuing dividends. So I thought, well, that's interesting. I got to dig into this a bit more. Today's debt, or the debt that was paid down yesterday, $72.5 million of the $1.5 billion for that particular piece of debt, that was all going to come due in 2026. So that's a 10% interest. What that means is of the $72.5 million that we paid up yesterday, or we paid up in the second quarter, it wasn't yesterday, but it was announced yesterday, then no, Ketogenesis, no, not at all. No, Tony's on board. Tony's actually talking about this right now on his channel. We're all cool, man. We're all on the same page, man. But the $72.5 million that was paid down yesterday was a 10% interest, which means AMC was going to pay $7.25 million in 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 when it would come due. So yes, we did save money. We saved $7.25 million a year in interest, plus having to pay off the $72.5 million in debt total. So it's a positive, guys. Anytime you can save $7 million a year, I'm all on board, right? Okay, now what's on the screen is, it's kind of small for you guys to see, but that's okay. That's Adam Aaron's tweet from January 3rd, 2022. And Adam Aaron had tweeted that in 2020 and in 2021, AMC took on debt at a high interest rate to survive. If they can, they'd like 2022 to be refinancing some of the debt to reduce their interest expense, push out debt maturities by several years, and loosen covenants. Debt covenants, guys, in case you're not familiar, and I'm sure most people here are, debt covenants are when you negotiate borrowing money, they put restrictions on what you can and can't do, right? It's no different than you're going to borrow money from Tony Soprano. Tony says, all right, well, I'm going to give you a 10-point vig, and you can't borrow money from anybody else, or I'll come do my thing. Like that's the deal you have to accept if you take the money from Tony Soprano, right? So a debt covenant, and I say that as a joke, but a debt covenant is we're going to lend you money, but we got to put restrictions on what you can do. Like we don't want you paying yourselves dividends if you owe us $1.5 billion in debt money, right? We don't want you wasting company money. No problem. That's good. And as I like to say, when you're in a strong position, you get a strong deal. When you're in a weak position, you get a weak deal. The second part of that tweet was a two-part tweet from January 3rd, 2022, was Adam Aaron wrote, with an improving financial position, one of our 2022 goals is to strengthen our balance sheet. There is no guarantee of success, but we will try very hard to get this done. So Adam Aaron is accomplishing this. Everything good so far, Casey?
Yep. I do have two questions, but I don't want to interrupt you just yet. I was going to wait for a better spot.
Okay. If you scroll down on the Word document, it just shows Adam Aaron's tweet regarding the $72.5 million of long-term debt paid for $50 million with a 31% discount. Now, there were some YouTubers that yesterday put up videos, at least maybe one or two I saw for sure, and some tweets I saw where people were suggesting that AMC has reduced 31% of their debt. No. Of the $72.5 million that we did owe, we only had to pay 50 million of that amount, and that's a 31% savings. We did not reduce all of our debt by 31%. Nikki89, this is the Pantheon. I have a AMC YouTube channel, and I like to work with Casey Shaw when he lets me out of my cage, just in case Nikki89 was wondering. So the next two images there is just about that 72.5 million debt, so we could probably just scroll right past that.
Okay.
Yes, jump in anytime, Casey.
Well, I guess now's a good time. So, first question is do you know who the debtor was?
Yes, we'll come to that.
Okay, and then the other part to that question is how do we know the exact amount that they requested? Like, where are we getting that information from? Just out of curiosity. Like, where did we see that they put up a 72.5 million debt? I'm not even sure what to call it, but where did Adam Aaron see that this was posted, that he wanted to snap kind of snap this up and play it for the company? Was that someplace that it was listed, or was that just maybe perhaps some negotiations that Adam Aaron had with the debtor?
Oh, good question. I don't have that clipped into this Word document. I do have an article I can send you that details how this was put up publicly, and Adam Aaron was able to pounce on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sometimes I wonder. I wonder about, like, when there's like job postings at work, right? But there's already somebody that's picked for the job. you know what I'm saying? Like, it's made public, but everybody knows who's already getting the job. And so I'm kind of wondering if this is one of those type of deals where it's like AMC maybe perhaps approached them and said, hey, look, we want to do this, and like, can you put the listing up for it? And they're like, yeah, sure. We'd love to help out with that. We need some cash, or I'm just kind of wondering if it's one of those backdoor deals, or if it's and of course we'll never know that for sure. But if you're saying it was publicly listed, that's important to note.
I can validate that and get back to you with a receipt on that. You're probably right though. Like they probably I can get you the information where they put it out there, but they probably went to Adam Aaron first and said, "Hey man," like kind of like when Wanda needed to sell their shares of the company because they were directed to take the investment money back into China, and they went to Adam Aaron first and said, "Look, you're going to want this more than anybody else. Why don't we deal together first?" They probably did the same thing. They probably went straight to AMC first, right?
Yeah.
But I'll get that for you. The company, by the way, is called Glass Trust Company LLC, GLAS.
Okay.
Glass Trust Company LLC is the debtor, or they're the ones who lent the money. Okay. So if we scroll past that article on the screen, we'll end up at the AMC corporate 10K document from 2021. And these are the really important documents for people to make sure you're taking a look at, right? Our 10K filing basically summarizes everything for the year that AMC's been up to, and you'll see highlighted in the middle is a portion that's called second lien secured debt. 10%/12% cash, PIK, which means paid in kind, toggle second lien subordinated notes due 2026. And beside that, as of December 31st, 2021, was $1.508 billion, right?
Okay.
It's all expressed in millions on the sheet.
Right.
So when Adam Aaron wrote about that, he specifically noted that it was the 10% cash PIK toggle second lien subordinated notes. And those are the only second lien notes that we have. So that's how we know for sure it's these guys. And then what we can do is we can then track that down to see exactly what's included in that debt agreement, which we're going to go into here together.
Okay.
We good to keep going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to make sure it's real clear, this is not the pounce. I just want everybody to know that Adam Aaron was very clear that the pounce, as he describes it, would be after Q2, which is August 4th Q2 earnings. Sorry. This is not the pounce, folks. So don't think that this is what he's going to define that as. Okay. So when we take a look at the next portion, they're highlighted in yellow. This is also taken from AMC's 2021 10K. And in this document, they describe in writing how the ability for dividends is calculated or done in the current state, as I think I put it earlier. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We are currently subject to minimum liquidity requirements. This is from AMC. We are currently subject to minimum liquidity requirements of approximately $144 million, of which $100 million is required under the conditions of the extended covenant suspension period. That's a very important phrase, extended covenant suspension period, ending March 31st, 2023, as amended under the senior secured revolving credit facility. And then there's approximately $44 million of U.S. cash of required under the Odeon term loan facility, Odeon, of course, being the UK assets. Following the expiration of the extended covenant suspension period, which ends March 31st, 2023, that right there, the extended covenant suspension period, is what's preventing us from issuing a dividend. Okay?
Okay.
Because there's other requirements in there. So following the expiration of that on March 31st, 2023 next year, the company AMC will then be subject to the financial covenant under what's called the senior secured revolving credit facility. Every company has one of these, and it has requirements within it that there's certain thresholds you have to meet. We'll talk about that, because you can't just rack up debt and then continue to pay dividends, right? So this is now as of the last day of each quarter, after the deadline of the extended covenant suspension period. That ends March 31st, 2023. The very next end of quarter, AMC has to meet the following requirements, okay, which would be June 30th, 2023. They would have to meet, at the end of each quarter, at that point, the aggregate principal amount of revolving loans and letters of credit, which is excluding letters of credit that are cash collateralized, in excess of $25 million, outstanding under the senior secured revolving credit facility exceeds 35% of the principal amount of commitments under the senior secured revolving credit facility. Okay, what that means is there's a percentage of 35% of the principal amount of commitments under the senior secured revolving credit facility that has to be met in order for them to be able to do a dividend. Okay, we'll go through that in the dividend section here in a second, but that starts as of the recording of June 30th, 2023. Okay? Okay. So all this means that there are currently, as of today, debt covenants that restrict AMC from issuing dividends. As we heard, the audio clip that KC played, where Adam Aaron very clearly, just a couple of months ago, told us that we can't talk dividends till June of 2023. This is all going to line up, and you heard that clip right off the bat, right out of Adam Aaron's mouth.
Yep.
That's the. I wanted to save it till the end, but I thought let's hit it at first, right?
No, it's a great clip.
Okay, so there's no dividends possible until June 30th, 2023, unless here's where we said earlier, Maggie, this is Pantheon talking. How you doing today? Unless we have certain things fall into place. So we can do dividend. And by the way, that 35% based on the different debt requirements, Adam Aaron has already stated in the Q1 earnings call as well that they believe 100% that they're going to meet those requirements. He's like, we're not worried about it, and neither was the CFO. Okay, now clearly a lot of things have to continue to happen, but things like Top Gun Maverick, absolutely just destroying it is, in the best way possible, is going to help this. Okay, now coming up in June of 2023 as well. That's the important date. A year from now, folks. $552.6 million is owed to the upcoming cash PIK Odeon term loan facility. That's due in 2023 in June. And if this part's going to be tinfoil hat, folks, if AMC
wait, hold on.
Okay. The visual cue, I love it.
Okay, tinfoil hat's on. Okay, go.
Tinfoil hat for the next short part. Okay, so what we have here is if AMC made an absolute killing off their portion of Top Gun and all these other great movies, and they know the rest of the slate of 2023 looks fantastic. I'm sorry, 2022 looks fantastic, and 2023 looks even better. There's $552.6 million owed to the Odeon term loan facility. If that gets paid off early, or if Adam Aron is able to renegotiate that debt and extend it out further, that would enable AMC, in theory, to then move the extended covenant suspension period to be earlier than its current date of March 31st, 2023, which means the trigger date of the end of the next quarter would move up earlier as well. Okay? We good?
Got it.
Okay. Now, we don't know if that's happening, but that could be, we're in tinfoil hats, that could be one hell of a pounce.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, but we don't know that. We're being fair, okay? All right. We're going to get off the tinfoil hat. we're going to go back.
Okay.
I won't take an hour, I swear, Casey.
You're good, man. Keep going.
Okay. So the next piece we have here was on page 120. If you scroll up just a little bit, actually, no, you're good. You're good where you are. You're good where you are. Okay, the second part of the yellow highlighting in that top box. Okay, so here's what happens, guys. The debt covenants of the extended covenant suspension period. Now, here's one thing. When you look this stuff up, guys, and I'm trying to bring it out to you this way because we want to teach you guys, I want to teach you guys how to fish and not just to get fish given to you, right? When you read through the 10K, it'll refer to a whole bunch of different amendments. And that's the key part. There have been 11 amendments to the ability of the debt financing or the extended covenant suspension period. AMC's done 11 amendments to this over the years since they went public in 2013. So you got to make sure you're looking at the proper and latest version of the amendments, okay? So having said that, we know that they've also, as a part of the 9th amendment to the credit agreement, they have extended the covenant suspension period from March 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. Okay. Now we know that. We've already talked about that. That's fine. But they added some requirements in that. Mm-hmm. Here's what needs to be done as of that point. From March 31st, 2023 until June 30th, 2023, what does AMC have to do in that time frame to meet these 35% requirements and all this stuff, right? To be able to issue a dividend. What do they have to do? There's 3 things, okay? Number 1, they'll have a minimum liquidity test of $100 million. They need $100 million cash. Number 2, an anti-cash hoarding test at any time revolving loans are outstanding. If you owe money to these debts and you've got the cash, you can't hold the cash back. You've got to pay the debt. Sounds fair. And the third part is additional reporting obligations. That's it.
I've always loved those. I love those additional reporting obligations where it's just kind of like up in the air, like, well, in case anything else we decide to throw in there.
Fair enough, but it does not stay in there. You cannot issue a dividend.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what the new restrictions are going to be as of March 31st, 2023. Okay, let's keep going. So if we look at the next box, the amount of dividends distributed is and will be subject to, and this is all from the 10K, folks, all from the same document. And I've got the page numbers listed because you can see, Casey, you jump from page 120 to 29. I think it was easier this way to just go through it here.
Yeah.
The amount of dividends distributed is and will be subject to contractual restrictions under the restrictive payment covenants contained in the indentures governing our debt securities. The terms of our senior secured credit facilities and the terms of any outstanding or future indebtedness incurred by us or any of our subsidiaries. Okay, so they're talking about, the ability for dividends will be completely handled by the senior secured credit facilities. So let's dig some more into that. We go into the document now that says at the top, dividend policy. And remember, guys, there's 173 pages of this 10K. Like, I had the time yesterday, so I was able to dig into this whole bloody thing, but there's a lot of reading to do. So it's very, very easy. Somebody missed an update, right? That's all that it came down to, right? All right. Under the dividend policy, AMC says we will only be able to pay dividends from our available cash on hand if it's a cash dividend and funds received from our subsidiaries. Their ability to make any payments to us will depend upon many factors, including our operating results, cash flows, and the terms of our senior secured credit facilities and the indentures governing our debt securities. The declaration and payment of any future dividends will be at the sole discretion of our board of directors after taking into account various factors, including legal requirements, our subsidiaries' ability to make payments to us, our financial condition, operating results, cash flow from operating activities, available cash, and current and anticipated cash needs. So see the liquidity and capital resource section, which we'll come down to. Okay, that's a very, generic kind of breakdown. No problem. Let's keep going. So you can blow past the next image. It's just really showing the 10K corporate borrowings and finance lease obligations. But I do want to make one point about this. So we have had people in the community say AMC owes $10 billion in debt. And I really just want to point out to people on the liability section of the balance sheet, it will add up to $10 billion. That does not mean we have $10 billion of debt. Half of that is finance lease obligations, okay? What that is, it's an accounting requirement that you have to take under today's current prices and today's rates, your lease obligations for the length of your lease added onto your current financing, right? Or your current reporting, I'm sorry. So all that it's saying is we're going to have to pay over the next X amount of years lease obligations for the properties that we have leased in these shopping malls, etc., for AMC.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting blamed for the stock price going down.
No, you're not.
Sorry.
No.
I'm messing. Thorblade, it's awesome. I'm just joking around. Okay. So when people say we owe $10 billion, and there's some AMC haters that say that stuff. It's not true. Based on reporting requirements, you have to, hey Kathy Ann, you have to actually show your lease obligations into the future. But I know it's all cool, Thoroughbladed, I'm just messing with you. But you actually have to report it. But it's not like if AMC went down, or if any company went bankrupt, you don't have to, out of your bankruptcy, pay off your lease deal. Like they're just gonna have to find another person to come in and take over the lease. But the people that owe the bonds and the debt, they're the ones that get to pick at the carcass, right? But AMC's got no problem with that. Okay, moving forward. We good so far?
Absolutely.
Okay, now we go to the next section.
Actually,
that I've
wait.
highlighted.
Let me go back real quick. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the net premium? Is that the one that you're looking at that you think is the total amount that we're owing, or is it this value right here, the 5169? That's the total amount of debt that's due. Which one are you seeing?
It was the total of the net premium, but this document was as of December 31st, 2021, and AMC has since renegotiated debts to have that lower. It's 5.2 now.
Okay.
It says 5.5.
Yeah.
Just below net premium, it says 5.5, but that has now been lowered by 300 million.
Okay, so that was the number. 5.5 was the number that I was coming up with, and because some people were saying 6, and some people were saying 5, and I was like, well, I guess it kind of makes sense a little bit because it looks to me when I read this that it's right in the middle at 5.5. So I was having a difficult time coming up with a number, and then you had said something last night that I keyed in on. I was like, yeah, okay, that was the same number that I came up with as well, and I was like, okay, cool. So I just wanted to make sure I confirmed that with you because where did the other you said that they just they lowered it by just renegotiating to 5.3.
That's
Or
correct.
or five
It's down to
5.2.
5.2.
Okay.
Yeah, when AMC renegotiated certain debt that pushed it out to 2029, they did that in January or February of this year.
Yeah.
They also were able to chop that down by about 300 million.
Yeah. All right.
And they also had some shares last year that were converted from debt into shares, right? So that it was Silver Lake and others. So it should be around 5.2 right now. But if it's 5.5, it's still okay. It's not 10. Okay,
Right.
but 10 is what you see on the balance sheet of the liability section, but that's not the debt that we owe. I really just say this because I don't want people to think, oh my God, Pantheon said we owed 5 billion and now we owe 10 billion. How are we going to ever pay this off? No. We did not add $5 billion of debt.
Yeah.
But it's correct to say it's on the liability section of your report. Okay. So we'll jump to the next one. And here it says for an important section. Now, we're talking about the senior secured credit facilities. So this debt is due in certain time frames. And as we saw, I'm sorry, if you could scroll back up, Casey, into that note 8. My apologies. There's one thing more I should flag on that. What this is on note 8 in the Form 10K, it goes through all the different types of debt. Now, when I got a hold of John Merriweather, I knew about this, but he pointed me out to this and explained for which pieces to take a look at. So he was very helpful. If you want to see all of the debt that AMC has, in case you already had that up, you can see the first lien secured debt, the second lien secured debt, the subordinated debt. I'd encourage everyone, take a look at that. And take a look at that. And if you're not sure what those things mean, just look them up. For first lien secured debt, second lien secured debt, it's a little good. It's some good homework for people just to take a look at and kind of learn a bit, because we want to teach you how to fish, right? Not just hand it to you, but that's a piece. And that tells you, but this breaks you through everything that AMC owes. And then you can actually dig into each one of these separately to see what the terms are of each of these debts. Okay. Now we'll jump to the next box. I swear we're almost wrapped up.
That's cool, man. Take your time.
The company may voluntarily repay outstanding loans under the senior secured credit facilities at any time without premium or penalty, except for customary breakage costs with respect to LIBOR, LIBOR, loans under the senior secured credit facilities. What does that mean? That means if AMC has the money, Top Gun Maverick kills it, and so does Thor, and so does, Black Adam and blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden they got a pile of money. Let's just say that works out. All of a sudden they go, we got all this cash. We can start paying these things off early. They can absolutely do that. Okay. Now, as of December 31st, 2021, the company was in a covenant suspension period under the senior secured revolving credit facility and the Odeon revolving credit facility, which we already discussed. And that's the stuff that takes us till March 31st, 2023. Okay. Now, the next box you'll have is stuff we've already covered, but it's in the document twice. I'm not going to reread all of that. But again, it's talking about what we're going to need to meet as of March 31st, 2023 to be in effect for reporting come June 30th, 2023, which matches what Adam Aaron said in the opening segment of audio clip from the Q1 earnings call, where he said June 2023 is when we can start issuing dividends, provided they meet the 35% principal amount. Okay. The next document is a separate document, which is 167 pages.
Oh my.
And yeah, we're not going through all that. But
no, it's not that. It's just that I can't believe you went through all that already. That's crazy.
So this right here, I actually broke all this in the Think Tank Discord early afternoon, and then after a few hours thought, and I messaged you, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought, you know what? I'll just jump on and go through it. Why not? Hadn't been on for about 10 days, so it felt nice because I don't want to go on if there's nothing to talk about. Okay. Glass Trust Company LLC is the company that is owed this debt. This is $1.5 billion of our debt, or you could see here $1.462 billion. Okay, so we'll just say 1.5. It'll work. This is the company that we owe 1.5 billion to, and this is the company that put up the 72.5 million and accepted 50 million to wipe that piece of it off. So, people saying, well, it's only $70 million of $5 billion. Yeah, but guys, still, it's $7.25 million a year of interest we don't have to pay. It's all positive. Now, it's not going to kick off the MOASS, but this is good news. This is steps in the right direction.
Yeah.
So when we scroll down to the next piece, you're going to see it says section 4.06. This is the part that everyone, please listen. If you're going to listen to anything my annoying voice says, this is the part that we want to look at. Section 4.06A says the company will not permit any restricted subsidiary to pay or make directly or indirectly any dividend or other distribution, whether in cash, securities, or other property, with respect to any equity interest in the company or any restricted subsidiary. What Part A is saying to you is you can't issue a dividend, whether it's cash, whether it's stock, or whether it's an NFT, okay? Because that would qualify as other property.
Right.
Now, if you stopped right there, you would then come out of this and say, there we go, I've got the answer. There will be no dividends issued until this particular debt is paid off, which isn't coming due till 2026. However, that's boilerplate language. What you got to do is go to the next section, which is 4.06B, and this is the notwithstanding section. Notwithstanding being a legal term that basically says, I know this section said something, but this section overrides it.
Yeah, except
right,
when.
Thank you. There you go. And in the section B, so someone might say, wait a minute, why would they put that and then put in a notwithstanding section? That's just how these documents are written. There's boilerplate language, and then they fill it in after, right?
Yep.
So section B, notwithstanding, section B3 says the company may declare and make dividend payments or other distributions payable solely in the equity interests other than disqualified equity interests of the company. Equity interests being shareholders, and disqualified equity interests meaning if your debt can be converted to shares. So we have a notwithstanding clause that says except you can't make dividends, except you can make dividends if it's dividends to the equity interests. So that's the important part. When you're searching through these documents, it's 167 pages, but you just got to be careful because there will be clauses upon clauses upon clauses, and that's why the DD's never done. And unfortunately, you got to read the whole thing. This is not a shot at anybody in particular at all. Nobody screwed this up. I just want to make sure the right information's making its way to the people, right? So that's the notwithstanding clause. Now, we've got some definitions in here. We don't have to go through this, Casey, just equity interest and disqualified equity interest in case people wanted those, but we've defined those. So if you scroll down to the next page, we're almost done. This is the last page. Now, the specific indenture can be redeemed early prior to June 15th, 2023. And that's where we talked about the tinfoil hat portion, sorry, a little bit earlier. Persian. So this again tells you the 2026 debt, which by the way does not restrict us from issuing dividends, but that could be paid off early if we felt like it. And if you pay it off in 2023, it's 106% redemption price. 2024 is 103%, and 2025 and thereafter, coming when it's due in 2026, would just be 100%. So if you pay it off early, you're going to have to pay 6%. But remember, this is 10% slash 12%. There's two different portions of this debt. So is it worth it to pay a 6% premium to close it off if you have the cash? Yeah, because you're going to pay 10 or 12% per year for the next 3 years on that same money anyways. So you'd be better off paying it off if you had the cash and if you met all the requirements, right? You can't blow all your cash to pay one piece off. But if the more we continue to buy concessions, buy tickets, and AMC continues to make profits, the faster we can pay off these things, which is fan-freaking-tastic. Jana, Hanzo, how you doing this morning? Nice to see you here. Okay. Now, one last thing is the Adam Aaron tweet I want to show, because this goes against part of the things I say. But I got to be fair, right? The key is don't expect AMC dividends in 2022. But we don't need a dividend to MOASS. We don't need a dividend to squeeze guys. That's something we have to be careful with, right? But as for an NFT dividend, remember Adam Aaron's tweet from December 9th, 2021. NFTs are a superb idea, but not a 1 per share security token NFT dividend. As repeatedly described on Twitter, it is likely illegal, breaches our debt covenants, and or exposes AMC to huge litigation risk. We can't do it. Beware of concepts that sound easy or too good to be true. Now let's put that tweet in context. That's when Mark Cohitis was out there trying to say, let's use T0 and get the and do the NFT through that. And Adam Aaron wrote the letter to him saying, stand down. And I so appreciate that Adam Aaron did that. That was the correct move by our CEO, folks. And I'm not going to get into that, but that really was the right move. Now, is it illegal? No, it's not illegal because it's been done through overstock. We know it's not illegal, but that's okay. Number 2, breaches our debt covenants. We've clearly showed you that until March 31st, 2023, it absolutely would breach the debt covenants, right? And does it expose AMC to huge litigation risk? Yes, it would, because litigation risk at this point with the current debt covenants is not allowing it. But the litigation part that we have to remember is when Overstock did an NFT dividend, and yes, it's called an NFT dividend. I know there's other YouTubers that will say that is not a dividend. That's fine. But what it did was it had a portion of the court case being, do you classify an NFT as a security? That didn't get cleaned up in court. That got thrown out at the end of the case when Overstock was allowed to kind of, after 5 years of litigation, kind of move on. And they won the case, but they didn't win that part. They didn't lose that part. It still has not been determined in the courts whether an NFT is considered a security. Why is this important? Because if it's considered a security, you have to associate a dollar value to it and allow the shorts to pay cash instead of providing the security, right? So that's the portion that the hedge funds were suing Overstock for. And that did not get wrapped up in court. That got dropped. So if AMC were to issue an NFT dividend right now, let's just say they did, in theory, that lawsuit would come right back up into AMC's face because they would want to classify that. What they would want to do is say it needs to be classified as a security because if it is, now you have to give us a cash value. We can just drop cash in people's accounts and not have to worry about finding more than 516.8 million NFTs, okay? Now, there's tinfoil hat stuff we could talk about later if you want, about how that could be done in AMC's favor, but I think I've talked quite a bit for the time being. So that right there, fire away, Casey. What do you got?
I actually don't have anything. You've done a great job of presenting this and making it very easy to understand what's going on here. The pounce is not going to be a dividend for sure. But what's happened with the 72.5 million shared debt reduction is definitely a huge step towards getting there. And who knows, like you said, with the tinfoil hat, who knows what the pound's going to be, but paying off more debt would certainly get us to that position.
And what I want everyone who's listening to keep in mind, August 4th, Q2 earnings for AMC. If they come out in the Q2 earnings and say, we've negotiated a ton of debt and we've changed some of the requirements based on I just want to make sure you get the senior secured revolving credit facility. This would be announced in the portion where the gentleman, the CFO, comes in and puts everyone to sleep. Okay. In the Q, that's what Tony always says, and Tony's hilarious. He's right. That's like Adam Aaron talks, the stock goes up. That guy talks, the stock goes down. Then Adam talks and it goes up. Listen in the Q2 earnings call on August 4th. If they talk about renegotiating debt or paying down debt and say anything about senior secured revolving credit facilities, your ears should peak up. Because if they've somehow, we went back to that tinfoil hat thing, if they've somehow managed to renegotiate this, extend it out, do whatever, well, that changes the situation regarding dividends earlier. If they don't, June 30th, 2023, and we've heard it right from the CEO's mouth. Cha-ching.
Yeah.
Now, would everyone here, you don't have to watch my video now because we just covered all of it.
Well, if you wouldn't if you wouldn't mind putting in a link into the video in case anybody wants to link to it or something like that, I'd appreciate it. If you could put that in the comment section, and I'll actually I'll pin it to the top in just a little bit here. Actually, once you put it up there, I'll pin it to the top, and then we can have it there so that people can go check that out. But it is time to check out the numbers, so let me do that as well. I'll wait for you to go ahead and put that link in there. I'll post that up to the top, and then we'll take a look at our morning's numbers. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Casey. Can I hang out for a bit?
Absolutely, man. I would love that. I always love having you here. Let me log back into Fidelity real quick, and I will take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. I've had 2 times now where I've had problems with it with Fidelity. I have not had a problem with it since, and I think I know a workaround for it, 2 different workarounds for it should it happen again. This is what I mean about breaking your broker platform. If you can find flaws now and find workarounds, that's ideal. You don't want to be panicking in a situation where MOASS is happening and you can't log into your account and you're panicked, and you want to have phone numbers available for you. Just be ready. Prepare yourself. The MOASS checklist that I have available in the description box is a great checklist to go through. Prepare yourself, have that checklist, start going through the checklist and checking off the check marks and making sure that you're ready and prepared for anything that may happen in the future. Taking you guys over to the other page here, let's check out the numbers. Let's see here. Starting with the top left-hand side. Actually, give me just a second while I move a couple pages around. You don't know how painful it was last night, Pantheon, as I was scrolling through YouTube videos that were just kind of like funny things with my wife, and then I suddenly saw your live come up, and I was like, it was that moment to where you're watching fun stuff with your wife, and you want to watch something else that she's not going to enjoy, and it's like you're torn. I think she kind of knew because she got up and went and did something with the kids, and as soon as she did, I took that opportunity to turn on the live, so I had a chance to watch some of it. But it was kind of funny. I was like, hey. Price prediction, guys. Monty and I are lagging a little bit here on price prediction tally points. Eric and Keto are leading the way this week. And price predictions for the day today. Let me make sure I entered in Eric's correctly in here real quick just to make sure. I think I don't have his number in. Hold on one second. He texted it to me earlier. I just never had a chance to put it in. All right. This is just for fun, guys. 4Apes trying to figure out what the price is going to be every single day with a $3 spread. I've got 1701 to 2001. Eric's got 1680 to 1980. Keto has 1678 to 1978. And Monty has 1725 to 2025. So Keto's picking up the bottom end, and Monty's got the top end. We've got everything covered from 1678 to 2025. So we got a pretty good range in there. If the price does drop significantly, though, we would probably end up all missing. Short exempt volume day over day went up and is at 461,000 shares. Utilization, congratulations to us. We are now day number 113 days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase yesterday was a 7.09% increase in day. That's the marking of one of the 3 days that we need in a row of 5% or greater. So we only need a 3% increase today to make that two of three, in my opinion. Taking a look at Max Payne, which is right below me down here. We started out this week at about 14.5. Wait, 14.5 to, yeah, I think we started out at 14.5, and then I think we went to 15.5. Oh, no, that's right. Today's Thursday. We went 14.5, then 15, then 15.5, and today's 16. So we've gone up 50 cents every single day this week since we've been trading. And the off exchange data for this morning. We're about 20 minutes past where I would normally look at these, but I would expect somewhere around maybe 46, 47% in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. I can almost guarantee those numbers are going to be high. Oh my gosh. EDGX is super high. Let's add up these numbers. We got 50.47 going through the off exchange and 17.22% going through the EDGX, giving us a combined total of 67.69% of a portion of our off exchange trades going through there. That's pretty significantly high. It's not as high as we have seen in the recent past, but it is still a lot. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, 190.584 million shares owned by institutions today. Let's give that a refresh and see if we've got any new 13F filings since market open. No new filings, still the same value. Taking a look at some of the Ortex data. So far this morning, shares borrowed. By the way, they borrowed. Took a screenshot last night before I went to bed just because I kind of was curious what it was going to show up as. And the final digit on showing up on Ortex was 2 million shares. It was slightly less than that when they reported it this morning. They were reporting, I think it was 1.8 million. But I'll look at it here in just a minute and tell you for sure. But so far this morning, there's 245,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.64%. Cost to borrow max is at 11.38. Cost to borrow average is 10.58, and min is at 9.87. When I took the screenshot last night, guys, I just want to let you know that the reporting on CTB max was up to 34%, meaning that there was at least one institution out there that was low on shares, reporting low on shares, and that's why the interest rate was so high. In this particular case, max is back down to 11.38, so that must not necessarily be the case any longer. Shares on loan is 140.06, and the day before, on loan amount was 138.5. So we're looking at 1.5 million shares roughly, in addition to what we had on loan from yesterday. Taking a look at the options. Yesterday, our highest volume was at a $17 strike price. Today, it's at 18 for calls. And there's currently 14.4 thousand contracts, which is definitely elevated. I would expect to see maybe around 5,000 contracts maybe by now. We're almost 3 times that amount. As far as puts go, highest amount of volume is at a $17 strike price. There's 7.4 thousand contracts. That's the same value for the strike price as there was yesterday. Actually, I'm going to put 7.5 because it's really close. So we have almost a 2-to-1 ratio in call volume versus put volume, and about $1 spread. The market's kind of indicating perhaps a closing price between 17 and 18 for the end of the day today. As far as utilization goes, there's your 100 and what did I say? 113 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, here's your increase day over day from 138.5 to 140.06. On loan average age per day is still dipping. And the exchange reported short share interest of the free float day over day increased from 18.52 to 18.63. Security lending volume was about half of what it was from the previous day. Failure to delivers, as of today, the amount of pressure that would be applied, it would be a little bit less than it probably was the last couple days. And that's probably going to remain the same until tomorrow. Wait, today's the 21st. No, until Monday. That pressure will probably remain the same until Monday. as tomorrow is only just under, it's 900,000 shares and then 857 on Monday. On failure to delivers. Orders by Fidelity customers. So far this morning, AMC is 8th most heavily traded stock by orders with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. I like to see 60-40 or higher, so it's a little bit low. GME is coming in at 13th with a 73% buy to 27% sale. I have a feeling we're going to see a little bit of a redistribution between these two, potentially. Although with the price of GME getting cut into quarters by tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do because it's, let's see, they're probably trading at, what are they trading at? $150. So we're looking at like $37.50 a share by tomorrow. So it may actually continue to keep up high volume and trades just because of the fact that the price has been reduced. We'll see if that's the case about 24 hours from now. Trigger price for SSR is $15.77. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return shares, borrowed another 50, another 100K out of the availables. And the ETFs have only been returns. So far for the day today, I've seen about 1.9 million shares borrowed, according to Stonko Tracker, at a 7.6% fee. It was 7.8% earlier. Currently, there's 100.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 46.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 66.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 5.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Look at that big red screen. Let's see what do we got going on here. NASDAQ is down 0.62, Dow Jones is down 1.01, S&P 500 is down 0.7. If people are wondering why we're heading down, we're tied very heavily to the market right now. So when the market goes down, we're probably going to tend to go down with it. Decliners currently at 4,326 and advancers 2,347. The VIX is up 1.88. IWB is down 0.73. IBD is down 0.86. IWM is down 1.34. Tesla's up 5.03. Amazon is down 0.84. Cinemark down 0.21. Doge is down 3.99. Bitcoin is down 3.6. GameStop is down 5.31. HYMC is up 2.84. Hood is down 1.59. NCMI is down 2.59 and AMC is down 2.34. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $8 million more roughly in outflow than inflow. 16.28 million shares having been traded so far. The volume is a lot higher than I would have anticipated based off of pre-market volume. I could only suggest that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million, but let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After an hour and 3 minutes, so 63 minutes of trading. We're on pace for about 100 million shares traded for the day today. That pace will slow down throughout the day, more than likely, and when it does, it might end up around 60 to somewhere between 50 and 60 million if I had to guess. So it looks like the prediction is going to be a little bit on the low side, but I'm always okay with being low. I just don't like being high. On the weekly indicator, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.65, which is average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.16, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of the two values on Vortex indicator currently with a slightly below average 46.94 RSI. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers within the last 2 hours, and RSI at 39.79, which is below average. So everything above an hour time interval is above average on RSI. It looks like everything below 30 minutes is going to be below average. So we're getting a little bit of a cooling off on RSI right now is what this is turning out to be. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.07 after having signaled oversold. And taking a look at the Ichimoto on the hourly, we have this is such a weird look right here. We have the conversion line above the baseline. We have lagging line above the price line. These are all good looking indicators on those particular portions of this indicator. However, prices dropped down and touched, and now dropping below the baseline, which is usually a big sell sign for day traders, day/swing traders. So if there's anybody who held through this, who's a day/swing trader, they're probably getting rid of their positions or have already gotten rid of their positions. And we'll probably see the price continue to drop, possibly into the cloud, where there'll probably be some uncertainty as to how far the price will drop. I do have SSR set up down here on the page at $15.77. I'm going to get rid of the 16. No, I'm going to leave 16.50. That was our old value that we needed to break upwards to know we were getting new highs. I'm going to leave that there for now. It does appear, real quickly, since I'm here on this, actually I'll look at it on the 4 hour. Let's look at the Ichimoto on the 4 hour, and then I'll show you my indicator on the ascending parallel channel that we're on. On this Ichimoto on the 4 hour, we've got the lagging line above the price line, conversion above the baseline, but price has just been crawling up this conversion line the entire way. This is not bullish. This is actually a bearish sign when you've got price hitting on the conversion. If I were to look at this and from an outsider's perspective, like if I didn't have a position on AMC and I was just day trading or swing trading or whatever it was that I was doing, if I was just an outsider in general, I'd look at this chart right here and I would say somebody doesn't want somebody in this position. Somebody doesn't want FOMO buying to come in here because the price is maintained right along this conversion line. It's just enough suggestion to the price may push back down soon. So it's almost like they're trying to keep somebody out of this, keeping as many people out of this as possible. Is what I'm seeing here. It's not very often you watch the price line crawl up a conversion line this long, and we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days now. That's very abnormal. And you've even got points in here where price touched the baseline without ever actually slipping down below it. Super serious warning signs here that the price is going to flip the other direction. But then, let me show you what we're also doing. This is a hot mess. So I've got, let me get rid of the Ichimoto. It'll help. I've got a really long trending ascending parallel channel, which is bearish. When price does break out of this, it should break out down below this channel. I don't know when it's going to happen. I just can say that it does appear that there's an ascending parallel channel that we're on here with multiple touching points at the top, several touching points on the bottom as well to indicate that we are in this channel. So when it breaks out, it should break out going down. Usually it's around a fib, not always, but sometimes it's around a fib level of support or resistance. So we did break past 1743, which is a level of support that we've touched down on a couple times. Did break down below it. Looks like we're retesting the top side of this Fibonacci. We'll see if it breaks through. And with that, I can read what it is you guys are saying again.
Hey, Casey.
Hey, what's going on, man? How's it going, Mediocre?
Pretty good. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. It's quite all right. Pantheon, I
Since
think,
you're
is in
talking
here.
about a chart.
Did you see Pantheon? Is he in here?
Yeah, I seen him. I was listening to him. Hey, Pantheon, how are you?
Hi, Mediocre. Haven't talked to you in a long time. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been really busy with personal stuff. I'm gonna be coming back here soon. But I wanted to show you guys something. Well, you could bring it up on your chart if you wouldn't mind, Casey.
Yeah, share your screen, man. Just make sure you don't have anything on there that's not kosher to
Hold
share.
on,
I'll
let
watch
me
what
get
you
the
put
right
up
one.
first.
Yeah, I will. Hang on.
This
I
is
forgot I could do
becoming
that on.
that's becoming one of those days you're happy to get out of bed. It's good to see you, mediocre.
Thank you. Hey, good stuff you were sharing earlier.
Oh, thank you.
Let me adjust my screen here so I can just make it just a chart so I can show you what I'm talking about.
I feel
Gotta
honored,
remove some.
guys. Like legit. Like I'm just letting both of you guys know. I feel honored that you guys are here today to share and just spending time together. I guess I think this is really cool. I think this is really awesome.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt your stuff. You know how I am. I don't like doing it.
I never consider. I feel like we're making history. I feel like we're making history, and I think this is just really cool to just document history. So I feel like this is like show and tell. It's show and
You
tell for
bring people
history.
together, Casey. You bring people together, Casey. It's
I,
beautiful.
I try. I try. It doesn't always work, but I try. And I think that there's more than just me that tries to do that as well. I think that there's a lot of people in this community. Boss Blunts does an amazing job of pulling people together. I mean, you can't call it a think tank and not like invite people in to talk about things and think. You know, that's what it's called, is a think tank. I think that's really kind of cool. I like what he's done. You there, mediocre?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just working in the background.
Okay.
I'm trying to hide some stuff I don't want everybody to see. You know what I mean?
I understand. I wouldn't want you. That's
Yeah,
why I was going to
I ain't
preview
doing
what you
that.
had, so I wouldn't. I didn't want to, give up your address or something.
No, that's not on there. All right, that should work.
Kathy says it's not mediocre
Good shot.
trader, it's mediocre trader, and she's probably right. Like the way that I say it doesn't come off very well because speech. It's tough for me.
We're good. Let me share my screen here.
All right,
You see my chart?
I do, and let me see if I can't. I'm gonna try and pull you up on an interview page. That's not what I wanted. Let's see here. Hold on one second.
Maybe I'll start on this one right here. Let me start here.
Oh.
We'll do that. Monty and them all know this because I kind of showed them all the time, and he's smart. And he knows, you know.
Yeah, I think I got you pulled up now.
You see it?
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on the 4-hour chart. As you can see, we crossed over the 4-hour chart back here on July 8th, and we've stayed above the 200 the whole time on the 4-hour chart. So we've been very bullish, right? So I just want everybody to see this is the daily chart, and we are getting extremely close. Let me just do this real quick to having a move, in my opinion. So let's zoom in on this. Okay. So here's the 200 EMA, exponential moving average, sitting at $19.53 and dropping. So just saying, you know, we're what? We're trading at what, 1787 or something right now?
1742.
1780 or something. Yeah. So, you're talking a couple bucks. We already made it up to 18 and change today. So we're extremely close. We're within $1. If we cross that, if we get across this, we're gonna move, in my opinion. And I just wanted people to know that if you Google 200 moving average, it's gonna tell you that basically that determines if a stock is bullish or bearish. Blah blah blah. You can read it for yourself. I don't want to pull it up, but I figured I'd put that out there for you, and that's what I look at. So we're already above the 200 on the 4-hour, which makes us bullish as soon as we cross on the. And that's the other thing I wanted to explain is like we keep compressing the 200 down and down and down, right? Our last run up, if you look, let me see. Let me change this so I can move this chart around. So you won't be able to see it on this one. You'll have to go to the 4-hour. Give me a sec. I'll show you on the 4. Switch back to this real quick so I can zoom. Zoom feature on this is a pain in the ass. We need a little bit more. All right. So when we came down last time, we were trading below. We got this run up. We passed the 200 here, pulled right back. See it?
Mm-hmm.
So on this cross up, so the 200 kept coming down, and this is on the 4-hour chart. So when we crossed here and got back above the 200, look at what the 200 did. It start to move back up, right? So that and the 4-hour sitting at 1431. So the 200 on the daily chart is going to keep coming down until it gets to the stock price. It's just that simple. When we cross over on it on the daily, it's going to be extremely bullish, in my opinion.
Yeah. I like the analysis.
I don't know if anybody else was looking at that, but I figured I'd put it out there. But just like I did last time on this run up. I don't know. That's what I would be looking at. And that's what I'm watching. That's really all I had to share, really.
That's awesome, man.
You guys,
I like the technical analysis on that. I don't look at moving averages as much as I should. And I know moving averages are extremely important, and very historically very accurate at showing moves. So I appreciate you for adding to that because I don't cover that as much as I should. It's just kind of one of those things for me where oh, is that Bollinger Bands you got set up there?
yes, I do.
Yeah. What just out of curiosity, what do you have let's see, that's on a daily, and what's the oh no, 3
This
minute.
is a 3-minute right here.
3 minute, I see. 3 minute,
Yeah.
and what's your Bollinger Band Sigma set up for?
Just stock, whatever it came
Standard.
with. I didn't change
Okay.
it.
So it should be a 2. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we crawled down the
So,
backside of that Bollinger Band pretty hard this morning.
See, our high of the day is 1831, 1837, I mean, right here.
Mm-hmm.
So, the market's starting to go down, so they pushed the whole thing down, but I imagine it's going to come back. And if we start getting up past, see, here's a 13, so I use a 1348, but if we get up into this range, in the 13 and the 48 and the 200 come together and we get past that, it's going to run back up. In my opinion.
Just so everyone knows, from $11.09 that we had, I forget when it was, the exact date on that, but from that time, well, let me just pull it up and see real quick. From that time until now, the 1837 would have been 65.6% up, which is pretty significant. But the last time when we were at 1109, the date on that was 613. So a month and a couple, month and a week. So 5 weeks. 5 weeks later, we're up 65.6%. Not bad.
Yeah, I think we're in good shape, honestly. I think we're going to keep moving. I like that stuff Pantheon was talking about today, though.
You know what?
I haven't been paying much attention, to be honest.
The whole debt covenants and issuing dividends has been such a hot topic for such a long time. I know a lot of people really, really want to see that. I think people want to see a dividend really bad. I think the interesting thing that we're going to see here that's going to have happen with GME with their dividend issuance, I think that's going to be interesting to see. I don't know that I would want the same kind of setup for AMC as GME's having, because that would cut our price. Like if AMC were to do exactly what it is, a 4-for-1, then you'd have to cut our price by, have to divide it by 4. If we were trading, maybe if we were trading in the I don't know, $100 range, I could see that happening, but I would hate to see it happen at these current prices. So I don't even know if I'd want a dividend, at least a stock dividend at this point.
I think we're going to have a pretty good earnings, to be honest. I think we might have positive EPS, I'm thinking.
That's what I'm hoping for. I really am hoping for a positive EPS. I think if we can get that I mean, we're down right now to negative 2.0669 according to Webull here, and I think if we can get that positive, the other one that I want to see is PE. I want to see that improve as well. If we can get those numbers to improve and potentially even into the positive range, I think those fundamentals will help draw in fundamental institutionalists into buying more shares of AMC, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah. I think it's going to happen. I don't know. The way Adam Aaron talks, it's been looking pretty good. He's excited. The way he's been talking about Maverick, Top Gun Maverick, and stuff like that. And there's still more movies coming that.
Yeah, and then I just want to say, the American Trader says, "Good morning, Pantheon. Great DD this morning. Thanks for breaking it down." Again, thank you, Pantheon. You didn't have to come on this morning, but I appreciate the fact that you did, and you took that time. I know that time is a precious thing, and so anytime that I know that people spend time here, I value that. I appreciate both you and Mediocre coming on and saying it as what you guys have to say, because your time is valuable, and I appreciate it.
Actually, I got a question. Maybe Pantheon or you can answer this. And Super Steven was talking about it as well. But in the 1930s, I believe, there was a law passed about, from my understanding, is that, producers of movies and stuff like that can't own movie theaters. And I guess that law is expiring in August.
Yes, the Paramount.
Yeah, you're talking about the Paramount decrees, right?
Yep.
Yes.
1948, I believe.
What kind of effect do you think it's going to have?
I am right in line with Super Steven, just another ape. And he's right here. he's right here. Actually, KC, if we could pull just another ape, Super Steven, in here, he could talk about it better than anybody else. Is that possible?
I think he has the ability. Let me just make sure. Is he not?
He's got mod status here on YouTube.
Okay, if he's got mod status on my Discord, let me check my Discord real quick and make sure that he's got mod status. If he does, he should be able to get in here. Unless you want to switch over to the back of the Big Tramp, we could always head to the back of the Big Tramp. I know Doug wants to say something as well. We could just call it a free for all.
Sure.
All right. Well, let's switch over to the back of the Big Tramp, and we'll give anybody who wants to have a chance have the chance to be able to say what they want to say. I'm curious what Doug's saying, something his boss is saying at his job, so I want to hear that too. But yeah, if Steven, if you want to head to the back of the big tramp, we'll meet you over there. Okay, disclaimer. Since we're in the back of the big tramp, here's the big disclaimer right now. Normally, what's said in the back of the big tramp stays in the back of the big tramp, but this is an open mic forum, so anything that's said here will be part of history.
Yes, sir.
So, having said that, fire away.
I just wanted to reiterate, and it's kind of like a threefold with what Pantheon said and what Mediocre Trader said. I want to bring back people on Dogecoin. Back in April, people FOMO'd in at about 8 cents, 9 cents. And then Saturday Night Live tweets came in before Saturday Night Live on May 8th. And Elon Musk with the tweets and the skit on Saturday Night Live brought it all the way up to 70 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And if everyone sold like I did, you would have made a killing. Okay. Well, now I bring this to bring that. Now you're seeing Adam Aaron's tweets. Okay. You're seeing uncertainty about the earnings. You're seeing that all of us have been holding since February or January of last year. They love to buy uncertainty. People love to FOMO in on uncertainty. The market makers love to buy in on uncertainty. And that's why the price action is going up, because everyone is buying into the unknown for earnings. And I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention and let them know that that could be very well the pounce. We don't know what it is, hypothetically speaking. No one wants to get sued. But if it follows the track of what Elon Musk did with his tweets and Adam Aaron doing his tweets, being the Dogecoin versus the AMC, everyone FOMOing in and buying in uncertainty, market maker, hedge funds, retail, and then for the pounce to happen and to see something, it could very well be the squeeze, or it could be very well the first leg up. I'm done now. Thank you.
No, that's great. That was Doug, guys. I always say Milo, and it's not Milo. It's Mellow Doug. Doug. Thank you for coming in and sharing. I don't know why in the world I ever said Milo, but it just, for me, it worked.
You're okay, Casey. If anyone else did it, I would have to look up their IP address and come after them.
Caitlin is saying, question, what effect will 200 Chinese companies delisting from NASDAQ cause? My guess is it would change. I would assume that it would probably, if they're tied to any kind of ETFs, it would probably change some of the ETF pricing, whether that be negative or positive would all depend upon those stock listings. But it would just simply take, I feel like most of what it would do is just take money out of the market. Stockwiz says you should invite guests. They're always invited, Stockwiz. It's just I have a very unique situation happening where a lot of people have a lot of things that they want to share right now. I think there's a lot of exciting things that are going on right now to be talked about, and so yeah, I think everybody's got something that they want to share, which is cool.
Casey, I've been talking about my part for what, 2-3 weeks now. Is that right, Doug? Oh, he left.
Oh, did he leave?
No, I took off my mic for respect.
Oh.
And he is correct. Boss is right.
Stop calling me that, Doug.
He's calling you boss.
Yes.
When he said boss earlier, I didn't realize he was talking about. I thought he was talking about Boss Blunts.
I love Doug. He's awesome. No, yeah, I mean, I've been watching it because what happens is it's going to keep dropping faster. The only way to slow the 200 down on the daily is to run the price back up. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to say this because I'm a skeptic. Okay, do I think it's going to run up past the 200 and keep running? It could, but it could also run up past the 200. stop like last time, and pull it back down. You know, that could very well happen. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I know that we should probably get a run out of it and be patient for it. But you know, just kind of watch and see what happens because you know they you know the market's manipulated in my opinion. I think every market in the stock market is manipulated. They do what they want to do. I think.
Let me ask you a question. This is putting you a little bit on the spot, and if you don't have an answer, that's completely fine. Don't feel like you have to answer this. But I had a question asked of me this morning. Are they hedging currently against an $18 closing price by the end of this week? Are you seeing that? I mean, basically, when I look at the open interest that I'm seeing right now, I'm seeing a hedge for a close somewhere around like maybe 1750 by the end of the week, but that's based off of a lot of really old data. Um, I'm also seeing, closing around 1750 on current volume as well. So I see both open interest and current volume all signaling for 1750, which ironically is exactly the price we're at right this very moment. So just out of
Well,
curiosity though, what are you seeing in regards to volume?
what I see happened is last week a lot of calls ran into money.
A lot.
So yeah, they had to cover those calls, which ran the price up again, which is forcing more calls into the money. So you're basically getting that gamma squeeze, and they're trying to control it. I think. I don't know. You know, I mean, you got to look and see what's in the money, what's out of the money right now.
Hmm.
Right now, those $17 puts are out of the money. If they could push it down below and put those in the money and knock all the calls out of the money, you know, I'm just gonna say this: Max Payne, in my opinion, is a real thing. You know, um, so I think they tried to use Max Payne theory, and I believe the market is manipulated 100%. In my opinion, that's what I believe. Period. And I got no qualm saying it, and I think it's the corruption is widespread from the government to the market to everybody. So I never really know what's going to happen. All I know is I can kind of see the algorithm, and so I can see what kind of is going to happen, but there's no guarantee because they can flip it at any time.
Hmm. I'm seeing a lot of murmurs of people saying Biden has tested positive for COVID. Uh, I a long, long, long
Well, he's
time
got.
ago, I had suggested that there could be a numerous amount of things that would cause markets to absolutely erupt, and that we would never really know what it is, and it could be anything from a president dying to and I wasn't trying to be funny, but to a volcano eruption. There's just tons of things that could cause a market to just absolutely go nuts and have instability. Um, you know, I you know I don't know if that's who knows. I know that he has really good. I'm sure he's got great doctors that are going to take good care of him. Hopefully he makes it through this okay, because I would never wish ill will on anybody. But I will say that I think it was who said this up here. Kathy says, I think it was Kathy. Hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure. Yeah, Kathy says, do we load the boat before earnings? And what I want to say to that, Kathy, is I'm not going to give you an answer to that. I'll just say refer to rule number 1, 2, and 3 in regards to making trades in this play. Provided that you're doing following those rules, I think that you're going to do just fine at whatever choice you decide to make. But make sure you're following those rules because those rules help to keep you safe. As
Yeah,
long as you,
I don't give people financial advice like that at all.
yeah, as long as you're doing what's good, making good trade practices, then I think then you'll do just fine. But I can't tell you what you should or should not do. It's your money, it's your choice ultimately, and I have to stand by that. I can't give you financial advice, unfortunately.
Same. Hey, I just want to go back to Biden real quick. Didn't he announce yesterday that he has cancer? That can't be good, cancer and COVID.
Some people said he
He
misspoke.
came out and said, yeah, he came out and said that, and the White House scaled it back, and now they come out and say it's another C word being COVID. So I don't know. I'm a little skeptical.
I mean, I'll tell you
I
what.
don't know. You know,
Mediocre, you've had. I mean,
I think it was the dementia talking.
you've had COVID recently. I've had COVID, what I think is twice, but at least once confirmed.
May I say something?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And this is just to reassure everyone. COVID, me and my wife has had 3 times in 1 year. And it's kind of like the super flu. And hypothetically speaking, whether you're vaccinated or not, it depends on your immune system and your chemistry. Everyone's immune system and everyone's chemistry is different. So I just want to reiterate and tell everyone that it is not what the media is practicing it out to be or propping it out to be. Just like the stock market is not what it's propping up to be. You will only know a little bit of the truth and not the whole truth. For if we knew the whole truth, then everything would be fair. And they don't want it to be fair.
My mom always used to say, "Who told you life is fair?" Because they lied to you. It's one thing that I'll never ever forget. I'd be like, "That's not fair," and then her answer to that was always, "Whoever told you life was fair lied to you." I remember that. I'll never forget it. But as far in what I was going to say in regards to if he does have COVID is that if he's not feeling well, I remember what it was like to have COVID, and I could definitely imagine misspeaking while being sick because I'm only 40 something years old and he's much older than I am. I can only imagine. It's taxing. It's very, very taxing on a person.
Yeah, it's no fun for sure.
Yeah.
Testing.
What's up, everybody?
I got a testing. Who I got? Well, we got a lot of people in here. We got Captain's in here, Hayden's in here, Super Steven. You've been requested
Hey, can you guys
to come
hear
in.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. I'm at work, so I got to keep this brief, but I love you guys so much that I had to jump in, and talk about this stuff. It's exciting.
You're up. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks,
Oh,
brother.
I love you, Super Steven. No homo.
Awesome. So for anyone who's confused, because Paramount Decree it's a confusing topic, but essentially what it is this. For the first time in 74 years, major film studios will be able to not only own movie theaters, but they'll have these, I call them special powers, over the box office. And that ranges from distribution rights to block booking to bidding between box office. They have more market share over international versus domestic. And depending on the type of movie it is, they can alter exclusive contracts. So like the contract that AMC has with Top Gun is obviously different than Paws of Fury. You know what I'm saying? So, but I also want to talk about who's going to benefit from the termination of the decrees, because it's going to change the entire landscape of how these guys do business with each other. So, like Pantheon said, whether it causes a MOASS or not, who knows? But what I do know is that Hollywood is going to fundamentally change the way they do business with these studios and box office. And it's really exciting. And I do want to touch up on one thing, if you don't mind, about AMC and ownership. So, can you still hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so a lot's been said about Netflix owning AMC or X company owning AMC, and I want to make this clear. This is my stance on this. AMC currently holds 25% of the market share in the box office, which is very powerful. Regardless of their balance sheet and all the stuff we already know, they have a lot of influence in the box office arena, and I don't believe Adam Aaron is willing to give it that up. It's the number one spot, and they have 950 theaters and like 12,000 screens or something. And in the movie theater industry, that's what it comes down to. How many screens do you got? Because if I got more than you, that's all that needs to be said, And enterprise value. I don't know if anyone knows what enterprise value is, but it's the market cap plus the net debt, and that would be like 11 billion for AMC. For me, that's a very expensive price tag for some theater or some, Netflix to try and come in and buy us. I just don't feel like it's a very realistic idea. I've just heard it on other channels that people are saying like AMC could just be bought out like it's some small enterprise or something. It's a conglomerate. It has a massive international presence. So I don't want anyone to think that we could be bought out. That's my main premise behind that. But that leads me into my second point about Cinemark. I know no one talks about Cinemark, but I actually feel like Cinemark is the stock to watch because it actually has the opposite of AMC. It's much smaller. The enterprise value of Cinemark is 3.7 billion. So instead of 11, it's 3. So I feel, and I'm going to talk about this in my upcoming live, that Cinemark is actually the weak link here. So if you're a studio and that is your idea to go after a movie theater chain, Cinemark is the weak link. And if they were to be hypothetically bought out, I feel, in a all cash acquisition, that could dramatically change the box office industry.
Steven.
But my last point is this. I want everyone to know that AMC has an advantage on everyone because of their international presence. Cinemark has almost no international presence. So even if, like, let's say that Netflix bought Cinemark, they know that there's no international presence there.
What about Regal Cinemas?
Regal, I'd put Regal at number 2 above Cinemark because they have a strong international presence. They're currently owned by the United Kingdom or Britain. The issue with Regal is they just don't expand enough. Like, remember I was saying earlier about screens? Like, AMC is they're literally buying the dip on all these mom and pop theaters and they're expanding. Regal's kind of stuck in the mud. They have their contracts. They seem very content with their current business, but they're not growing.
So there was something you had said earlier about AMC owns 25% of the market in regards to movies. And are you sure about that 25%? Yes. And the reason I asked that is because I pulled up Q1 reports because I was doing when we were going through the different things that we were going to be voting on. One of the things that I kind of keyed in on was earning reports, and one of the topics that I was kind of going to dive into is how much are people making within AMC versus within Cinemark as a cross comparison. And I touched kind of through the earnings, and it looked to me when I did it, when I had gone through how much was made on the books, it looked to me like AMC had a much more significant portion of the market than Cinemark, and I wouldn't say that it was more than 50%. It was more than double what it was Cinemark was making, and so I'm just kind of curious, like, are you sure about the 25% of the market, or how sure are you?
Well, that number fluctuates constantly because AMC is an acquisition machine. Bowtie Cinemas, I talked about them earlier. They're always looking to gain as many theaters as possible. So if you came up with 50%, I may have lowballed it there, saying 25. So I would say that it falls in between there, but it's a dynamic percentage.
I'm trying to find my old Word document that I have here to see, because I'm almost positive I cut and pasted out the differences between the 10G filings that they had. I don't know that I saved it. I may have actually just gotten rid of it. It's so funny. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I do work, and then some things I save, and other things I go like, oh, I'll never need that again, and then I end up needing it again, and I go like, why don't I just save everything?
Hey, Super Steven.
Yep.
Oh, no. God, please go ahead. Was that Doug? Go ahead, Doug.
No, Pathion, you have over me. Go ahead.
Oh, I have over nobody. I'm back in my cage. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to reiterate with what Super Steven was saying and give an update. On June 14th, 2022, AMC had 7,850 screens. Regal has 6,851 screens. Cinemark has 4,426 screens. Cineplex Entertainment has 1,676 screens. And Marcus Theaters Corp has 1026 screens. AMC is number one throughout the whole world, not just the United States of America.
Pantheon.
That's a good. That was a good point. Super Steven, I think something else that you may have already pointed out. I know you have in your videos. And by the way, it's great talking to you again, my friend. And by the way, Super Steven's next live stream is Sunday, so people make sure you check that out. It's going to be freaking lit. But Mr. Super Steven, so when you also talk about people potentially buying AMC, I know that that's not what you're saying, but others are saying it. Something to keep in mind is that Adam Aaron says we own, 90% of the float? Whereas when you look at the top 10 institutional owners of Cinemark, that's 53.89, almost 54% of the company is owned by the top 10 institutional owners of Cinemark. Two very different situations, right?
Absolutely. And that's why I feel like Cinemark is a target. If you're a studio and you're looking to acquire screens fast, Cinemark is a $3 billion company. It's not that much when you're dealing with a conglomerate like Netflix. I mean, I know Netflix's stock has recently dropped, but they're still considered the king of streaming, and they can reestablish their cash flow very quickly. So my eyes right now are actually on Cinemark, because I feel like if a studio is going to rear their ugly head against AMC, the path to do that is not to acquire AMC, it's to acquire Cinemark.
And when you look at the top 10 institutional holders, Citadel has added 53% to their stake. We've got Fidelity adding 28%. So you've got some people adding double digits. There's two others adding double digits, Orbis and Cloud Pension. Anyhow, point being, if you want to make a move on somebody, you don't make a move on somebody where 90% of the float's owned by retail, because that would have to come to us to a vote to accept. This could be a move that would be much easier. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Cinemark.
Absolutely, because put it this way, if someone came in with an all cash acquisition, that would be worth more than the current market cap. So that would drastically spike the share price of Cinemark. And it would be worth it for a studio to purchase Cinemark, because they could. Okay, this is the tinfoil hat, so maybe KC get that sound going.
Put it on. Okay, tinfoil hat's on.
All right, here's the tinfoil hat that I could see someone doing with Cinemark. Say Netflix, because they would be in a position to do it more so than Disney or the others. Purchase Cinemark, and they own those screens. I personally could see some kind of hybrid streaming membership system where, say you spend $10 a month for streaming, but for an extra $10, they could throw in like an A-list optional thing where you could stay at home and stream, or you can come down to our theaters and we'll only charge you $5 or $10 more. So they could bundle both. And like I said, tinfoil hat, but I think that's a business model that I believe they could be targeting if they were to successfully acquire Cinemark, combining the two.
Super Steve, you bring up a valid point I wanted to ask you in particular.
Sure.
So we're excuse me. We're talking about other companies buying out movie industries, getting screens, etc. And I've touched on this before in my own little circle. But what are your thoughts on partnerships? Because AMC has had 2 hits in the news about that between Disney and Netflix. Allowing Netflix to release their movies onto the big screen, but keep the streaming service for the television series. And that kind of, piqued my interest when you brought that up with Cinemark. Like, wouldn't a partnership be better than buying anything out?
From AMC's perspective, you're asking Sorry, could you reword that one more time?
Yeah, sorry, I get a little wordy. What I'm saying is, wouldn't companies benefit better by partnering up with AMC versus trying to buy out like Cinemark and Regal and stuff of that sort, since they are international?
It depends on the direction of their business model, right? So like Disney, they've honestly put all their eggs in one basket with Disney Plus. So they've made it very clear, not only on their earnings call, but just where they put their money, that they're not interested in exhibition. They're not interested in the box office. Disney also has so much going on with like theme parks and other stuff that they don't need the money from box office. Now, Netflix is different. They own two movie theaters. A lot of people don't know that. They have one in New York and in LA. So they already have put their mouth where their money where their mouth is on the idea of buying a theater. So if anyone, I view Netflix as a straight threat to get into the game. But here's the thing about buying a movie theater in 2022. It's very risky because you're buying, remember what we were saying about AMC, $3 to $10 billion, well knowing that your competition can put this on at home, right? So a lot of these people are weary of the idea of buying a box office. Now Paramount, I've talked about different. I'm gonna go in detail with them, but to close up your point, Paramount actually has a similar business model to AMC where they value the box office, and that's why they have exclusive contracts with actors, people who specifically benefit from the box office revenue. See, that's the thing, guys. Like, actors make most of their money from box office revenue and when they show up on the set. They don't make much money from streaming. So Paramount has diverted their business model slightly away from streaming to benefiting the box office with their exclusives. That's Top Gun, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Jackass, Scream, and The Lost City. So Paramount is favoring the box office. So that's what's leading me to believe that a partnership is underway with them. But it could very well occur with others. I hope that answered your question.
Somebody was mentioning what about AMC buying out or doing a partnership with Cinemark as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that can happen because of what do they call it when you own too much?
It's called a monopoly.
Yeah.
Yeah, monopoly.
Yeah, you
but
can't have that here.
here's a different spin on it for you guys. So Super Steven, you've done a very good job breaking down the Paramount decrees on your channel, and you also broke down the Paramount Consent Decree Review public comments on the Department of Justice website, where you broke down for us very well. There's a ton of small like family-owned theaters that are across the U.S. who have written in opposition of the Paramount decrees coming down. What's my point? My point is maybe we don't look at as we're tinfoil hiding guys, right? Casey still got it on.
No, I don't. I'm putting it back on. All right, go. Back on.
Monty's doing a great job in the chat, making sure people know we're tinfoil hiding.
Yeah.
So instead of looking at, and I'm not crapping on anyone's idea, instead of looking at maybe a Cinemark and AMC connection, what if Adam Aaron, who's, as you said, he's been a vacuum picking up all these theaters, what if he's been looking and talking at all of these small movie theater chains who aren't going to be able to survive in a world where the Paramount decrees are removed, and he's going to vacuum, he's going to hoover up a whole bunch of these profitable smaller theaters and make them AMCs, thus adding a ton more screens. What do you think of that?
I think it's a great. I think it's great as long as they're profitable theater locations. For example, like I went down to San Antonio not too long ago on vacation, and even pre me being an owner of AMC, when we used to go down to that San Antonio, or not San Antonio, I'm sorry, Corpus Christi. When we would go to that Corpus Christi AMC, it was just always in shambles. And so we went back a year later, and it was still in shambles. And then after I became an AMC owner, it was still in shambles. And it never really felt like there was too many people at that AMC theater. But all the other AMC theaters I go to have lots of people, and so I feel like AMC has dead weight on its hands that it needs to get rid of, but it also could pick up other movie theaters that are not dead weight, but they're just not pulling enough weight to keep those smaller mom and pop companies in business. So I think it would all depend on whether or not they, it depends on their revenue. And if he can cherry pick from the good ones, which I think is what he's been doing lately, if he can cherry pick from those as they're going out of business, then that's perfect.
Yep,
I don't
and
know how I feel
to
about that.
he's Adam Aaron for the last year or two. He has done a good job in switching the business model from quantity to quality. You
Yeah.
can tell that he's looking at minimizing the theaters that aren't making the money, or maybe geographically are misplaced, or maybe he feels that the studios will tack on certain fees at certain locations. So he's done a good job of eliminating or trimming the fat, so to speak, and keeping the theaters that are hustling and bustling, and you can see that with his laser light projections and plush cushions and all the stuff that he's doing to improve the experience. So what you've noticed is I've noticed that as he's acquiring money in cash, he's almost swing trading smaller theaters. Like he's buying them and reselling them, like ArcLight. He just got the Grove in Los Angeles
Right.
for any Los Angeles speakers. So he's picking them up left and right, but I think he is, if anyone, the most experienced in this line of work. So I trust him with that.
Remember
Here's what I
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so about picking up the mom and pop theaters. Okay, this is a bit of a two-edged sword. It's a great idea and a bad idea at the same time. So hear me out. I think it is a bad idea because when you have a bunch of movie theaters under AMC ownership, you're kind of pitting them against each other. You're sure you're bringing it about to more people, but I mean, how is that going to affect the budget for AMC theaters themselves versus just the company? Secondly, I think it's a good idea because there are really, really great movies that have come out in the past that aren't available anymore. They're on DVDs, VHS, and stuff like that. And I'm talking to like the Rocky Horror Picture Show fans of the world that want to go and enjoy what AMC's main thing is, selling the movie experience. So probably turn these old mom and pops to, like, I don't know, the old fashioned theater goers from, back during the 80s or something like that. Like the first Top Gun movie to be released in theaters after so long, stuff like that. Not to bring out like the new greatest best like Avatar 2 movies to these things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. What I don't think I was very clear when I was proposing that idea was not to hoover up all of them, but as Casey and yourself and Super Steven have very well said, you hoover up the ones that are profitable in locations where you don't have them as competition, areas where AMC doesn't have a presence.
Right.
That would be the approach. And I didn't say it that way. My bad, guys.
No, you're good. Actually,
Yeah, it's all good. I just want to make sure we were tracking together.
Yes, sir.
That leads me back to almost my my Christmas time question where I was asking people some trivia about AMC. I'm looking for it right now, and I probably don't have it listed up here, but there's actually I think there's like seven or five. I can't remember if it was 5 or 7 states where AMC doesn't even have a presence yet. And I think Mediocre is probably one of living in one of those. He doesn't have to say which one, but I think Mediocre can say straight off the bat that he's in one of those or near one of those states. Is that
This was pre-COVID?
No, you're right. He bought many theaters. They were actually what's that chain that Super Steven just said? I can't think of the name of it. Bowtie, yep.
It's 7 states: Rhode Island, Maine, Vermont, Mississippi, Alaska, Hawaii, and Wyoming are all states that do not have AMC's. Now, I think since his more recent purchases, I think maybe we might have dropped one of those off that list. But there's legit like 7 states where we don't even have a presence yet. I can understand Wyoming. No offense for those of you who are listening in Wyoming. Hawaii?
I can understand Alaska.
Hawaii, I don't understand that one. Like, I feel like there should be some presence over in Hawaii. Rhode Island, it's small. I get it, because they probably don't even have to drive more than 10 minutes to get to another state. And so
Yeah, they can be in Boston in a half an hour.
A hop, skip, and a jump away.
yeah, Maine doesn't make sense to me. Maine seems like a loss. Maybe it's hard for people to travel to movie theaters. I don't know. Vermont's another cold location where maybe people just can't travel as much. So maybe those might make a little bit of sense, like Alaska. But Mississippi, I don't get that one. That doesn't make any sense. Why no
See, and
love?
part of this discussion also is that there are small mom and pop theaters that are profitable now, but after the Paramount decrees are lifted on August 7th, which is 3 days after AMC's earnings, it's a different world for them, and they're going to have a hard time being competitive. And I would point people out to go to Just Another Ape's YouTube channel, that's Super Steven, and watch his video, AMC Stock Evolve or Die. Can I link that into the chat, Casey?
Always.
And don't leave Casey's channel to do it, folks. But check it out at some point.
Fine.
It's only
nobody's
it's only a
beholden to me.
It's only a 7-minute video. It's a very short video. He breaks down the important parts of what the Paramount decrees mean, and Super Steven is the one who broke this everywhere. Anyone else who's saying they heard it in their circles and they all got it from Super Steven. So I want to give this gentleman all the props on this, because he's breaking new information that nobody else did, and we should embrace that.
Thank you, Pantheon. And I want to say one thing about independent theaters. So yeah, it's going to be a completely different world, right? Now, here's the problem. So if AMC doesn't save these guys or consider buying them up or a partnership, etc., they could become competition. Like I was saying, so Netflix, someone's going to buy them. They're not going to just shutter completely. Maybe some, but overall, it's like Monopoly. Like you have pieces that just opened up, so someone's going to buy it. So I prefer AMC to be on the side of the independent theater, and I'll tell you why. Because when you shut out independent theaters, you shut out more than just the employees, the jobs, the building itself. You shut out independent directors. So I don't know if you guys watch like A24 Studios, some of the smaller independent studios. Like, have you guys seen the movie Uncut Gems?
Was that the one with
Adam Sandler?
Adam Sandler, I did. Oh my gosh, dude, that I don't want to give away the movie. I'm not going to give away the movie, but I just want to say that there's never been a time in my life where I hated Adam Sandler more.
Right. So my main point is Adam Sandler did a great job in Uncut Gems, but who was Uncut Gems directed by? You guys don't know, because he was an independent director. He wasn't a big name. So he went to an independent theater to get that movie played. But if Disney is block booking and all these studios are block booking, those independent directors are not going to be able to put their movies into AMC because they're going to get shut out. So the thing is you want to protect these independent theaters so that you can see movies like Uncut Gems, because if you block them out, if you take them out of the game and you take out the mom and pop shops, you're also taking out great movies like Uncut Gems. And what does that do? That decreases foot traffic, and it'll go across the board, and that will affect AMC over time. So I hope that Adam Aaron, after August 7th, is willing to, in some capacity, consider, some kind of assistance to these guys, because I don't want to see them all get bought up by a rival company.
Super Steven, can you explain to everybody what block booking is?
Oof. Okay. I'll do my best.
He's on the job. He's on the job right now, and doesn't have his notes in front of him. So I'm gonna go ahead and just and give you the card out here on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Pantheon. But I gotta exit.
In his tinfoil hat and all.
Yeah, I gotta exit the call, but I wanted to thank everybody on this call and everyone in KC's stream. Subscribe to KC, on here, and do all that. So.
No, man, it's all good.
I got to drop out, and I'll be still listening to you guys, so love you guys.
Well, I just want to say something to Super Steven before he leaves. Really go check out his channels. He's very informational, very wise. He has a lot of knowledge. I could put him almost to Pantheon and KC Shaw. So if you want a good group that would tell you the truth about this movement, I suggest that you go subscribe to Super Steven, Mediocre Trader, Casey, Shaw, and Pantheon, and no one else. Well, Tony Denario, but no one else.
This is turning into an advertisement, guys, and I don't want to. I mean, I don't mind you guys advertising your own channels and stuff, but I mean, I don't want anybody to feel like they're beholden to anybody. Like, you guys are all very, very capable people of deciding to make your own choices on who you want to watch and who you don't want to watch. And I think that what Doug is saying here is that Super Steven has some great information. Pantheon has great information. Mediocre has great information. Tony has. I mean, there's tons of people that have great information. Go watch them if you want to watch them. It's your choice. It's your money. You get to make informed decisions based off of the information that all of us have to provide. And I don't want anybody to feel like there's any just one specific. I left out all kinds of names. I left out AMC Bigums. I left out Boss Blunts. I left. There's Macedonian. There's so many names. It's like if you just start naming names, you got to name everybody. And it's just too many names. And it's just So I just.
Yeah, it gets overwhelming.
It does.
Super Steven, I just want to thank you for coming on, brother, and talking about it. I appreciate you, man.
I do too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Super Steven.
Thank you, Super Steven.
Everybody.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
And
I'll be listening for your block booking.
Yeah. Well, so I can explain that. So Super Steven knows what it is. He's just run out of time. Just to clear that up real quick, block booking is before the Paramount decrees came in 1948. The movie theaters had to follow what the studios did. The studios would come to the theaters and say, hey, you want Spider-Man 4 or Avengers 5? No problem. But you got to take these other 4 movies that you don't want, and you got to play all of them in your theaters. And the movie theaters would say, no, our audience doesn't want to watch, Buzz Lightyear #2. They don't want to watch that. They want to watch Spider-Man, the new Marvel movie. That's what will happen after August 7th is the studios will be able to block book the theater chains where the studios can say, you can have Avengers 5 because it's going to make $2 billion, but you got to take all these other movies that nobody's going to want to watch. And that's the force that comes to them with block booking, right? And that's what the smaller chains are going to have problems with that don't have a lot of screens. They're going to be like, wait a minute, I want to play Avengers 5, but I don't want to take these other movies on. I only have so many screens, right? I'm not going to be able to show Avengers as many times as I want. That's the issue with what's called block booking.
Yeah.
That's it.
Or even taking.
There's also time slots too.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. It's also taking like periods of time where if Disney says, hey, I've got Star Wars XXX coming out and I want you to put it out there for 3 months and tie up your movie screen for 3 months with this many screens. That's a lot of screens to be taking up and just tying up time when you could be putting other movies out that people want to see. So yeah.
Well, that's what Disney kind of has going on. So, I'm seeing a lot of previews for movies, and it literally says in theaters only towards the end of the commercials. If you guys are paying attention to that, we haven't seen that bit of advertisement in those commercials in a while, until AMC and other theaters and people start going back to the theaters. But Disney's doing the thing where they'll release their movie out in the theaters, and then 1 month later, they put it on Disney Plus. If people are patient enough, they'll wait instead of going to the theaters. But again, AMC's trying to sell an experience. So hopefully that kind of works to flush out some more time slots and some more screen dates for more movies to be pumped out, because, as soon as something becomes available to them and people like me are lazy, we'll just, I didn't have time to go see a certain movie and now it's out on streaming because I didn't have time for that. I got to watch it then and there.
Yeah.
Well, Casey, I don't want you to miss your numbers time. Are we over that?
We're already well past that, sir. I was contemplating right now, thinking about just waiting until 11 to do the 11 o'clock numbers, and then heading to break at 11:20. So I've already.
Yes, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Casey, it's Mick. How's things?
How's it going, man?
Can you hear? Yeah, not too bad. I'd just like to maybe bring up a few points, sort of with regards what I feel Adam Aaron's plans are with regards what he's done and where we're going.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of us have been in this place since the last 18, 20 months, and since then, look at what he's done in the time, or such a short time period. He's we've acquired new cinemas. We're launching popcorn. We've new laser screens and stuff gone in. He's also made venues available for hire and events, and some of the sports screenings. With HYMC, which is working out for us, and also the restructuring of the debt. So I think he's very aware of that this was initially a squeeze play, but he's now looking to try and also retain investors after this plays out. So he's tried to expedite the process. He's tried to set the company up in as best a footing as possible. And for me, it has changed, because originally it was a squeeze play, but now I very much so would be invested in the company after the squeeze happens, because of where I see it going. You know.
I do.
I agree with that, because imagine Adam Aaron taking AMC and putting it into blue chip status.
Exactly. So I think he's very aware that he has a certain amount of time to do these things, and he's done his best to try and future-proof the company and try and retain investors after this. Not literally just one day this thing explodes and the next day everybody pulls out of it. He wants to try and have a company which people are happy to leave money back in. So he has a company and he has funds to go forward with and strengthen the future of the company.
You know, one of the things that I think in regards to what it is that you're saying is that I know Adam Aaron has wanted shares in order to have a bigger war chest and also to pay down the debt that they have. I fully believe that when the time is right, he is going to ask us again. And we're going to have an opportunity. We're going to have an opportunity to make a decision about adding more shares. And to be quite frank with you guys, there is a point in time where I would say absolutely 100% yes to that. And I'm willing to continue to be a shareholder up until that point in time in some respect, because I want to be able to continue to help out the company and give them that opportunity to be able to do what it is that you're talking about retaining shareholders and also giving them an opportunity to continue to survive and flourish in the future. So, you know, and I'm not trying to suggest that anybody else needs to do what I'm going to do, but I do plan on retaining some type of ownership of AMC shares when this is all said and done. So I want to make sure the company continues to flourish. I don't want to see freaking Toys R Us and Blockbuster situation happen here.
Oh, we're well beyond that. We are well beyond that. Because that's kind of the mantra of this whole buy hold with us apes and everything. It's like, we know what our value is. We know that later down the line this is going to explode, even well after, MOASS. But as far as adding shares, I would agree with that as well. But we gotta get these hedge funds, out of here first, so we can completely have full ownership.
Yep, I agree.
I just
want to dovetail onto that point.
Yeah, go for it.
And this is something I've been walking around as I was listening earlier to Pantheon and you guys talk about that report and all the pages, and it's something that keeps sticking in my mind. I remember a long time ago the anti people against Adam Aaron, where he didn't want the MOASS because we'd all pull out. But what you guys just said about, I want to be a part of this company, and if it became a blue chip company, wouldn't it be a blue chip company if it did MOASS, because the price would obviously skyrocket? And yes, it's going to come down. It'll level off at a good spot. But if it levels off at a good spot and the prices and the shares are worth a lot, doesn't that increase in price erase the debt? And doesn't the debt being erased make us a blue chip company for all of us to want to stay?
Well, I don't think you have to erase debt in order to become a blue chip company. I think there's plenty of evidence to prove that there's companies that are blue chip companies that have massive amounts of debt, in contrast to maybe how much the company is worth. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I understand the sentiment of what it is that you're talking about, and I think that if they were to issue shares and collect on some of that as well and be able to make some money and be able to pay down some of their debt, um, or maybe not pay all of it off, but even just pay enough down to look profitable and have this massive war chest of money to be able to do something with. Uh, yeah, I mean, the company could I don't know. I know about blue chip. I'd love to see it happen. But we'll see as time goes forward what the company can do. I'm
But look
excited
at
about it
like a
though.
company like Apple. They have no debt. They could literally stop working for like 2 years and pay all their employees. I mean, look at my industry. Yes, all the airlines have debt and they say, no, debt's really good. But you know what's really good? A company like UPS that
Mm,
has money and they just buy airplanes straight up, no
hmm
financing.
Yeah, there is something to that for sure.
You know, that's
Which
like saying, I want to have a mortgage because I take the interest off my taxes. I'd much rather pay my house off in cash and never pay an interest rate.
Exactly.
hmm.
But I appreciate it. And I'm going to rewind this later so I can hear my horrible voice. I hate you, Pantheon. I want your voice.
me too.
I got nothing but love for you, Hayden.
Casey, I just want to say thank you for having me on the show again. Appreciate it. And Pantheon, thank you for the information you put out. And Super Steven, that was awesome. And everybody here who involved in the conversation. Doug, especially you, my bud. I'm going to take off. I got some things I need to take care of. And thank you for having me on.
Hey, mediocre, don't have a good day. Have a great day, man.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
one more time. All right, boss. I love you too. No homo.
Really good to see you here, mediocre. Really good chatting with you.
You too, Pantheon. Appreciate it. And Doug, keep it up.
MCon is asking, are we staying in the 17s? I mean, if you look at the volume, MCon, this is what I was talking about earlier. If you look at the volume current day on options, and you also look at the open interest volume, the midway point on both the call and highest amount of volume for the call and put options is at a 1750 valuation. It's like right down the middle. We got 18 calls, we got a large amount of 17 puts. So we're kind of really looking at that 1750 middle ground. Now, max pain is $16. But what you got to remember is that depending upon how many of those positions were open in the past, with theta decay, there are going to be positions that may be technically quote unquote in the money by strike price, but not actually earning money because theta decay has made it worthless. So the only thing that they could do with those shares or those contracts is to exercise them come tomorrow, which there's nothing wrong with exercised options. Would love to see that pressure be continuously put on market makers to find those shares, but we'll see. But as it stands right now, you can see I was just looking at this just a little bit ago when some of the guys were talking here. You can see that our volume is absolutely decimated under 60K. You've got like the last couple minutes here were 58 and 85, but the minutes before that were 23, 30,000, 19,000, 26,000. Our volume is, you can see the Bollinger Bands, like no volatility whatsoever. They want to keep the price right where it's at. We'll take a look at the numbers here in about 12 minutes. But yeah, 1750 does seem to be kind of a magic number at this point. Pantheon saying this group chat was not planned. This has been a real threat, a real treat, not a threat. I read that as a threat. This has been a real treat today. It has definitely been a real treat. This was not planned in any way whatsoever. Never even had something like this happen before. We've had so many great people come on to talk. If Tony's listening and he wants to show up, Tony.
When you have your tinfoil hat on, everything is a threat.
Mass was in here earlier, and we could have gotten him in here too. That would have been fun. I've always wanted to have a chance to. I think I've only had like one or two opportunities to talk to Mass. I always enjoy those interactions. He's a funny guy.
Well, you did tell me that you wanted me to announce it live when I felt that it would be okay.
Yes, sir.
So I guess if this would be the moment, if it would be okay with you.
Absolutely.
Me and my wife are having our first baby. She is a baby girl. She's 12 weeks pregnant. But the reason why everyone wanted me to share is because it's a miracle. She was not supposed to get pregnant. Diabetic, type 1, uh, overweight, thyroid problem. But through it all this year, and mediocre trader and the Discord that he has and KC, it's a miracle. And I thank you for the opportunity for me to share that, because we have come up with a name already and we're not going to change it. And we're going to call her Scarlet Rose.
That's awesome, man.
Because if you look it up, it represents encouragement, love, and compassion. And I say that to say this community being unified as one, buying and holding, listening to the people that are very wise in the movement, and this day happening today is all history. Like KC says over and over, we are a part of something that most humanity is not a part of. And we should be thankful that we know about the movement and that we have shares in the movement, and that we will not be shooken. We will not be shaken out of the tree, and we will buy and we will hold. And we are holding for a fair market. We are holding for all the people that only know 401k and banking system. So I encourage each and every one of you again, keep buying, keep holding, and keep listening to KC and Pantheon. They know what they're talking about.
I think we're holding for our children's future, and that's including Scarlet Rose. I agree.
Amen.
Congratulations, sir.
Congrats. That was beautifully said. Congrats.
I wish I was better at toasting, but I will mention since you've given me the permission now, since you've made the announcement, I will toast to Scarlet Rose later today. I apologize in advance if my toast is lacking. As you know, I'm a man of lacking of words. Actually, I'm not lacking of word. I'm lacking of good words. But I will make the toast later on today. So congrats to you, sir. Way to make history in your own way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And now I'm at a lack for words. I think that's so cool. That is so cool, man. I love it. I love sharing what you guys are doing. I have a surprise share that's coming up in the near future. I have a specific day where I think it's gonna happen. I'm not sure exactly when, but I do believe that there's going to be a day here where I have like a surprise share that I'm gonna do with all you guys here. And it's kind of a music related thing, which I think is really kind of cool. We've got a lot of talent in this community. I don't know if you guys, if you're part of the Discord, you've seen it. I mean, we've got people in Discord. Thick's been posting up some pictures in Discord that are just absolutely phenomenal, that have moving backgrounds that are just so cool. So many people with so much talent. I mean, I know making babies doesn't sound like an amazing talent, but I think it is, because I've got 5 of them, and I think it's an amazing thing. It's beautiful, and so I like sharing in all the things that you guys are doing. So if you guys have any moments in your life that you want to share, do it. Share, and I love to see what's happening in the community. We got about 6 minutes more before we take a look at the numbers here.
I think I'm going to go ahead and bounce out. I appreciate you, KC, for allowing me. It's a great honor and a great privilege. Pantheon, it's always been a great honor and a great privilege. And for the rest of you, thank you so much for the opportunity to come on live.
Hey, thanks for being here, man.
Doug, thank you for letting me be here while you released that news. That was amazing stuff, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Papillon.
Euroflex is saying, Casey, did you see the DRS BS that's going on right now? I did. If you look on the site, I actually kind of posted a little bit something about that last night before I went to bed, just because I knew that it was going to be maybe a hot topic for the day to day. If anybody's looking for advice on what to do about that, I really there's not much I can give in advice. All I would say is I think the one thing that I will say is that whatever you've been doing, just keep on doing. Don't change whatever it is that you planned on doing. With that kind of news, I think a lot of times people can make a lot of assumptions or draw a lot of conclusions from it, rash conclusions right up front. And I would just urge you to not make irrational decisions quickly based off the information that we're seeing off of that. Just remember your 5 whys. There may be a future that comes up here soon where people may be asking you why you're a part of AMC and should they be a part of it. And I think knowing your 5 whys and understanding why I'm gonna put somebody on the spot here. Who am I gonna put on the spot? Pantheon's still here, Hayden's still here, and Captain Awesome's still here. You guys, any of you guys feel like sharing your 5 whys? You guys have them? Silence. That's okay. You guys don't have to share your 5 whys. I'll share mine. My 5 whys. I've got them written down here. So, number 1, I wanted to be a part of a fair part of a movement that was here to fix a broken system to make it more fair. And it started with 2 shares of GME. And it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but I just wanted to be a part of what it was going on to try and fix everything. Number 2, I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing their money on investments in homes due to market fraud. Number 3, which is the why to that, is we've never had a method by which to counter algorithmic trading of the institutions until now, where we've seen time and time again buy and hold work. It's a very well-known institutional trick to make money is to buy and hold. One of the most incredible stock market profiteers in history, probably Warren Buffett. Buy and hold is probably one of if somebody had to ask him, I think he would probably say that that's probably one of the best things you could possibly ever do for a good position. Number 4, why is that the case? Because we have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. Doesn't mean that we're trying to change each other's minds, but it gives us an avenue to be able to communicate and talk about things like DD, technical analysis. We've never had that quite like we have it now, which is a game changer in my opinion. And number 5, the reason that all of this is possible is because, in my opinion, as humans, we desire community. And so I think that's my 5 reasons why. I think we all desire something. We want to see something change. We want to see, and if we're going to get rich doing it, then great, that's going to happen too. So I think a lot of us really, I mean, your 5 whys don't have to be the same reasons for mine. I mean, you could just be here just to make money, and that's fine too. But I do think that a lot of us want community, and we want to see some change that's happening, some good things that come from this. So those are my 5 whys. But I would encourage you guys to do your own 5 whys because I do believe that in the future, people are going to be asking you questions, and it's better to be prepared than to stumble over your words and be like, well, Fred says, Casey, do you think that the flood of real certified shares that's going to be transferred out of Computershare will give the brokers and market makers a way to cover failure delivers? No, I don't. And I don't know that there's necessarily going to. This is part of the reasons why I would say, like, just be careful. That's all I can say. I can't give any advice. Just be careful, whatever you're going to do. But Certified shares making it back into the market, I think, is going to allow volume to be distributed around, and I think volume discovery is always paramount, no pun intended, to price discovery. When you see volume increasing, you see price increasing. So that's kind of one of the things I'm waiting to see is volume start increasing. I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a mass transfer out of Computershare, but we'll see. Time will tell. We have 2 weeks from today until the 2Q shareholder meeting. Anybody else have anything, or should I start the numbers?
2 weeks.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers. I'm going to go ahead and log into Fidelity, and we'll cover what's going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. If you don't like it, you can always take it off of your account, but it could help prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. I'm going to try not to read you guys my passcode, which I've done once now. You ever play poker and seen somebody either lip or mouth their cards out loud or quietly as they're looking at them? It's like that's probably one of the
I used to do that to throw people off.
That's actually not a bad idea. That's pretty funny. Alrighty, take you guys over to the other
Sometimes I just
page.
mouth out like, "Why is there a Joker in my hand?"
Yeah, that's a good one. Alrighty, taking you guys to the other page here. Let's check these numbers out and see what's going on. Starting with off exchange, 2 hours ago, because I didn't do them at 10. We did them at 9 and now 11. 2 hours ago, they were 50.47 and 17.22. Giving that a refresh, our current volume through the off exchange is 55.57 and 14.32 through the EDGX, giving us a total of 69 nice 0.89% of our total volume, not total, but most of our total volume going through the off exchanges for the day today. Taking a look at Ortex 2 hours ago, there was a total of 245,000 shares having been borrowed. That number is now up to 1.53 million, which will have a positive effect of increasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.74%. Cost to borrow max is at 11.38, average is 10.33, and min is 9.56. We have 140.06 million shares on loan today, which was 138.5 yesterday. So 1.5 million new shares on loan. And taking a look at the options. At an $18 strike price for the calls, and 2 hours ago there's 14.4 thousand contracts. There's now 21,000 contracts. So that's definitely slowed down a little bit. On the puts, 2 hours ago, there was 7.5 thousand contracts at 17. There's now 12.2. So not quite a 2-to-1 in calls versus puts, but the market's still kind of indicating perhaps a closing price between 17 and 18 today. Based on orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently number 11th most heavily traded stock, with 56% buys to 44% sales. GME is coming in 13th with 76% buys to 24% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $15.77. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow an additional 10,000 there, and then they just did returns. In the ETFs, it looks like mainly just returns. I'm not going to count that 10,000. I only usually count increments of 50,000 or more. So far for the day today, they've Stonko Tracker is showing they've borrowed about 1.9 million, which is just about 400,000 shares more than what Ortex is reporting. 7.6% is the fee right now. Currently, there's 92.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 55.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 69.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.67, Dow Jones is down 0.18, and S&P 500 is up 0.36. The market is currently declining with 3,628 decliners to 3,118 advancers. Anytime you have more decliners than you have markets saying that are advancing, it's usually blue chips that are advancing it in this particular case, and maybe a lot of mid and low caps that are struggling. That's why you have more decliners than advancers. VIX is down 0.96, IWB is up 0.35, IWD is up 0.01. This is exactly what I was just saying. ETFs for both the large caps right here. Sorry, let me rephrase that. IWB and IWD are Russell 1000s. IWM is Russell 2000. So you can see that our large market cap companies are making more money than our mid caps, which is down 0.26. Tesla is up 8.3, Amazon is up 0.48, Cinemark is up 0.99, Doge is down 1.87, Bitcoin is down 1.64, GME is down 3.47, HYMC is up 2.84, Hood is down 0.32, NCMI is up 0.76, and AMC is up 1.41%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $20 million more in outflow than inflow, roughly. 23.2 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. $156 minutes of trading so far. Puts us on a pace of 58 million shares traded for the day-to-day. It was 102 hours ago. I thought this is another great example. One of those times where I thought my 20 to 40 million share prediction would not even come close when you have the first hour of trading rolling in at 100 million average. But here we are averaging not even halfway through the day, 58 million now. So they've done a huge push back on volume traded for the day today. There's definitely a sell wall here at 1780 as we move up in price to 1775. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51, which is slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.11, signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.18, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've had several crossovers between buying and selling pressure, but currently more buying pressure, RSI at 54.61, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.68, which is above average. I haven't looked at Ichimoto since earlier this morning, but I'm going to go ahead and do it because I missed it an hour ago. Let's take a look at that real fast. On the hourly, we've got price this is so crazy. We've got price above the baseline, but it's currently touching on the conversion line, which is above the baseline, and the lagging line is above price. So as it stands right now, when price came down and touched the baseline, that would have been a big key selling indicator to day traders / swing traders. And but here it is, bouncing right off of that and coming back up again. So this is definitely probably causing some people to make some sell orders here and here, but still continuing to maintain price and moving upwards again. Looking at the 4-hour, same thing. Lagging line is above the price line. Conversion line is above base, but the price is just hovering right on that conversion line the whole way up. Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're headed to. Quite honestly, on the daily, I think it would be very difficult for me to, um, on the 1 minute, it would be difficult for me to say where we're heading because there's not like a clear path here that I see that. I mean, it looks like this is a uh, maybe a little bit of a descending parallel here. Maybe this is the breakout into what could possibly be an ascending parallel channel, but I don't think it's fully. Let me just see. Yeah, it's not really. We'd need another touching point that's probably a little bit higher than where we're at. Well, maybe that is a parallel. All right, maybe we are on a ascending parallel channel. Let me just check it out and see. All right, ascending parallel channel. This should be a breakout going down. When it does hit some kind of resistance, you'll see this price break down outside of this parallel channel. I've got at least 2 touching points in here on the top and three, almost, yeah, three touching points, maybe 4 touching points on the bottom. I don't have a fib set up in here. It doesn't appear. It would probably be helpful. I think I may have accidentally deleted it earlier this morning. I am about ready to head to break here pretty soon. Do you guys want me to keep this on in here? Do you guys want to take over? What do you guys want to do?
Casey, I'm going to head out. I'm going to actually have some late breakfast with Mrs. Pantheon, but I will keep listening through your show. Thank you very much for letting me on today. I appreciate that, my friend.
Hey, I appreciate you coming on and sharing what you had to share. I appreciate very much. Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Work. Yeah, you take care. I'm gonna take a break as well and probably meet back up with the KC after you get back. Maybe have a Beavis and Butthead session, spice things up.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I'll see you guys after break later today. I'm gonna head out of the back of the big tramp here, just to keep me off the channel here, so I don't have any background noise. Because I will probably play music while I'm gone. That was totally impromptu, guys. I think it was really cool. I love when the community, as Hannibal used to say on the A team. He said, "I love it when a plan comes together." I wish I could say it like he said it though. He always had the cigar in his mouth. Maybe I need to. I always love it when a plan comes together. Myself says no horror music, please. Yes, no. I was gonna put on the same guitar thing that I had yesterday. Savvy says Biden was diagnosed with COVID. Yeah, we've been hearing reports of that earlier. Some people said he said cancer yesterday, and then now everybody's saying it's COVID. So I could understand how he would have. Cuddy Cut, there was a shout out to you this morning. I don't know if you heard it. Somebody said to say hi, a shout out to you. And you said tell Brian and Hank to shh. Thank you. So Brian and Hank, apparently you need to shh. Whatever that means. Shut the front door. Unfortunately, Glenn, I can't just play music. I do want to touch on one other point, guys. I'm never going to sit here and tell you you can't say something specifically, but I want you to think about something as you guys are conversing in the live chat over here. Do remember that there are sometimes I don't want to say hate speech, but misinformation that could be flagged. So if you guys are talking about things like COVID or abortions or anything like that, do note that if I don't step in and say something about that, um, it could potentially end up getting the channel shut down. So when you guys are bringing up things that are non-related to AMC, I would be really, really careful about what it is you're saying. I'm not going to tell you not to say it, but just think about it. Think about the ramifications of what could potentially happen from me not censoring it. And to be very honest with you guys, like I think that's BS. Like the idea that some of these platforms will shut you down for not being able to have freedom of speech, I think is a bunch of BS. Yeah, Cassius says, "Damn YouTube." That's what I'm saying. I quite frankly don't care. As far as in my opinion, you guys say whatever the heck you want to say. But just think about the idea that you can get flagged for saying stuff. So the American Trader says you probably just got flagged for saying that. I'm warning you guys. I'm warning you guys to be careful about what you're talking about. Make sure. I don't think I shouldn't get flagged for that. But just be careful. I'm always so polite. Wait till you meet me in person, Kathy, and I stick my foot in my mouth like 20 times in front of you. it doesn't. It doesn't. I come off as a different person in person, I think. You'll just have to take my word for it, or you can ask Airman. I even had to get with Airman afterwards and say like, you know how I was like looking around a lot when you were talking to me. He's like, yeah, I thought you were bored talking to me. I was like, no, I just can't keep making eye contact. It's not. It just doesn't work for me. I mean, you guys really legitimately have the power here. I've given you guys free reign to make of this as I don't view this as my channel. Um, I view this as our channel. We make of it as we choose to make of it. So I'll go down with you guys. If you're gonna go down talking about stuff, I'm gonna go down with you. So we'll make it what it is, and we'll live through our choices. So I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys a little bit later, and I'm gonna turn on some music here, and I'll see you guys back in about 40 minutes. Novocaine says, Casey, did you see my note about baby registry for Doug? I did not see it. I did not see it. But if somebody wants to post that, let me go back. How far back up was that? I'll tell you what, Novocaine, since you're in Discord, I think so. Post something up in Discord and we can talk about it there. And then I can bring it over here, and if somebody wants to put something in there, that's fine. I can't be a part of the one thing I can't do is I need to be very, very careful about being attached to like a donation or anything like that. What you guys do on your own business is your own business. I probably can't advertise like some kind of donation type stuff. That's something that I'm going to be probably staying away from. But if you guys want to talk about it amongst yourselves, that's something that I'm completely okay with you guys doing. So, but I can't. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't advertise that kind of stuff. I wouldn't mind anybody else advertising it, but I can't. I got to stay away from that. So, anyways, I will see you guys in a little bit here. I'm gonna head to break. See you guys at noon.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I've got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty guys, I'm back. Let me get rid of the message up here real quick. I took my glasses off while I was on break. I went to go pick them back up. And it's like, I don't know what it is. I feel like, maybe it's because of the fact that the lenses are like 90% of the surface space that you can grab on a pair of glasses. But I feel like you should be able to pick up your glasses without touching the lens. Not me, not ever. Every single time, I always manage to touch the glasses. It drives me nuts. Because then, I got a smudge. I'm not a glasses person. I can't stand smudged glasses. It's like a major pet peeve. And it's like, it's worse for me to like look at somebody and have to talk to them with smudged glasses. That's even harder. It's like Austin Powers. You look at the glasses and you're like, mole, smudge. I just can't. It's like I can't take it. It's like you're talking to me and I'm not even listening. Let's see what you guys are saying here. James says, Casey, I can tell you're back. AMC stock quickly went down. That's how it works. Remtax says 2 weeks. No, I never have a problem picking up a cup with my fingers in the drink. That never seems to be a problem. Glenn's saying there's some very sus stuff that happening. Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at the numbers. Pam, I said hi. I don't know if you saw that in the chat. Good to see you here. Yucca Frida says I need gloves. That sounds weird. That sounds like a Michael Jackson kind of thing. I don't need gloves. I just need less oils. I'm an oily SOB. Let's see here. Let's take a look at our numbers. I get that from my mom. The nice thing about being oily is that you stay younger looking longer, which doesn't apparently translate into beards, but apparently for my age, I look pretty good. But the beard says I'm like 80. The face says 35. Logging into Fidelity here, and it's taking a minute. There we go. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider it. It will help protect you, keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there when you only want you logging in. I actually have I have multiple choices for my account on numbers that I can send the code to my wife. So in case she needs to access the account, she has access. So it gives me a choice on who I want to send the passcode to. In case something happens with my phone, I can always send her the passcode, or vice versa, whatever. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing if you already asked me a question. I haven't responded to it. I probably won't be, so just hold that thought for just a little bit and then repeat it later when I come back with the big tramp. But let's go over our numbers and see what the heck is going on here. Shall we? Starting with off exchange. 55.57 an hour ago and 14.32 through the EDGX. Let's refresh that. 57.15 through the off exchange and 13.85 in the EDGX for a total of 71% of our total volume going through, not total. I gotta start being better about saying this. 71% of majority of our total volume going through off exchanges. I know there's a little bit more than that, but I only account for the big chunks. Taking a look at Ortex data here. As of an hour ago, there was 1.53 million shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. It's now showing 1.59, so it's a very fractional increase there. Won't probably have much of an effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.74%. Cost to borrow max is at 11.38, average 10.34, min 9.56. Shares on loan 140.06, which is about 1.5 million shares having been added to shares on loan day over day. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago there was 21,000 contracts and 18 strike price for calls. It is now 27.2. At a $17 strike price for the puts, an hour ago there was 12.2 thousand contracts. There's now 13.6. We are exactly at a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus put volume on those two largest amounts. Market's still kind of signaling that there might be a closing price between 17 and 18 for the day today. According to Fidelity, based off of orders, AMC is trading number 12 with 55% buys to 45% sells, and GME's coming in 13th with 77% buys to 23% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $15.77. Shares borrowed for the day-to-day looks like mainly just returns, no new shares having been borrowed. Fees are at 7.6%. Total amount that's been borrowed so far is 1.9 million. Calls 92.7 are out of the money, 55.1 are in the money. 69.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.98, Dow Jones is up 0.11, and S&P 500 is up 0.59. The market's still declining, though, with 3,393 decliners to 3,377 advancers. This likely means that your blue chip stocks are the ones that are heading up. And that's, I think, a good representation of it over here with IWB and D versus IWM. VIX is down 2.39, IWB is up 0.63, IWD is up 0.15, IWM is down 0.21, Tesla is up 9.47, Amazon is up 1.12, Cinemark up 0.55, Doge is up 1%, Bitcoin is down 0.74, GME is down 3.09, HYMC is up 1.95, Hood is down 0.8, NCMI is up 0.43, and AMC is up 0.57%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $24 million more in outflow than inflow for the day today. That's a pretty drastic difference between inflow and outflow. It's so drastic that it almost makes me think that we're going to see a little bit of a run in the back end of the day today. 26.33 million shares having been traded so far for the day. They've put it drop that volume dirt to dirt. It is. My wife used to say this thing, don't drop that dirt to dirt. I don't even know what the hell it was from. It was like a, I have no idea what that was from. But she used to say it a lot and I thought it was funny. But yeah, that's what this is looking at. They've definitely dropped that volume quite a bit here. And we're at 26.33 after 221 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for about 46.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded. Looking like it's going to be the case, although in the first hour or two of the open market today, I would have thought I was a liar. Sometimes you just got to stick with your guns. Taking a look at the Vortex indicator, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI, and what looks to be an imminent crossover. An imminent crossover here. I can't even say cinnamon in it. RSI currently at 50.72, which is about average. Cinnamon. I can't do it. This is why I would never make a good DJ. I can't say words like cinnamon. I can't do it. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 69.7, which is almost signaling as overbought. Extremely high. The 1 hour we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.07, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, which appears to have an imminent crossover here, a divergence of those two values, which has happened several times throughout the day today. RSI currently right down the middle, average at 50.09. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.26, which is below average, slightly below average. I'm like, oh, here comes a drop here. We did get that drop out of that ascending parallel channel. I'll have to take a look at here again when we get this drop and it's completed. We'll see if we can't figure out where we're heading to. Let's see what you guys are saying. Myself says, Casey, it's because you start with saying the word wrong. I mean, if you want to say cinnamon, cinnamon, and start off with I, you know what's weird is I'm seeing what you're writing. You're writing cinnamon versus simonin, and I don't quite honestly. I feel like I'm saying the same thing each time I say it. Synonym. See, I can say synonym. Uh, yeah, that's how I feel, Captain Awesome. Every time I see, do you remember when you were a kid in school and you had to sit down and read in front of your other fellow classmates? It would go around in a circle and each person had to read their own section. Of course, I would always look ahead to see where it was that I was going to have to read it, and I'd always get words like salmon, which doesn't look like salmon. It looks like salmon. I'd always have like the words that were, everybody would stumble on it, and I always felt like I was getting picked on. I was like, man, here comes cinnamon. I'm gonna have to say cinnamon. Cinnamon. So frustrating. Stockwiz says, do you also believe, Casey, that like Lou is always saying everything is fake, all the buying and selling back and forth is fake? I mean, I don't like the reference Lou very much, Stockwiz. What I like to say is that um, retail is responsible for probably moving about maybe 4 to 6 million shares a day, tops. So in regards to when you look and see that our average 3-month volume is 42.28 million, and you realize that we're moving like 10% or less of the entire volume that's been traded on a single day, it would appear from an outside perspective that it's all fake, right? Because most of the volume's just occurring or is caused by institutional movement and not retail. But that's not entirely true. We do apply pressure. I'm not going to go there, Sam. I don't see it as a win-lose situation. I really don't. In my opinion, we all lose, right? I think anytime we lose or any portion of retail loses, I think we all lose. And it doesn't matter which way you look at it. You can look at it from one side or the other. It makes no difference. The fact of the matter is that, we're in this together. And if some of us lose, then we're all losing. So, and mark my words, Sam. Mark my words. I don't think that Computershare's broker is going to be the only broker that starts to put limitations on ceilings on limit orders. So I'm just going to throw it out there. Yet, Computershare is the only one so far. So far. Just wait. You'll probably see more. I get it. I know, Sam. I'm a team player, man. I'm a team player. We gotta do this together. Captain Awesome says, Casey, I just hated the attention for reading out loud. That I would jumble the letters into a different word in my class, and I realized that ginger is just the N word with letters mixed around. Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't like the attention at all, period. I just, extreme fear of being judged by my classmates on my reading capabilities. That was the worst. And then now here I am, a YouTube channel, and I talk to you guys and read articles all the time, and I just don't seem to care. I don't know. I guess in life you kind of get to a certain point, and you're just kind of like, screw it. People, I can laugh at myself, and I just don't care what people think anymore. Just matters what I think. Arthur says, Casey, if all brokers put a cap of 3,500, then wouldn't that mean no one should sell below 3,500 and boom? Also, don't set limit orders. Just wait for it to go over 3,500 and then sell. What I would say to that, Arthur, is that the cap there that they have is 35 limit, right? That doesn't mean. Well, they did put a $10 million limit on market orders. That's actually a really interesting question. I don't think all brokers are going to do something like that. I don't know, man. I'll have to think about that one. And give you like a better answer later, I think. Because I kind of like what you're saying right there. It is like taking away the buy button, right? It's not really taking away the buy button. It's taking away the sell button above a certain amount. So it's similar, just in a different perspective. It's like capping out basically how far the price can go. And I would just say we're going to have to deal with those kind of things as they come. And I'll help us try to get through it. Man, Captain, you don't even understand. In regards to special reading groups, I've been there. I've done that. I know. The Post, they said that they are exceeding their liquidity. It's kind of a weird way that they said that. I've got it right here. The changes become necessary because of the volume of very high limit orders being placed through our systems has increased significantly over the last 6 months and is now so high that the total value of open orders risks exceeding the overall risk cap set by our broker. So so I guess there's a couple different things that I want to highlight in this. Number one, they didn't say brokers, they said broker. That's number one that I want to highlight. It's very odd to me that they would say broker when they very clearly have stated that they have a plethora of brokers that they use or have the availability to use. So either all of their brokers are setting a cap or they're only dealing with one broker for these particular shares. That would be a question I would ask of them, but I know they will never answer. They will never, ever, ever answer that question. We've already had There was already a YouTuber who tried to ask them who they use for a broker, and they would not answer the question. So I know they're not going to answer that. But I think it's very, very, very important to identify the fact that it says broker. It doesn't say brokers. They're using broker as a single non-plural word. The other part of this that I would kind of look at is that orders risks exceeding the overall risk cap. I'm going to have to do some research into what the risk cap is, but my suggestion would be is that if somebody wanted to sell at any given time ever, that should never, ever, ever be a problem. There should never be a problem with having the ability to be able to sell. So this overall risk cap or limitation is very, very interesting, and I'm going to have to look into the exact wording of this and understand what that means more. But it says a high proportion of these limit orders, which mostly span just 2 securities, which they go on to name which 2 they are, which is AMC and GME in a further question, are submitted at limits that are many thousands of times the prevailing market price for the relevant security. So what this is kind of saying is it sounds like people already have limit orders that they've set up for much higher values, and because of the limits or the amount of orders that are set for those values, they're saying no, we're capping this off. We can't have orders that high, so we're putting a kibosh to it. Whenever those limit orders do not execute, they negatively impact the overall risk cap calculation. So basically, they're saying here is that it's messing with their numbers, and they can't have that. They need to be able to. There's some kind of calculation that they use for risk, and they can't allow it to exceed some amount, so they've had to change it. So there's some very interesting and enlightening things that are said in that single paragraph right there. Actually, is it even a paragraph? Yeah, it's a paragraph. But just so you guys can see further down here that GameStop and AMC were the 2 that were listed. The change does not affect the maximum trade value consideration that our system will accept. The maximum consideration will remain at $10 million for designated securities, specifically GameStop and AMC, and then $2 million for other securities for each individual order submitted via the web. So they actually do name the 2 securities that are causing this problem. Captain Awesome says, I bet their broker is Citadel. Guess what? That is one of their affiliates. I'm going to actually say I'm going to guess that it's not Citadel, and I'll tell you why. Citadel is not going to have a problem with they're going to want shares to come through. If you go and you look at a list of some of their current brokers that they have on their list, even though we know that Citadel is one of them, I'm thinking it might actually be somebody else, and the risk, I think the risk factor comes from whoever it is that they're using as a broker. Now, whether or not that broker has affiliations with Citadel as well, I'm not going to speculate, but I do think that there's something there in regards to that. Beach Guy, I think that's a great question. I kind of wondered that myself, but I think it should be at the end of the day. It should be at the very end of the day, I would think. Captain Awesome says perhaps their brokerers are also worried that people will sell and get out of AMC like Adam Aaron would be worried about. But we buy and hold, meaning that yes, we will sell, but still keep our excess shares. Arthur Martin says, my thought is their liquidity is saying 100 million, but their risk cap is 90 million, so they are capping it. so they don't get wiped out. But I don't know their real numbers. I get what you're saying. But I think it's going to be more tied to their broker, right? It's not going to be the problem. It's not on the behalf of Computershare. It's on the behalf of the broker that they're using. But I think the important thing to note about this is that this means that there's limitations. When you do business through a third party, they end up having limitations on what they can do based off of what their broker is going to allow them to do. So, you're going through an additional party to get your order completed. That always slows things down and creates limitations. And the other part is that they don't have any restrictions on the limitations that can be placed on you. And there's no insurance. They're not. Remember how I talked about SIPC? Well, Computershare is not SIPC protected. So your insurance, you have no insurance on your shares. You got to get it on your own. It should be 10 million total. For the 10 million total for the order, Beach Guy. It was 10 million, but that's for a market order, not for a limit. You know, I don't want to Mac and Bees. I understand that clown statement, but I don't want to. I don't know, man. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. It's retail against everybody, man. It's retail against everybody, and so I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that route. But I'll tell you one thing. Man, I wish I had a good analogy. I think I don't have a good analogy. I'll just shut up now. I'm just gonna shut up now because I don't have a good. I can't. I don't know how to express what it is I'm thinking. Yeah, I know. I know Mac and Bees. I just don't want to go there. It is, but I just don't want to go there. I mean, I'm not telling you you can't say it. I'm just saying I just want to. I want to try to remain positive in this community and try to, like Pantheon said earlier today. I try to unite. I'm here. I'm here to make sure that retail wins. I want to see retail. I want this story, guys. More than anything, I want to see retail win this story. This is gonna be an epic story here, and I really just want to see retail win this thing. So I'm gonna try to make sure that we work together as best as we possibly can to make sure that the outcome is in our favor. So, and I think in order to do that, we got to be positive. James says, "Case you need a beer." Well, it's not quite time for that, James. But guess what? I got some new tequila last night. I went out and bought some new tequila, so we're gonna be able to get an adventurous ape going again instead of having great balls of ape's balls of fire. Enough of that fireball and clue. It's gonna be tequila and clue again. But I gotta wait about an hour and a half for that. Uh, I react to everybody's remarks, Maccabees. I don't know, man. You're right. I'm giving you a platform to just say what you want to say. So, all right, I won't remark to it. Jana, do call Fidelity and confirm, but what they should have is a 500%. So whatever the current market price is, your limit order should be able to be made for 500% more than that. That should be the answer that you get back. It might take you a little bit to get to the bottom of that answer, as sometimes a lot of the agents don't know the answer, meaning they're going to push you around to about two or three different people. Beach Guy says, has anyone else ever watched GameStop Reddit documentary on YouTube? Ending is sad AF. Dude lost it all. I have not seen it. Jenna, that's the exact thing that I've been trying to avoid saying. Just because um, I think we're kind of at a point right now where what's done is done. Um, it's kind of just uh, stay the course. I've been really, really hard not to say things like that today because I really think that that's probably like the exact opposite of maybe the sentiment that should be talked about. Um, I guess, and I'm struggling to find the right words here. Um, don't be hasty with your decisions. Mull them over very carefully and decide for yourself where you think you're going to be making the best decisions possible for yourself. I don't know if I should say this name. I feel like it's gonna come out wrong. Lucanus. I I knew what that was. I had to say it anyways. Lucanus says, "Good morning, fart knockers." That's really funny. I feel like whoever this is has got to be hot Koch on occasions as well. That's a very funny name that you've got going there. Clever, clever girl. That's pretty classy. Pretty classy there, sir. Pretty classy. I should have said it in Beavis and Butthead. Uh, Lou Sanus? Is there a Lou Sanus here? Good morning to you. Sorry, it's just funny. Loose anus, loose anus says he has a lot of wind. He needs to get off his chest. Bjork, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Clever Girl is not Total Recall. Come on. Easter Beast, I'm disappointed. Don't you even start. Oh my gosh. I posted a BioLife hemp. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but this is the closest that I could come to I don't know if you want to call it a dig or not, but this is about the closest I could come to saying anything remotely negative about the situation that you're talking about there. But if you look at my, where the heck is it? Oh, community. Um, uh, Last night I posted something before I went to bed. I said a lot of you are likely going to ask me questions about DRS tomorrow in light of the new limits that have been changed on Computershare. I want to say in advance that I will not be able to help you with the decisions you may be pondering moving forward with this matter. I would highly encourage you to reach out to Computershare for all questions you may have. They should be able to provide you quick, timely responses. Um, I mean, that's. I hope. I hope. I hope they're getting blown up today. I really, truly, and honestly hope they're getting blown up today with calls. Because the reason that I say that is because I want people to see what it's going to be like trying to get in touch with them. I don't know, maybe it's going to be perfect. Maybe nobody will have any problems whatsoever getting in there to talk to them. And if that's the case, that'd be awesome. Because that would mean that there's been an improvement since the last time I've had problems and had to deal with them. So my hope is that they're getting absolutely blown up. I also hope that they have to put out some kind of damage. What do they call it? Damage something or other. Oh, is what's up with the HXS Fox? What did HSX Fox say? That's my son. Where is he at? Is he on here? I don't see. Where did he say something? Oh, yeah, Bruno's barking. He came over to me. He wants to be rubbed. AMC Level 2 Live, how's it going? Dino Mike says, let me get this straight. Oh, I know. I know, it's terrible. There's people in our yard. I know. It's awful. Where did Hunter, I see your current comment, but I didn't see your previous one. It's like it got lost somewhere from me here. Oh, there it is. You said, anus. That's my son. I am such a great dad, teaching my son to say these kind of things. He's old. So I've got this policy, guys. I've always had this policy, and I've always told my kids, I said, I don't mind if you cuss, but you better learn all those other words first. Because if you don't learn all those other words first, and I hear you cussing, if you're using bad language before you start. If you're getting bad grades on all your other words, then I'm gonna have problems with that. But the minute that if you're proving that you can learn good educational smart words that people like Kramer uses, Jim Kramer, then yeah, by all means use any other words you want to as well. Like cockle. Dino Mike, he's part black, part brown lab. He's like a mixed lab, which is perfect because I don't know if you guys have ever owned a black lab or a brown lab before. I think black labs are kind of like real excitable and like just tons of energy, like just tons and tons of energy, and just always on the go. Brown labs are more lovable and they have a lot of energy, but they're more focused. And so he's like the perfect like combination between the two because he's a little laid back, but he's also got energy when he needs it, and he's super lovable. So it's like the best of everything. I mean, he's a great dog. Nope. But then he's also a very good protector as well. He's got a good bark. Dino Mike, if you think a chocolate lab is dumb, wait until you get yourself if you ever get a man, what why can't I think of the breed? Um, Son of a gun. Hunter, help me out. What was Quinn? I can't remember what she was. Oh, golden retrievers. Beautiful dogs. Beautiful dogs. Missing a few tools in the shed. I mean, the more we had this white golden retriever. Like just you couldn't get any more blonde than what she was. And man, I tell you what, that dog would forget to breathe when drinking. It would go outside to go to the restroom, look up and see planes fly overhead, and forget that she had to go to the restroom. Just it was, oh, sweet as could be though. Sweet as could be. Yucca says, "What's my favorite ice cream flavor?" I think part of it depends on the brand. But since you're asking me flavor and not brand, I'm gonna have to say across the board, doesn't matter what brand you pick, it's always gonna be chocolate mint. Or what am I saying? Mint chocolate chip. Mint chocolate chip is gonna be, yep. Luciana says mint chip. That's across the board. I don't think you can go wrong with mint chip anywhere. Hands down, I think it's good with every brand. But depending on the brand, it does make a difference. I mean, golden retrievers are great dogs, though, Savvy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say golden retrievers are terrible dogs. I'm just saying that they're just missing a few tools in the shed. Really loyal dogs, very soft fur, and if you want a dog that's gonna love you no matter what, unconditionally, get yourself a golden retriever. But don't expect them. Don't expect them to think on all four cylinders, or I should say on all two cylinders. It's just not. It's not all there. Yeah. I also like pralines and pecan. Oreo. Oreo's good. Where some people call it cookies and cream. That's a good one. I love. Who doesn't love? I don't know. Maybe there's people out there who doesn't love cookie dough. I mean, cookie dough seems like it's a pretty popular one. Doesn't really matter who you are. But I do like some cookie dough. But again, a lot of this matters on who's making the ice cream. For a long time, but there's only a couple of ice cream makers that can make it good for me to where I'll eat it. My favorite all-time ice cream is Neapolitan, but you can only get it through like two. I've only ever had it where two different. I don't I don't want anything inside of it. It just should just be three flavors of ice cream and have a very specific taste to it. And you got to go scoop it. When you scoop that stuff out, you don't pick the right you don't pick the color you want. You got to get a mixture of all three of them together, and it's really super good. But you got to get the right. It has to come from the right um, ice cream maker. My mom says yes. No shovel, no hammer, no screwdriver. Quinn was sweet, but had no use for tools. She was a really sweet dog. And beautiful, beautiful dog. Super beautiful, just not all there. Ooh, Hunter would like pickle ice cream. Remtax says I got Neapolitan at Maggiano's. I think they probably serve a pretty good one there. I haven't had it from there before, but I bet you they serve a pretty good one. Oh man, Pam, when I was a kid, mint chips and ice cream from Kate, was it Kmart you said? Where did you say? Thrifty. That's what I meant. Thrifties. Oh, Thrifties was so good. In fact, I was talking to my mom about that not long ago. I love vanilla bean. It's another good one. Doug, I had a good time, man. I love it when the community comes together to enhance our knowledge, and it was a great morning get together. I really think so. I agree. We got about 8 more minutes, guys, and I'll check the numbers again here. Let me just check and see if I can find out real quick here where the price may be heading based on the current trends. We did obviously break out of this ascending parallel channel. And we might actually be headed on a descending parallel channel. Sometimes when you have a descending parallel channel, ascending, descending, you may have another ascending parallel channel, but that would probably push us really close to the end of the day. We may find the support that we need to break out of this going back up right about here. I might even have that a little bit too there. That's probably a little better. So pretty soon. The beginning time of this box here is 1400 to 1417. And so basically what you'd see have happen is price move down towards this Fibonacci retracement at 1743. Some consolidation in here before breakout going back upwards. So this is a bullish trend. Glenn Miller says they are parking massive amounts of buy orders. I can see it on the inflow and the outflow. Where the last time I refreshed this, we were like $24 million difference between inflow and outflow. And I can tell you right now that we were at 70, I think it was 71% of our off exchange volume going through the off exchange, which tells me that what you're saying is very, very true here. I will not be surprised to see price rising towards the very end of the day, but we'll see. Chunky Monkey's good. Lucanus, you got to. You must be on a computer. You're not taking the phone with you? Come on. Yeah, actually, don't do that. That seems weird to me now that I said it. We'll see you when you get back. Wash your hands. Glenn says Spy is rimming now. Let's look. Let's take a look at Spy rimming. Spy's even having a hard time deciding which direction it's going to go today. I'm not a big fan. Somebody said, "What's your favorite? What's your least favorite ice cream?" Arthur said least. Anything like majorly chocolate. I just can't stand chocolate ice cream. It's gross. Like Rocky Road, I pass. Doug saying, Casey, any news on tomorrow, Friday, Max Payne, or question mark? In regards to tomorrow, I mean, open interest, the way it's stacking up right now, it's really kind of pushing towards like that maybe 17 to 20 range, maybe even 1750 to 20 range. So I really think that we're gonna. I mean, I don't see anything majorly showing up as of right now, but let's wait towards the end of the day today because I think we may see some interesting things happen towards the end of the day. Easter Beast, one of the policies that they have is that they can change their rules anytime. when you when you go and you read the terms of service for almost any broker, you can see that they have the ability to be able to change terms of service or change a lot of the different functions of trading on the fly. So that's kind of something that um, we just have to deal with things when they happen. I'm going to go ahead and log into Fidelity so I can avoid the two-factor today. Since it's been, yep, so I successfully just logged back into Fidelity without having to use a two-factor. So it does work if you're less than an hour between refreshes. It'll keep you logged in. Yeah, pralines and cream is pretty good. I like that one. Oh, but I think you're going with ones you don't like. You know, there's it kind of depends. I think a lot of ice creams that have like I don't know, weird items in it, cherries or I don't know. I almost want to say, I don't know. As a kid, I really like bubblegum ice cream. Now I can only imagine eating it and like my teeth freaking out. I know, right, Dino? Alrighty, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the numbers. I'm going to switch you guys over to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing. If you have anything specifically you want to say to me, I saw what Yucca Frida said before I switched. Dingleberries. Yeah, no dingleberries in my ice cream. I don't do well with dingleberries in there. But taking a look at our numbers here, guys, let me move over 2 screens and we'll get that portion started here. And then I will head to break, and then I can come back and have an adventurous bull with you guys, and we can toast out the day. No dingleberries in my ice cream, please. Alrighty, taking a look at the off exchange. As of an hour ago, there was 57.15% through our off exchange, and the EDGX had 13.85. Refreshing that. Currently, we're at 57.71 in the off exchange and 13.63 through the EDGX, which is a combined total of 71.34%. That is rising. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, as of an hour ago, there was 1.59 million shares having been borrowed. Now it's up to 1.76. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.75%. Cost max is 11.38. Average is 10.33 and min is 9.56. Shares on loan, 140.06, which is about 1.5 million shares more than it was day over day. In the options, an hour ago at an $18 strike price for the calls, there was 27.2 thousand contracts. And currently there is 29.2. As far as puts go, an hour ago at 17, we had 13.6 thousand contracts. We now have 14.1. So still a 2-to-1 ratio in call volume versus put volume. The market's still signaling a closing price somewhere between 17 and 18. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is still 12th with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio, and GameStop's coming in 13th with 77% buys to 23% sales. SSR triggers at $15.77. Shares available to borrow has not changed. And only shares added to the ETFs in the last hour. Fees are currently at 7.6, and according to Stonko Tracker, the total amount of shares borrowed for the data is 1.9 million. Currently, we have 92.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 55.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 69.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.82, Dow Jones is down 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.42. We currently have 3,620 decliners to 3,189 advancers. So the market is declining, even though we have a couple, why am I forgetting? Even though we have a couple markets that are showing up. Lost for words there for a minute. The VIX is down 1.72. IWB is up 0.39. IWD is down 0.09. IWM is down 0.46. Tesla is up 9.98. Amazon is up 0.72. Cinemark is up 0.63. Doge is down 1.48. Bitcoin is down 1.46. GME is down 4.18. HYMC is up 2.43 and just changed to 1.95. Hood is down 1.86. NCMI is trading even, and AMC is up 0.2. One thing I want to do real quick here is Amazon is trading on a 20-to-1 ratio. So if I multiply its current share price, 123.67 times 20, that's 2,473. When I first started tracking this, when shoot, I forgot his name now. The owner. Why am I forgetting his name? I'm having a moment here. When no, not Steve Jobs. What the hell is his name? Why am I forgetting this guy's name? Anyways, you know who I'm talking about. The CEO. When he stepped down of Amazon, we had the share price at around, I think it was $3,500. So it's dropped by about $1,000 from where it was. Why can't I think of this guy's name? It's not like me to forget his name. This is what happens when you get old, guys. It sucks. Anyways, it's gonna eat at me now. Inflow versus outflow. We've got $26 million more in outflow than inflow. We have 28.22 million shares having been traded so far. Going into the final 2-hour stretch here, let's see how many shares we're on pace to hit for the day. We're on pace for about 39.8 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said 20 to 40 million in the pre-market. Looks like that's going to hold unless we have some kind of massive jump in volume towards the end of the day today. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.61, which is about average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.55, which is signaling almost overbought. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.6, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers on this time scale for the day-to-day. But currently, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.24, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.45, which is just about average. And there's our breakout of the descending parallel channel. For the most part today, guys, I think we've had we've had 2 descending parallel channels, one ascending parallel channel. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. We started out with a descending parallel channel going into an ascending parallel channel followed by a descending parallel channel. The very next thing after this could potentially be a ascending parallel channel. If we get that, 2 downs, 2 ups, you got yourself a W for the day. So we'll see how high this takes us here. Jeff Bezos. Thank you, Alex. I don't know why I couldn't think of the name. It really drives me nuts. I really appreciate the fact that you put that up there. Actually, it looks like a lot of people put it up there. It's the first one I saw. Who said it first? Let's see. Glenn Miller said Jeff Bezos first. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like in my older age, names just escape me really quickly. But I always feel like that's been the case though too, so it's just getting worse really. Prometheus. All right. It's good to see you here, buddy. I'm so glad that you're not having problems. The first thing I see you type is loose anus. And that's it's good to see you. Glad you're not having any problems typing in here. ABC says, Casey, I think we need a trampoline. Where the question I always ask when that's asked of me, because I gotta dig, and the back of the big tramp has some trampolines in it. The question that I ask is how big do you want your tramp? Yeah, I'm the same way, Remtech. I have a real hard time with artists and music names and all that kind of junk too. It's sad because as a musician, everybody expects you to remember that kind of stuff. Like, oh, hey, do you know who so and so is? And it's like, as a guitar player, you're like, no, and they're like, dude, he's like the best guitar player of all time. How do you not know what his name is? And I go, sorry, just don't remember names very well. It's just like it's so demoralizing. It's like, I'm supposed to remember these names, and it's just I can't remember. I know Andre Segovia. Ask me any other guitarist name. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Van Halen. I don't know what the guy's name is. That's the best one. You know that the guitarist for Van Halen? Yeah, yeah. I don't know what his name is though. Randy Rhoads. Yep, don't know who that is. It's terrible. It probably has to be one of the worst things ever. Like when people tell you like names of songs or Jeff Beck. Let's see here. Somebody said something here, and I can't remember. I was gonna draw something. Oh, Tramp. Oh, yeah, yeah. What do we got over here? He said, always big. I gotta ask every time, man. I gotta ask you how big you want your tramp because you never know. Some days you might want it small. I don't know. So let's get a big tramp in here. Wait, Captain says VIX is set to close only starting July 27th. What the heck? Dude. All right. All right. So, guys, please, Captain Awesome, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you please post that link to that, please. We've got to see this. Please post that. We're gonna throw the big tramp right here. This doesn't look big now, but wait till I zoom in. Why do I struggle with spatial relations? Like I can navigate the crap out of a hiking trip, but spatial relations, and I can actually like I do really well with seeing spatial relations, but I can't draw them. It's the weirdest thing. It's like so like unusual. I want to understand the disconnects in my head, and I just don't. All right, there's your big tramp. It could be bigger. That's all I had in inventory right now. Somebody was borrowing my Kenny was borrowing my other big tramp. Thank you, Captain Awesome. No offense, I'm taking you off just for right now. Opening this link in a new window. It's Twitter. It's a Twitter post. Boss Blunts, AMC Bigum. Okay, so it's Dr. FCKW Message from my broker from now. Volatility index to be tradable in close only mode. We would like to inform you that we are putting the volatility index on a close only mode as of the 27th of July. This means you can only close your existing volatility index positions. Wow. Wow. Okay. I mean, guys, you gotta understand. You've got to understand the magnitude of this. I mean, first you've got Computershare. I don't even want to do this. I didn't want to do this. I need to go to break. I just need to go to break and not say this stuff. I mean, you guys have to see the magnitude of this. It's not like I don't feel like I really. I mean, know your five whys, guys. If you haven't sat down and written out your five whys, go write down your five whys right now, please. Sit down and do it. You really need to start writing them down. Yeah, you don't just shut down a volatility index to close only. You don't have brokers putting ceiling limits on two securities in the entire market. You just don't do that. That's not normal. And you have to start asking questions. Why? Why are they doing these kind of things? Why would they be? Oh, man. '27th is Wednesday, guys. Yeah. Holy freaking smokes is pretty accurate. Arthur says, "Holy crap! Maybe the free icy was the catalyst." Guys, I'm gonna be coming back with a drink. It's gonna be the power hour. Captain Austin, you've made history. You'll go down in the record books for posting that, for talking about it. Only one broker. There should only wait. Hold on a second. Is that a no? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me go back to that link. Was that one broker or is that the entire VIX? Hold on a second. You're right. It does say message from my broker. Who is it? Naga team. Okay, it doesn't matter though. Even if it's only one broker, that means that they're in fear that they're going to lose a lot of money. We've seen this happen before. It's one broker is enough. That's enough to really make an assumption that they're expecting so much volatility that they can't afford to pay out what they would need to pay out when the payouts would occur. So it's still forecasting. You're right though. Good point. But it's still forecasting. Yeah, it is just a measurement of volatility. But see, here's the thing, Swisha. You know, if somebody's going to place orders on the volatility being high, and the market can't fill the orders and successfully and pay. So let me give you an example. Let's say that I opened up a position that closes. Close date for my position ends. Do note that the VIX ends on Wednesdays. let's say I have a close. Let's say my expiration date on my option for the VIX closes on the 27th. If they know that the market is going to explode in volatility, then they would stop. They would stop the orders from coming through because they would know that there's going to be too much money that would cause them to go bankrupt. Basically, it would shut down their brokerage because they couldn't pay out. It would add too much risk. So what do? They turn it off. They say, well, no more trades on this because we can't. There's no way that we're going to be able to pay this all out because the volatility may be so high. There may be so much volatility that the people who have closing positions by that date or after could potentially bankrupt us. So we're going to turn it off. That's what that is. But volatility in the market means market go boom down, not boom up. All right, guys, I'm heading to break. We're gonna have a good end of the day today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the ride, guys. It's a good time. See you guys after I get done with break.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Just bought a bottle of Raspado Camarena tequila and made myself an adventurous ape drink here. It's 2 shots of that Camareno and 1 shot of Kahlua. And I'm going to toast. I'm going to toast to Mellow Doug and his wife and their future daughter, Scarlet Rose, to a beautiful future with you and your family. Good luck and best wishes to you and the birth of your guys' first daughter together. Cheers. Oh, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, I like that. Camareno. I gotta say it right. I gotta roll the R. Camareno. Gotta roll those R's. Oh yeah, that's tasty. Well, guys, this is probably about the best trampoline I think I have ever drawn as far as in regards to getting a bounce off of it. Whether or not we actually get the bounce, no idea. We'll see. We did break out of the descending parallel channel, but then very shortly thereafter came back down and fell right back down into it. This is a pretty hard push that they had us go through here from 1766 down to 1711. So losing about 55 cents on that run from 1412 to 1500. So about a 45-minute run there down. Let's see if the tramp works. This might actually be the first time the tramp ever has a chance to actually see if we get a working trampoline. It's funny, I've had this trampoline business going for so long and never had a chance to try one out before. Glenn says they've started filling those parked buys. Remtax says the bigger you make them, the easier to hit, to barely hit. Well, we'll see if they actually go through. I have heard of those, Yucca, Frida. I have. Don't forget to. I don't move the trampoline. It never moves. I mean, I delete them, but I don't move them. This is legit. This is probably the first time it's ever hit on the trampolines, as far down as it has. Dan says, I love the sound of the ice. Yeah, a lot of people have commented on this ice. I was actually watching a video just last night of a guy who was talking about clear ice and how important it is to making mixed drinks. I use filtered water for my ice maker, and it comes out with like pretty clear ice. I mean, it's still got some air bubbles in it, but the water itself is very, very clear. Alrighty, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I have a little bit of a special reading that I'm going to be doing in the last 15 minutes of the day today. Perhaps some of you guys remember Sammy Boy's articles that he's been writing. I think it's article number 5, potentially, I think. I don't know, I have to go back and check and see, but I think it's article number 5 that he's written. I'm going to read that out at 15 minutes before the end of the day. He has a new one that he's shared with me, and I'm just going to read it. Because you know what? When you guys do some creative things in the community, I like to support it. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me log into Fidelity real quick. Taking a while. Okay, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you may want to consider it. may help keep people out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Definitely an extra level of protection that you may want to have. You could try it out, see if you like it. I've had 2 problems in the last couple days, and I found some workarounds for them. So if I happen to run into those same problems again, I think I know what it is I'll be doing. I know that one of the features that I can get around it is by refreshing my screen at least once every hour, or less than every hour. Alrighty, let me move a couple screens over and I'll take you guys over to the other screen and we'll take a look at some of these numbers. Maybe we'll be surprised and price will have started shooting back up by that time. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 57.71 and 13.63. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. We're currently at 57.59 and 13.29, giving us a total of 70.88% of our total volume going, or of a large portion of our volume going through the off exchange. That's a little bit down from where it was an hour ago. Taking a look at Ortex data here. An hour ago, there was 1.76 million shares having been borrowed. It is now 1.69. That probably won't have too much of effect on estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.75% currently. Cost to borrow max is at 11.38, average is 10.27, and min is at 9.56. Shares on loans 140.06, which is about 1.5 million shares more than it was day over day. Taking a look at the options chain. An hour ago at an $18 strike price, there was 29.2 thousand contracts. There's now 32.9. On the puts at a $17 strike price, an hour ago there was 14.1. There's now 16.7. So the market's still kind of signaling for a closing price between 17 and 18 for the day today. Let me just check something real quick here. I might be getting really close to lucky because I had 1701 to 21 and Monty had 1725 to 2025. So we're clenching. we're clenching over here. Clench, Monty, clench. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity. And GME is actually coming in 12th position with the amount of orders that they have in totality. 78% buys to 22% sales. AMC is at 56% buys to 44% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $15.77. Shares available to borrow has not, I don't believe it's changed a whole lot since an hour ago. Yeah, no change. Fees are last reported at 7.6%. There's currently 100.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 46.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 66.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 5.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Currently, we have the NASDAQ is up 1.14, Dow Jones is up 0.26, and S&P 500 is up 0.7. The market, however, it is up, advancing. We have just slightly more advancers than decliners with 3,455 advancers to 3,377 decliners. The VIX is down 2.26. We'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. IWB is up 0.68. IWD is up 0.17. IWM is down 0.15. Tesla is up 10.04. Amazon is up 1.39. Cinemark is up 0.5. Doge is down 0.78. Bitcoin is down 0.62. GME is down 3.34. AMC is up AMC. HYMC is up 1.46. Hood is down 1.47, NCMI is up 0.01, and AMC is down 2.74%. Inflow versus outflow, we've got about $31 million difference between inflow and outflow. We're getting a good push hard down here right now. They're trying to break 17. This is quite a big difference between inflow and outflow right now. Volume is currently at 32.9 million shares traded so far, and we've got about just a little over 45 minutes left in the day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for about 37.6 million shares traded for the day today. That's going to be within my 20 to 40 million share prediction that I had earlier this morning. I quite honestly thought I was going to be low. Turns out that that's not the case. Taking a look at the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.45, which is just about average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.38, above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure. We have a massive drop in buying pressure here with RSI at 44.1, which is below, slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.92, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.56, which is signaling oversold. There's some very obvious signs of selling pressure increasing in here. Well, actually, buying pressure just dropping off to nothing, which I'm sure is not the case. It doesn't even show selling pressure is very high. It just shows no buying pressure. We are almost directly in the middle of the trampoline. Let's see if we get the big old push off of this thing here. Wouldn't it be something if, like, all these times I've drawn trampolines and never, ever, ever having price being able to land this thing, finally hitting one? Wouldn't that be something? Doug, I'm really happy for you, man. I think that's so awesome. Hearing your story earlier, it's a miracle, man. I think it's really cool. Giver says max pain for tomorrow, please. I can't tell you until tomorrow happens, but as of right now, max pain is $16. Jojo says, what are your thoughts on the gap fill at 1530 before we run SSR trip would get us close? I've been saying for a long time that I think SSR's got to get tripped before we really get a big run going. And so I've been waiting for a day where we hit some kind of SSR tripping, and I haven't seen that yet. So right now, as it stands, this obviously is not even close enough to being tripping SSR here. Yucca Frida says we fell through. You guys ever watch those YouTube videos where you know, it's some parents like jumping on the trampoline and they like break through it? This thing's break. Apparently, I need to up the quality of my mats that I have installed on my trampolines here. Dr. Zeno says nothing happens of real consequence until Q2 Aaron's pounce. Pam, I saw your post and I liked it. It reminds me, Pam got her. She went to Thrifty's and got some of that mint chocolate chip ice cream. My grandpa, back in the day, he used to have code. He always talked kind of like interesting, like grandpas do. But he always used to have code, I think. And of course, it wasn't really code because of course, grandma and mom know what's going on. But grandpa still liked to talk in code, and he always used to say to me, "Can I do you? Can I?" I think he always used to say, "Can I do you a flavor?" And that code meant it was time for us to go outside and take a bike ride down to Thrifty's and pick us up some ice cream. So, "Can I do you a flavor?" It was always it was a fun saying to hear. It always meant it was ice cream time. Can I do you a flavor? Rem says the springs broke. But I'm not sure what I liked more, the ice cream or the bike ride. Quite frankly, the bike rides were a lot of fun with Grandpa. Really enjoyed those. Um, it was half the fun getting the bike ride down to the local Thrifties. No, Captain Awesome. I don't know. I don't know what your problem is with mint chocolate chip and toothpaste with chocolate sweetener. It was good, man. I don't know what your problem is with it, but I thought it was pretty. I still think it's good. I mean, I did say it was my favorite, but I only say it's my favorite because across every brand of ice cream that I can think of, I've never shied away from it. I'm looking forward to it, Pam. Sounds good to me. I'll do you a flavor. It sounds kind of creepy though when I say it. Whenever my grandpa said it, he's an older guy. It didn't sound creepy when he said it, but yeah, I'll do you a flavor. Says the guy in the big tramp. I got some ice cream for you. I could just see. Oh no, the big tramp can't have a megaphone on it. Otherwise, it just becomes an ice cream truck. Ro says best. Oh man, Ro. All right, so Ro, I used to live in Eugene, Oregon, and you're saying the best ice cream is Tillamook. However, Ro, I'm going to tell you as an ice cream connoisseur that it's not the best. I hate to break it to you, it's not the best. There's a better one, and I actually hate to break it to you, but there's actually two that are better. And why am I forgetting the name? Why am I forgetting the name of the ice cream up here? Hold on a second. Bluebell. I don't know why I couldn't remember the name. Ice cream here in Bluebell ice cream is actually, believe it or not, better than Tillamook ice cream. I know that sounds like you're going. There's no way. I didn't think anything would ever be better than Tillamook ice cream either. I'm telling you right now, um, it's better. Hands down, Bluebell's way better. But there is one ice cream that I've had that beats them all. And it's in a very small town, and you've probably never ever been there in your entire life, even if you lived there in Oregon. And it's almost halfway between the distance between Roseburg and Eugene, Oregon. And I don't remember what the name of the stop is in there, but if you look somewhere in the halfway part and look up ice cream, actually, I'm going to do it right now. For those of you who are living in Oregon, in case you ever have the chance to stop over there. I'm going to find the name of the ice cream place. Hopefully it's still open after COVID. Who knows? But if you're traveling on the 8, I think it's the 8. Is that, no, the 5. The 5. If you're traveling on the 5 from Eugene, Oregon to Roseburg, halfway in the middle is an ice cream place. And it just sits on the side of the road that nobody knows about. I'm going to find it. Rice Hill, I think is the name. It's actually more towards Roseburg. It's called K&R Drive-In. K&R Drive-In. Best ice cream I've ever had in my whole life. Talk about a hole in the wall. I don't know what it is. When you find these kind of places, they stand out in your lifetime. You'll never find places like these again. You know, you've got your favorite taco places. You've got your favorite Italian food restaurants. You've got your favorite pizza joints. And you have your favorite ice cream places. K&R Drive-In, hands down, best ice cream you've ever had in your whole life, period. Now, I haven't been everywhere in the world. I've been a lot of places, but I've never, ever, ever had any. I've had Bluebell, I've had Tillamook. I have never had anything better than K&R. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they make it there on site, that it doesn't come from anywhere else. That is the only place you will ever find it. I don't think that they deliver. If you find it, K&R Drive-In in, where did I say it was? Rice Hill, Oregon. If you're ever traveling through, stop there. You'll never. This is one of those things you see on like Man vs. Food. You never heard of it in your whole life. Man vs. Food, put it on the map. I'm telling you right now, stop and have some ice cream there. You will not go wrong. And find your favorite flavor. They've got one there that I've found other versions of it. Tin Roof, that's really, really good. It's actually my grandma's favorite one. I've seen Tin Roof other places in stores before, but it's not the same. Their Tin Roof is beyond belief. Thoughts on Cold Stone? It's kind of too creamy. Pantheon's linking me to a Google spot drop. Let me check it out here. Yep, there it is. K&R Drive-In. Yep, that's it. That's the one. If you ever have a chance, stop there. I'm just telling you. You won't go wrong. Pick your favorite ice cream, though. Make sure you get your favorite. Ro, one of these days, Ro, I kind of want to do, what do they call it? Pacific Coast Highway. I'd love to drive some motorcycles up and down the Pacific Coast Highway. And if I have to drive inland a little bit, which it is inland to go to K&R, I will do that. Cold Stone's good. Don't get me wrong. Cold Stone's really good. I don't have anything against Cold Stone. I used to take Hunter there all the time. We used to go. Hunter's got, well, He's got milk allergies, but it's less severe than it used to be. And I used to take him to Cold Stone Creamery all the time because they had a sherbet ice cream that was pretty darn good, and he liked it. Janice says this is the part of the show where I'm drooling and starving. We always save like the food and fun stuff to talk about for like the last hour of the day. Jordan says, see, this is the part, Jordan. Like one day we talk about golf, the next day we talk about ice cream, some days we talk about cars. You never know what you're going to get at the last hour of the day. This is free for all right now. And in about 18 minutes from now, I'm gonna do a reading of Sammy Boy's article that he writes every week. Sub as the boss says, check out BBBY. You know what, Sub as the boss, you know how I feel about that. You know how I feel, buddy. Bro says this is the ADD kicking in. There might be something to that. This is, the drink starts hitting and it's the ADD hour. The ADD hits. Dan says, "Did you hear about Melvin Capital?" I did. I heard about Melvin Capital. Did the rest of you guys hear? Oh man, Jordan, I love homemade ice cream. If you use the right, you got to use the right ingredients. But if you use the right ingredients, homemade ice cream is pretty dang good. And I like it straight up vanilla. I'm an ice cream guy, Pam, so we're gonna get along. We're gonna get along unless I'm on a diet. Then I'm gonna be like, damn you. We did BioLife. We toasted to Scarlet Rose about almost 30 minutes ago. So as the boss, you're gonna have to learn the handshake to get into this club, man. Oh, we got two people. Sub has the boss and Cassius both need to learn the handshake. HSS Fox guys is Hunter. That's my son that's got a dairy allergy. He says dairy allergy, and I now work at an ice cream shop. He does. He works at an ice cream place. He works at Dairy. He works at Dairy Queen. I'll say, come on, man. You gotta throw out little props to the place where you work at, Dairy Queen, which is not the best ice cream in the world, but it's not bad. He told me about a new ice cream milkshake that I needed to go try, and we went to go look for it, and they were out. Oh, Hunter's feeling like, come on, Hunter. You know Bluebell's better than Dairy Queen. Come on, come on. Don't don't start. Don't you start. You know Bluebell's better. But Dairy Queen's not bad though. I'm never gonna turn down Dairy Queen. Actually, you guys make some pretty darn good shakes. Who'd have known, right? Who'd have thought? There's also a place. Actually, Pam, if you ever want to have a really good, I don't know how you feel about milkshakes. If you ever want to go down to Beef and Bun, I know that sounds really strange. There's a place called Beef and Bun. Don't eat their hamburgers. Don't eat their fries. The fries are the worst. The hamburgers are not even. I mean, they're just crap. I mean, you might as well just eat a McDonald's. But go get their milkshake. Beef and Bun has probably one of the most superior milkshakes you've ever had in your whole life, especially if you love peanut butter and banana. If you like peanut butter and banana vanilla milkshakes, that is the place to go. Look it up. It's in San Diego. I think it's in La Mesa to be very specific. Ray says one of these days we're going to look back and laugh at all these. I hope so. I hope other people laugh too. That's what gets us through this. Mmm. Shake Shack. Shake Shack. Shake Shack. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So Shake Shack, I had to ask my wife because I couldn't remember, but Shake Shack, we actually had one of them here in Round Rock, and my wife bought me. I love their shakes. Shake Shack's shakes are amazing, really super good. I was super upset when they closed down here. It's probably one of the best shakes here in Austin area that I could find. I'm a huge shake guy. I love shakes, and if I can't find a good shake place, it kind of disappoints me a little bit. Oh, Hunter says, I don't work at Dairy Queen. Duh. I don't know why I said that. Baskin Robbins. I don't know why I said Dairy Queen. It's the alcohol, son. Blame it on the alcohol. Dairy Queen is what I meant to say. Baskin Robbins is the name of the place that he works at, not Dairy Queen. My wife's over in the background, like yelling at me, like, it's Baskin Robbins. My mom's even over here, like, Hunter, did you change jobs? No, his dad just can't remember the name of the place. Hold on one second while I pull up. I gotta pull up an Sammy Boy's article that I'm gonna read here. Give me 1 second while I find it. Man, this what was the name of that? Camarera? I can't remember the name of it, but this tequila is really strong. I'm like trying to blame the tequila now. It's all the tequila. All right. Article number 5. I'm going to be reading article number 5 by Sammy Boy in about 10 minutes from now. Remtac, my wife just told me that they have one down in Austin somewhere, South Austin, but so it sounds like we still have them here, but just not up where I'm at. Hey, Mom, Crazy Pepe says hi. He said, he actually said, PV said hi. You know what, Crazy? She's afraid she's never gonna live that down. Um, I think it's funny, and I think you guys probably all think it's pretty funny too. She doesn't think it's funny, which which makes it more funny to me, because it's embarrassing. You know what? To be honest, Doug, I'm not like a huge like shot tequila guy. I'll pass. If there was one thing that I would shoot, like a shot of, it would probably be. Actually, that's not true. Maybe if I did something like Patron, something really smooth. Dan says, I'm your Spanish brother. I will take it. Ariel says, Casey, so what is the score with the close only on VIX ETFs? All right, so I don't know the full extent of this yet. I'm gonna have to do some research after the show's over, the live stream. I don't know the full extent of it yet. I mean, I only have what it is that we've seen so far. I'm gonna have to investigate and see which broker it is. I think that's going to be important information in knowing who it is, which broker is the one that's saying close only. But you know, this is number two. First, Computershare with their limits with because of their broker, and now you've got a broker who's basically saying close only on VIX positions by the 27th. 27th is a Wednesday, which is the day that VIX. Unless you guys know this, you wouldn't know this, but options for the VIX close on Wednesdays, not Fridays. So they're closing. To close only on positions by the 27th. So I don't have any further information as of yet. I'm going to try and find out more after today's done. Guys, I have a 1701 closing price as a minimum for the day today. This is going to be super close. It looks to me like they're trying to push the price underneath 17 and keep it there. There's a lot of stacked orders at 1701, and the buy side, the bid side's got a huge order here of 8,400. They don't want this hitting 1701. Man, this is gonna be another one of those days where I miss by like 1 penny. So the orders disappeared at 1701. Seven more minutes, guys, and I'm going to read Sammy Boy's article number 5, entitled Ambassadors of Change. Arthur says, Casey, I just want to say that I'm really touched by all you do for us, the research, the hangout spot, the streams. So you may not have heard it before, Arthur, but you owe my wife a beer. That's the deal. If you ever have a chance to buy her a beer in person, that's the deal here. That's the payment here. That's what she's gonna get out of this. So she makes this all possible. She's the true hero. Dan says loads of 100s. We need shares. Dan says we're gonna miss you in 2 weeks. Oh, come on, Dan. Come on now. Stop trying to rush things. Five more minutes, guys. I'm going to read off Sammy Boy's article number 5, entitled Ambassadors of Change. Man, are we finally going to get this bounce here? Getting a little bit of a bounce. We finally got back over 1701. We're heading upwards here, but we still have quite a few orders to contend with. The order book is loaded up. Dan says, I've got my 5 reasons. I'm glad. Your 5 whys is perfect, Dan. I'm glad. I hope you memorized them. I want you to be able to just recite them if possible. Oh man, there was I'm pretty sure there was a massive spoof right there. Nope, it looks like they may have actually purchased. If Sammy Boy says he's here, I'll start it now. Sammy, if you're here, let me know. I was trying to give Sammy. He said he'd be here. I wanted to make sure he could hear it when I read it off. He said he was going to be here 30 minutes before the hour had ended, but I don't see him in the comment section yet, or I would have started already. And these, it looks like I'm, as far as my trampoline business goes here, this big tramp, she's not working. Sammy's here. All right, cool. I'm gonna read it off. Just because we've got a little bit of action over here, Sammy, I'm gonna read it off to the side here. Sammy wrote this July 17th, which is a few days back, and he put as a title, AMC Can You Feel It? Article number 5 titled Ambassadors of Change. The apes are the culmination of entrenched and prolonged market failure. We're here to see through what no government has been willing to achieve. How can we go on allowing the few in power to play us, the many, like puppets? Apes are here to smash those that subvert and steal on a seismic scale. Man, I can't read. From retail. Let me start over. Apes are here to smash those who subvert and steal on a seismic scale from retail investors. We are here to end systemic corruptions, see those guilty incarcerated, and take back all the money cheated from us. Apes are revenge incarnate. Hedge funds and market makers make trillions manipulating our markets. They earn the most amount of income on the planet, yet they produce nothing. No technology, no furniture, no food supply. Absolutely nothing. Enabled by a system riddled with conflict of interest, they preside over our markets, making fortunes with odds significantly in their favor. They even have the audacity to pose as charitable, a ploy designed to sustain their ruse, donating less than 1% of stolen funds. They are the architects of the game, and they have always won. That is, until we secure the MOASS. Governing officials with the power and ability to put an end to corruption do nothing. One logical explanation to explain this farce would be that complicit behavior of the cabal of corrupt officials. Specifically intended for public display, these officials laugh and sneer at us, as if we were hysterical conspiracy theorists. They are bluffing, big time, praying we succumb to ridicule, fake news, and price distortion, never to dare rise again. The rise of the apes will always be inevitable so long as there is corruption and predatory short attacks on companies we care about. We believe shorts are fucked and will be one day held to account for every single synthetic share. Apes believe. Buying and holding AMC stock through thick and thin is how we can overcome their evil algorithms. Whilst AMC grows stronger financially, we continue to do what we do, making noise, pumping our mailed fists, buying and holding, all the while shining a light and exposing the foul play before us, patiently waiting for that one key spark, the unknown catalyst revelation, triggering a chain reaction forcing them to cover their positions. Essentially, apes are ambassadors of change, set to transform market regulations. We're an unstoppable horde of retail investors, taking storm over Wall Street, persistent in weeding out corruption by root and stem. Trust your instincts. This is financial war of principle. We are the push that makes them move. AMC to the moon. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait, I got something for this. That's it. I should have played the fight noise in the background as I was reading that. No, it was a slow clap, but it was supposed to be, I don't have any other sounds in here, man. I could have given you a kid boo, but that wouldn't have been appropriate. Thank you for that, Sammy boy. I appreciate it. No pressure to do another one, but if you do another one, let me know and I'd be happy to read it for next week. Hopefully I can do it justice. I know I don't always read all that great, but I thought that was pretty well worded, and you deserve a better voice than mine. You deserve I don't know, James Earl Jones reading. That'd probably be a pretty good one. David Stevens says, when would be the best time for short to close on this AMC? Anytime that they can break below certain values, like right now when they're under 17, they can close out short positions at that value. I don't think there's a whole lot there. They probably need much lower numbers. We got three victims on the Melvin Capital. That's the secret handshake around here, beach guy. That's how you get in the club. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Sammy Boy has a nice... Wait, are you telling me that Sammy Boy could be reading this and I'm the one reading it? Pam? Because if that's the truth, Sammy's going to be on the line here. Duncan says, heard something is going down in 2 weeks. Yep. The second quarter shareholder meeting. It's going down. Nova Kane said, okay, read it again with music. I've got actually like a really good fight music that I think, let's see. I think this is it right here. That would have been that probably would have been some good music to like play with it, or I don't know. All right, we're gonna play the fight music here. Why 17? I'll tell you why, MCon. Because it makes no sense. That's why. Just because. I think personally for me, it doesn't really matter what the price really is, MCon. Really, I think it matters to somebody else. I don't know. 801 used to mean something. 1201 used to mean something. Maybe 1701 will mean something in the future as well. Janice says, I would love to see everyone paint their faces blue to go see Avatar. That'd be kind of cool. Boy, they're really loading up on both the bid and ask side. Both sides have 2,000 to 3,000 shares showing up over there. It really is turning into an epic fight for 17. You can see there's an unwillingness to budge either direction. Wouldn't it be something if we closed at 1725? Because if you take away the 1, it would be, and you move the decimal place 1 spot, it would be 72.5. Wouldn't that be something? $72.5 million shares was how many shares AMC just cleared, or not shares, but millions of dollars that we just cleared off of our debt. Monty's got 1725 to 2025, so he's really rooting for that 1725. That'd actually be a perfect number. For volume, since Steven is talking about volume, I had suggested that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares in volume for the day-to-day. I thought for sure that I would end up being wrong on that one, but here we are, right just underneath 40 million shares in volume, which is kind of incredible to see. Lou Sanus is saying 1708. At a $17 strike price, guys, I just want to let you know, we have more volume on the put side than we have on the call side for the day. At a $17 strike price for the calls, we have 8,240 in volume, and on the put side, we have 16,761. No, Lou. I'm not going to say it 3 times really fast. Lucanus, Lucanus, Lucanus. Yeah, alright, I did it. Tom, you're welcome, man. Björk says we're inverse the spy. All right, guys. I think you guys know what this means. Lou, you're welcome. Thank you for the laughs. Casey, you either have the sniffles or you need to share. No, I got a little bit of a runny nose. This tequila is pretty strong. Let's check it out, guys. It is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is the last day of the week. Prepare your minds. Be ready for it. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your pets. Go out and see a movie. There is a comet out there somewhere. You can go check it out if you want to. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good time, good time.